Madam President, are you ready? Trish Bodie. Here. Gloria Gonzalez Delakia. Here. Alexis Grimes. Here. Aaron Johnson.
Here.
Jim McKay. Here. Christine Maurer. Here. Anna Smith.
Here. All right, it is 6:16 p.m. And with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. Board members and community, we are close to being able to relax our requirements, but we are not or have not changed our guidance just yet as far as our protocols. So please know that we are continuing to wear a mask during our meeting and in our audience. Thank you to everyone who continues to work with us on masks and all of our healthcare protocols. Before we get to the agenda, just housekeeping issues. You'll notice we have our instructional resources up on the side that's up this evening for our early learning. Please feel free when we take a break. If you want to go and do additional review, I know you've already done some review anyhow, but if you want to do additional review, please feel free to do so. We do have a robust agenda, so I'll go ahead and move on to our next item, which is our opening ceremony, our Pledge of Allegiance. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be led this evening by Cadet Airman Dylan Swanson, the son of Irana and Shane Swanson Dillon, a flight sergeant, responsible for leading his class period in Air Force Junior ROTC at Leander High School. Dylan participates in the AFJROTC Color Guard and Physical Fitness team, and he also plays bass 5 in the LHS band. When he is not busy with school and extracurricular activities, Dylan enjoys playing with his two German Shepherds. After graduation, Dylan aspires to become a military physician. Please join me as we have our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you would please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Board members, we will now proceed to the communication announcements. Superintendent Dr. Guerin, do you have any remarks?
Not at this time. Thank you, Madam President.
All right. Board members, you'll notice we're trying something different with our agenda here. We have board member remarks, but underneath it we have committee updates. I know that many of us serve on different committees and in different roles, so also wanted to make sure that we had time as well to update each other and the audience as well, and anybody else who's listening on, of what's going on in the committees that we serve on. Thank goodness there's a link on there in case you're wondering, wait, which are all the committees? Because we know the committees we're on, but sometimes trying to recall them at this precise moment when we've had 2 weeks in between, it's trying to remember which one was it that you wanted to give an update on. So if anybody has a committee update they want to give, now would be the time for that.
So just an update on the Regional Affordability Committee, which is a subcommittee of the Austin City Council, and their charges for affordable housing and ways to ease the burden of our economically disadvantaged and historically underserved communities. Due to COVID, that committee has been on pause for quite a while. I'm happy to announce that we are about to re-engage in that committee, and I look forward to continue to represent LISD as the member on that committee.
Thank you, Jim. Also, board members, you might recall, we have had a relationship with our Cedar Park as far as doing a Key 6 meeting. We now have a similar structure that we set up with Leander City, And so Dr. Gehring and myself was able to participate in that meeting this week. And Leander gave us an update on the growth in the area. And the numbers that they gave us as far as the permits just show exponential growth. They're saying almost 3 times the number of permits coming in, single-family permits. And so Dr. Gehring asked for more information, and we'll be getting that information onto our demographer too as we consider kind of how that might impact us in the district. There are no other committee reports. Are there any other board member remarks?
So, yeah, just real quick. Last time we got together, I kind of aired out a little bit about the frustration that I and so many in our community is feeling. Wanted to give a little bit of a follow-up to that. We are going to continue to have hard conversations. And I won't speak for anybody else on the board, but I'm speaking for myself only. My intent in these discussions is to never point a finger at somebody or to assess blame or to try to throw somebody under the bus or any of that. I try to approach it from a position of dignity and respect, but we all have work to do. I say that because we're going to have some additional difficult conversations tonight, and I want it to be known very clearly that if I offend or if I seem like I'm attacking in any way, that is not my intention. And please feel free to reach out to me if you feel as though I have made it personal. Again, that's not my intent, but we have work to do. To that end, once again, I want to ask our community to please put down the swords and the spears and the pitchforks. Listen to one another for a minute. Try to find some common ground. The more we scream and tear each other apart, the less likely we're going to find a solution that benefits our children. And at the end of the day, it's not about who's the biggest and the baddest on the internet. It's about what are we doing as a community to move our children forward. Remember, our children are watching, and we have got to get this under control, this vitriol, and start treating each other with dignity and respect in the middle of some difficult conversations. So I just want to make sure I put that out there tonight.
I just want to give a shout out and a thank you to Miss Garza, Miss Killingsworth, and Miss Brown over at Laura Welsh Bush Elementary. I got to sit in on a virtual classroom observation today. And I do have elementary kids, but to not be engaged in part of it was really amazing to see our virtual elementary learners engaging. And my favorite part was with Miss Garza's class. And they were reading a book on a city in Africa. And it was based on this story of this woman who makes plastic bags out of garbage lying around, so recycling. And the coolest part was there's 3 students in this class. And they were like, oh, wait, Ms. Garza, this is how you pronounce it, because my aunt's name is this name. And so being able to see these students see themselves in this book, but most importantly, see the classroom discussion with the other students was probably the most powerful thing that I've been able to see all year. So I encourage my fellow board members to pop in if we can, because it was truly a magical experience to see what's happening right now in virtual learning world.
Tremendous. All right, if there are no other remarks, we will move on to citizen comments. Please note that this format is not a conversation, so there's not going to be a back and forth discussion. We'll ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerates further requests, but I will sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. We ask that you continue to observe the mask wearing requirements when you're speaking as well. And you will have up to 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees. We have 15, I'm not sure about that last name. We have somewhere between 14 and 15 speakers this evening. And we will start with speaker number 1. And actually, we can pull y'all all up here on a panel if we want to go ahead and do our first 3 speakers. Nancy Smith, Chris Farrell, and Linda Thompson. Speakers, whenever you're ready, To begin, just remember there's a little head there, a button that you push. It has like a little microphone button. You'll push that to start speaking and push it to stop speaking. Whenever you're ready, Nancy, you may begin.
Good evening. I am reading a letter written by a teacher who wants to remain anonymous. Dear LISD board members, I am an experienced teacher, parent of LISD graduates, and a longtime taxpayer in this district. A small yet very vocal group of people are hijacking the conversation, attempting to ruin reputations online, silence parents, and cancel teachers who speak out. Some of these people may be LISD teachers, but they do not speak for me. They are disrespectful, disruptive, and have no desire to find common ground. I have noticed a disturbing shift from a collegial, collaborative atmosphere to a more top-down, autocratic approach to our curriculum development and implementation. There is dangerous groupthink mentality happening at our district meetings and trainings. Some district curriculum leaders display a less than tolerant approach to differences of opinions, and they use language that indicates their extreme political bias. In fall of 2019, one specialist said, a quote, "If we do book clubs and students have plenty of choices, parents can't really complain about books, can they?" Unquote. I interpreted this as an attempt to go around our parents and advocate for books that are often too adult in content, all in the name of diverse viewpoints. We were told to get on board and teach these new units with fidelity, and that, quote, 85% of our teachers are white females, and it is up to us to change the system. There are plenty of districts in Central Texas where teachers can work if they don't want to follow the curriculum units, unquote. Curriculum directors gave us specific directives to find authors and titles which were representative of BIPOC, minority religions, LGBTQIA+, and other underrepresented voices. I do not object to diverse reading materials. However, many age-appropriate or young adult novels were rejected because it was either written by a, quote, dead white guy, unquote, or didn't fit the, quote, check a box, unquote, agenda. Isn't that also a form of censorship? Many of us are tired of being the scapegoats for a process that was flawed from the start. Board meeting after board meeting, we hear the same core group of teachers and others who say exactly the same things ad nauseum, often berating our elected school board members and parents for promoting, quote, homophobia or for, quote, unquote, marginalizing students. My colleagues and I have no interest in marginalizing anyone. We want children of all backgrounds to be successful and positive, productive citizens. I am not interested in promoting anyone's political agenda, left or right. I just want to be a good example to my students and support their learning. Parents are the primary educators in their children's lives, and we should respect and support them. As the adult leaders of our classrooms, we should be expected to educate, not directed to indoctrinate. I should not have to leave LISD on moral grounds or feel embarrassed about the books I offer or the lessons I teach. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. All right, Chris?
I'd like to provide a graphic warning before I start. Hi, my name is Chris Farrell, and for years my family and I have volunteered countless hours in our school district and spoke proudly about LISD at every opportunity. Sadly, our opinion has changed, and we are no longer believe LISD could possibly be considered a destination district by anyone. The book situation you created is truly hard to comprehend. Parents are no longer allowed to speak freely or have healthy debates and discussions. They are literally being stalked, having pornographic material sent to their homes, and their children's pictures are being blasted all over social media as targets. In my opinion, much of the divisiveness is being driven on people on this board, and it is time that the board takes some action to stop the madness. Quite frankly, I find it embarrassing that the state government, FBI, and local law enforcement have found it necessary to review our curriculum of our school district. The group of concerned parents are not book banners, unless, of course, such books are considered pornography. As for the book clubs, these are not clubs, period. Our children are expected to read some of these titles for a grade and are discussed aloud amongst peers in their class. Books need appropriate reviews to allow parents, students to make informed decisions. A Netflix-type rating would certainly allow everyone to understand contents better. At the very least, a graphic material warning should be used. This is a reasonable request. Making pornography available to our children without some type of warning is certainly not reasonable. Here's an example of Out of the Darkness in the current review. New London, Texas, 1937. Naomi Vargas is a Mexican-American. Wash Fuller is Black. These teens know the town's divisive racism between two people is so powerful it breaks through even the most entrenched color lines. Naomi and Wash dare defy rules. Race, romance, and family converge in a bitterly segregated Texas town. At first glance, this seems like a very diverse and interesting subject to explore and related to the many topics prevalent in today's society. However, here's what the review does not tell you. An adult male forces his 7-year-old daughter to give him a hand job until he ejaculates, and then the same adult father later rapes and beats his teenage daughter while the boyfriend is tied to a tree, and her 10-year-old brother is forced to watch. This is simply no place for this kind of literature to be tolerated in our schools. This review should have mentioned extreme violence, sexual assault, child rape, and graphic teen sex. This board and Dr. Gearing, you have a duty and responsibility to protect our children while they are under your watch, and you are currently failing. It is time to stop the personal narratives and the agendas and start looking out for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Linda?
Good evening. I'll be reading an anonymous letter from a teacher. Dear LISD school board members, I am a high school English teacher in this district, and I am writing to express my deep concern about the new curriculum that has been forced upon us by LISD. My first concern is the books. While many of them are frankly pornographic and should be removed, which, by the way, they haven't been, they are still sitting in my classroom, the larger problem is the literary quality of the books themselves. The book club books are written at a 7th grade level at best and have no literary value. They are poorly written and do not lend themselves to teaching critical thinking, style, or universal themes. As well, I cannot see most of these books appealing to my students. These books were supposed to be fun, engaging literature. This was, of course, hijacked by our curriculum directors who turned this goal into a progressive indoctrination process with books like How I Protest, a 3rd grade level picture book sitting in my classroom library. We had no input in this selection process. My second concern is the curriculum itself. It has an aggressive, progressive agenda. While our units of study used to be divided into titles such as the essay writing process and writing the research paper, they are now identity, community, and activism. We used to be skills-based, but now we are ideology-based. My biggest concern with the curriculum is its focus on equity, which means that content is dumbed down enough so that the lowest student at the lowest level high school in the district can be successful. On-level kids will not be reading classics because our curriculum director has told us at staff development meetings that reading from the canon is contributing to white male rape culture. My final concern is how this curriculum and the reorganization of the district to top-down control is ruining ELA education. 5 years ago, teachers in this district were trusted. Now, a curriculum has been created for the entire district, which is not just units of study, but actual lesson plans with assignments we are required to follow. Refusing to comply could very well now mean losing our jobs. Many teachers I've talked to are planning to leave in the next few years, specifically because of this curriculum. We will be losing some of our best teachers over this. As one of them said, I can't stay and watch this happen to our students. That's it.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you, speakers. Checking with audio, can I call up all 3 speakers? Do all mics work well now? Okay. Our next 3 speakers will be Angela DeStout, Stephanie Burku, and Kathy McKinney. All right, speakers, again, press the button when you're ready to speak, and please be sure to turn it off when you're done. Angela, we'll begin with you.
Thank you for hearing my statement. I am here representing a large group of parents, teachers, and community members. Out of respect for your time, we've consolidated our thoughts. Tonight, I am speaking on the feedback process for CACAC. Throughout the book review process, participants are given opportunities for feedback, but they are limited in depth and candidness. One way feedback is collected is during the review committee through a scribe. The scribe is responsible for accuracy of the report. Participants discuss the same book with 3 or 4 others in an assigned group. Notes are recorded by a volunteer scribe who may or may not record what is actually said. These notes go into a shared Google Doc. Anyone with this link can go in and change any of the group's responses at any time. Is anyone monitoring this? Another way is through the parking lot tool. Participants can ask questions in the parking lot tool using a Google survey. The questions are supposed to be answered in a Q&A document at the next meeting, but facilitators are picking and choosing which questions to address. Some answers are vague and incomplete, and others are completely ignored. Why is that? A third way is through a vetting survey. Each book reader has an opportunity to fill out a vetting survey, which requires their email address, to rate the book on 5 established criteria. The survey is only open for 30 minutes after the meeting. Readers are not prepared for this ahead of time, so thorough feedback from readers is lacking or non-existent. Out of the 5 vetting criteria, only 1 asks if the book is an appropriate choice for a school setting. Other categories are murky and do not provide content transparency. For example, the second one says, student appeal, variety of reading levels and topics. What does that mean? How can the one reviewed book offer a variety of reading levels and topics? How can participants answer if they're not privy to the other 15 books in the unit? What if all 15 books in the unit are on the same reading level and address a narrow range of topics? How can this criterion be evaluated when participants are only answering for one book without an awareness of the other books in the unit? Lastly, during the meeting, CACAC participants can post questions and concerns in a group chat. However, when any sort of disagreement comes up or a viewpoint is expressed that the moderator dislikes, they shut down the group chat ability. LISD says that they place high value on diversity and inclusion. Yet when it comes to diversity of thought and inclusion of a variety of viewpoints, it seems the rules do not apply. Our request to each of you is simple but elaborate. Please ask more questions and allow for more candid and thorough feedback. The individuals who are reviewing these books are sacrificing their time after a full day's work. They're completing a job that the community entrusted district leaders with, and they do not feel this committee review is effective. The district cannot simply check a box and claim the job is done. The well-being and success of our students depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Stephanie?
Thank you. I see each of you here, school board members, Dr. Gehring, and all the staff, putting your heart, soul, time, and energy into doing what is best for our students. Your heart is clearly in the right place. This month is Autism Acceptance Month, and one of the books paused was The Nowhere Girls by Amy Lynn Reed. So this year, an autistic voice was silenced from our curriculum. This book was supposed to be in the English 4 unit, A Study of Community. Erin is one of 3 main characters and happens to be autistic. She's not coded autistic. They actually say she has the diagnosis of Asperger's syndrome. Throughout this book, students get a window into how she experiences the world, explanations for her behaviors that they might not understand. She is a friend who gets her, who understands what her needs are when it might be incomprehensible to somebody else. Not only that, she is a character that shows growth and develops throughout the book. We see her come up against uncomfortable situation after uncomfortable situation. We see her working towards handling those situations. And we see others truly accept her for who she is. Too often, autistic characters are flat and lack growth. Too often, autistic characters stick to one of 2 tropes. an autistic savant, or nonverbal autistic that appears to need a lot of help from the outside world. Erin is not one of those tropes. In fact, she is a fully vibrant character that happens to be autistic. It's Autism Acceptance Month, and it's important that we as a district reach out to our autistic parents and include them in a review process. When voices they identify with are being silenced, even for just 1 year while we're collaborating with counseling, they need to be brought into the conversation. Last week, I heard a school board member ask about demographics of the CACAC review, asking how are we bringing all the voices to the table? And the response from district staff was, there's a link available for everyone. This is not good enough. Teachers are trained and expected to meet our students where they're at. We as a district should meet our parents where they are at. Our CACAC process works really well for me as an extrovert. But the format on Zoom can be very overstimulating for some adults. How can we invite them to the table? How can we assure that they feel welcome? It is time for our district to actively bring the missing voices to the table in all of our committees. But as you review books that represent their voices and could potentially remove their voice from the curriculum, they must have a seat at the table. So as you wrap up cycle 5, 6, and 7, please bring a representative from each group to the books so that their voices are not silenced. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Kathy?
I appreciate your time this evening. I will be reading an anonymous statement by a teacher in the district. As a member of the curriculum design team and employee of LISD, I vehemently agree that students should be reading books that snatch their attention. I agree with all my colleagues that students should be reading books which help them see their own lives and experiences as part of the larger human experience. However, while the intentions behind this philosophy are good, somehow that idea has become lost in translation. Families, above all else, need to have the power to influence what that means for their children. The behaviors of those teachers and community members in support of raw graphic language and experiences in books like The Handmaid's Tale and Dream House have been humiliating for those of us who support choice and voice. But why do we have to be so angry? Why can't we just teach diverse, relevant books without a political mission? Why do we have to be so angry? Why can't we just, oh, sorry, I read that. You should leave it to the high school teachers who have great relationships with their students to know that often, even when the parents don't know what their children are up to, we do. Students are watching everything available to them, consuming media of all sorts, and their opinions are more often than not a regurgitation of what they've heard online or in the media. So it's safe to say that for some students, the content in the explicit books may not be their first exposure. However, if it is, at an administrative level, it's indefensible. Why has censorship become such a trigger word at school board meetings? Censorship is the parents' right and teachers' responsibility. When parents send their child to school, teachers have a role in protecting them from situations which make them feel uncomfortable, such as being bullied, taunted, harmed, or negatively influenced in any way. If a student drew a comic describing The Handmaid's Tale, that graphic novel, and they describe this in their notebooks, they would be sent to ISS and maybe Leo. In my 10 years of teaching, I've seen countless terms circled in the dictionaries and penises drawn under desk, and I've avoided the word moist and won't even eat a banana in front of my students because I know the boys would lose it. Why are we setting teachers up for this unbearable awkwardness? We know better. Who's looking out for the safety of the teachers? You. Please keep being our voice.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you all so much, speakers. Our next 3 speakers will be Nicole, Desiree, and Lori. have Nicole. Is there a Nicole? Oh, there's Nicole, Desiree, and Lori. And there's a button on your microphone right there. Press it when you start speaking, and please, when you get done, remember to press it to turn it off. Nicole, you can begin when you're ready.
Hello, members of the Board of Trustees and Dr. Gehring. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'm here to address concerns about the process and conclusions of the Community Curriculum Advisory Committee. I represent a large group of parents, teachers, and community members who share these same concerns. We didn't print t-shirts or start a new hashtag. We don't need to, because the merits of our concerns stand on their own. We recognize what is at stake: the well-being and success of all students at LISD. Out of respect for your time and the efficiency of this meeting, we have consolidated and coordinated our responses. The stated purpose of the CCAC is to review high school ELA student reading choices and advise about appropriate course placement. The call for this initiative was presented to the board on November 5th, 2020, in response to community feedback to the district. Unfortunately, the process that was put in place and the work that is currently underway by the members of the CCAC is flawed and unbalanced. I will specifically address transparency. First, we are concerned about cycle reviews. Who is assigning the book titles to the volunteers? Are the same individuals who selected these books put in charge of the review? What measures are being taken to ensure that a book review group is not stacked with like-minded people? Evidence indicates this is happening with some of the more controversial texts, whether it is intentional or not. Second, we are also concerned about review notifications. How is the district communicating to potential volunteers when the sign-up opens for the next round of reviews? An email recruiting volunteers for cycles 6 and 7 went out to a select few on April 5th. How is it decided who would get that invite? The sign-up form was not found on the district CCAC website or the LISD Facebook feed. So how are interested parties supposed to find out? Participants from previous cycles asked to be notified about future signups, and that didn't happen either. Lastly, we ask why email addresses for volunteers in previous cycles were published in full view of every participant. This is not the transparency we are looking for. While this has recently been corrected, it is too little too late. The published emails have been repeatedly used to harass and intimidate volunteers who have voiced concerns about the books in question. The LISD community has been asking for transparency, and we have yet to receive a window into the decisions of the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Desiree?
Thanks, everybody. I want to share with you some items that I found on equity via the National School Boards Association from NSBA. As the concept of equity can mean different things to different people, NSBA, its board of directors and staff embarked on a journey to define the concept of educational equity. Here is the product of this journey, quote, "We affirm in our actions that each student can, will, and shall learn. We recognize that based on factors including but not limited to disability, race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status, students are deprived of equitable educational opportunities. Educational equity is the intentional allocation of resources, instruction, and opportunities according to need, requiring that discriminatory practices, prejudices, and beliefs be identified and eradicated." They further go on to conclude that equity is achieved when all students receive the resources they need so they graduate prepared for success after high school. Yet, here in Leander, there are marginalized populations who never get that chance to reach or attain that success. Some lack access because they are stuck in the school-to-prison pipeline. Those populations have higher disciplinary incidents in their school career and land in LEO at higher rates than peers. Some don't have access to reach their true potential because they aren't in the upper level courses at the same rate as their peers and don't get identified as gifted or talented at the same rate as peers and are chronically absent more than peers. Some don't have the same access because our local policy is written with subjective clauses that Discipline is to be, that discipline, that allows discipline to be exacted disproportionately. Which populations are we talking about? We're talking about our Black students, Hispanic students, economically disadvantaged, and special education students specifically. How do we know this is happening? Data this very district itself provided shows us. Parents begging for help outside of the system because no one is listening inside tell us. And the many voices of the marginalized populations that come to this board time and time and time again have pleaded with us. So my question to this board today is, when will you address the known access issues in this district? This board has a decision to make. You can sit here and talk about books for another 6 months, not following policy already in place, not bother to seat representative populations on your advisory committees to review the titles, and continue to placate the loudest voices in this room while leaving behind those who have no access. Or you can follow policy. You can let populations here speak, know that yes, we absolutely value your voice, we're listening, and embrace your right to make your statement. And while we consider your comments, we will also consider every other voice, both those we readily hear and those not able to be heard because they don't have access. Decisions by this board are to consider every single student, and maybe, just maybe, we can get to the meaningful solutions addressing lack of access to equitable education for all students, specifically amplifying the needs of those we are currently failing. Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree. Lori?
I'm focused on the solution to the matrix of the review process. The LISD CCAC book review process that the superintendent described as robust at the last board meeting is nothing of the kind. I have participated in sessions 2, 3, and 4 and have continually raised the following concerns via email to the leadership about the process. No action has been taken. With regard to the question if a specific book is appropriate for the LISD book club, there are several problems. 1, readers are not given the criteria ahead of time and, in fact, are asked to consider each book in terms of the 5 A's, which even the many staff members involved in the process, regardless of their reviews of the book, believe are not helpful and don't translate into the criteria presented. 2, the criteria developed at the first meeting is very loose, subjective, and de-emphasizes the most important attributes. It's close to useless. 3, in addition to being totally subjective, the 5 criteria are equally weighted. I have tried to be true to the process, but when I read a book that I felt was not appropriate, my score for that book was 80% because it only failed 1 criteria as defined by the process. This is clearly intentionally very misleading, especially when scores are reported in an executive summaries and published. 4, finally, the executive summaries often don't reflect the concerns of the participants. Comments and reviews should be shared with the public, but are not. The process is not transparent. More importantly, there is nothing in the process to assess if the list of books as a whole are balanced, if they are diverse as a group, etc. In fact, it seems the books as a whole are very dark, have graphic sexual content, negative stereotypes, violence, drugs, and fringe behavior. While 1 or 2 books which touch on these topics is okay, it is absolutely inappropriate to primarily give our children books with these themes from which to choose. It is not a matter of sheltering kids, it is a matter of inspiring them with positive role models, helping them to see every person as unique and worthy individuals, and empowering them with a sense of personal responsibility to fulfill their potential. I've created a book evaluation matrix that would go a long way to addressing these issues. You should each have a copy. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you, speakers. We will now call up our next 3 speakers, which will be Tristan, Trista, and Steve. And speakers, remember to press the button when you start and then to press it when you are done. We will start with you, Tristan, whenever you're ready.
I'll be reading an anonymous statement from a concerned teacher. Dear Dr. Gearing and esteemed members of the Board of Trustees, I'm an English teacher with the Leander ISD, and I am passionate about literature, diversity, and most importantly, my students. I have deep concerns with this new curriculum. Prior to the start of the school year, high school teachers receive 6 to 12 boxes of titles without any context other than new units of study would be released exactly 1 month prior to each unit slated to begin. That was it. The repeated guidance from the ELA facilitators was that it was not necessary to read the book titles before handing them out to students. In fact, facilitators actively discouraged the reading of the titles before offering them as student choices. How do we begin to support students if we do not know what they are reading? How do we support our students and guide them through difficult and delicate subject matters if we, as educators, are not aware of the content ourselves? Throughout the heated conversations over the course of this year, I've noticed the conspicuous absence of discussion surrounding the skills emphasized in these units. It's not clear what I am supposed to teach with these texts. What are our children supposed to learn by reading them? My concern lies with the absence of applicable skills that will prepare our students for college in the real world and with the politicalization of activities in the English classroom. In the English 3 unit, Everything's an Argument, students are directed to evaluate the power of rhetoric and images through examining numerous resources, including the poem Ice Agents Storm My Porch, and to perform a Google image search of Black Lives Matter, among others. The resources provided represent only one side of an issue and seem to be guiding students to create arguments around a very specific political agenda. This is a unit where students are supposed to develop and defend their own original argument. I can't help but think these resources provide, without context or direction, lend themselves to creating controversy. The English 1 unit, Being an Influencer, a study of generosity and activism, is supposed to be implemented April 7th. That's yesterday. This unit has not been completely developed and does not currently outline the skills students will learn or the expected performance tasks. When titles such as How to Resist and Internment are chosen before learning targets are identified, the English curriculum is being politicized. Also, I feel I am not prepared to guide a conversation, let alone an argument, about sexual trauma with young adults. I can't fathom the guilt and responsibility I would feel if these conversations triggered any student in my classroom. The process behind selecting these books for book club and whole class novels must be transparent. We need to start over with more input from parents and all teachers. I'm asking for our teachers' voices to be heard, especially those voices who are not shouting. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Tristan. Trista, whenever you're ready.
Good evening. I'm reading a statement from a teacher who, like many others, are afraid to speak up in light of the hostile work environment. I've been an English teacher for 28 years. I will not sit idle. I reject the agenda LISD's English facilitators are imposing on our children and teachers. Those who believe teachers need to have conversations and introduce this obscene material to my beautiful students are wrong. Last board meeting, teachers claimed students need and want this material. Well, if that's the case, then we should also have a plethora of Bibles on our shelves, and teachers should teach lessons from the Bibles as well, because there are students who need and want that material too. It's a sad day in our community that we're even discussing this absurdness. 2 years ago, our district had a dress code that did not allow a bra strap to show in the length of the shorts mattered. Now we're discussing and showing images of rape and reading detailed descriptions of high school boys gang raping a drunk girl on a couch at a party. Have we no moral compass? I am outraged. We know who put these books in the hands of our students. Leander has no way of determining where sex and pornographic discussions between student and teachers would lead. So when discussing sexual and pornographic lessons, how will LISD administrators determine if the advice a teacher gives to a student is acceptable? Who determines the standards? We have a moral responsibility to protect and serve our children. The books and graphic novels are beyond immoral, and it encourages wayward behavior, and this agenda is an attempt to groom our youth. We are responsible for providing an education that reflects values and morals. How does this content align with our 10 ethical principles? It's not our business as teachers to discuss any sexual contact with students. My job is to teach academics and critical thinking skills and leave all sexual content to the parents to discuss in their home. I will never infringe or usurp a parent's teachings. Many are claiming these topics needs to be discussed, and yes, perhaps that's true. But issues such as these need to be discussed between parents and their children. They're not your children. During my interview with LISD administrators, I was asked, why should we hire you? I know for a fact if I had said, well, I'd like to have a class, one-on-one, or small group discussion about sex and show pornographic images to my students, the interview would have been immediately over, as it should have been. And hopefully, I would have been escorted out of the building. So that concludes his or her comments. Here are my concerns as a parent. I hope you notice how many teachers feel the need to have speakers come speak for them in order to remain anonymous for fear of retaliation. This is causing a great division in our community, especially as employees here at the district. You know who these facilitators are that have pushed these agenda-driven content across the district. My request as a parent and taxpayer, clean house, LISD. All eyes are on you.
Thank you, Trista.
Thank you.
Steve?
Thank you. I'll be reading a teacher's statement regarding concerns with the CCAC. I volunteered to serve on the CCAC after seeing the obscene content posted on social media. To say I was shocked is an understatement. While I was confirmed as a CCAC participant, I received an email invite to the Zoom. To my surprise, all personal email addresses were exposed, making it very easy to identify almost all of the participants. I certainly question the reason behind this. I've since discovered that those in opposition of the graphic material have been receiving subscriptions to porn sites in their personal email accounts. Maybe the exposure of personal information made it easy to do this. I truly don't know the answer, but it should be a concern. In this initial email, a list of books was provided and leaders of the process were identified. Each of the books were controversial topics that are biased towards left-wing indoctrination. Some of the themes that I could identify from online Amazon reviews were racism, xenophobia, white supremacy, gun violence, anti-Christian rhetoric, toxic masculinity, anti-law enforcement, and rape culture. This is very one-sided ideology for a district that has a policy on unbiased classrooms. I reviewed the social media accounts of the individuals in charge of selecting these books, who coincidentally were also leading the CCAC. What I found on social media led me to personally conclude that these books were purposely chosen, not because of a COVID oversight. And this isn't the first time that this has happened. You would think there would be extra precautions by now. One retweet reads, "Classics are classics because white supremacy allowed them to be. Don't be afraid to let them go from the classroom." Another reads, "Teachers thinking that using To Kill a Mockingbird makes their curriculum anti-racist? Please no, it doesn't." This curriculum director used the hashtag disrupt text several times. I would encourage you to look that up. The other individual leading the CCAC displayed the hashtag Banned Books Week prominently on their Facebook page. With minimal investigation, one can see that 4 of the reading books that were on the 2020 Banned Books Week most challenged list. Those in charge of selecting student reading material were either very aware of the controversy attached to them beforehand or completely negligent. I no longer have any reason to believe that these books were made available to minors because of an oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, speakers. We have 3 more speakers to wrap up our citizen comments, and that'll be Sarah, Natalie and Stacy. Whenever you're ready to begin, remember to push the button to start and push it then when you're done speaking. Sarah, we'll start with you whenever you're ready.
Good evening, board members. I'm here tonight to discuss the text being presented to our young students in LISD for academic purposes. I am a licensed clinical mental health provider, and I am highly trained in trauma, depression, anxiety, substance abuse, and suicide prevention treatment modalities. I find it to be horribly inexcusable that individuals lacking proper credentials regarding mental health are making decisions to incorporate the use of reading materials containing highly explicit and graphic presentation of events. Exposure is not education when dealing with undeveloped minds and quite literally brains. To date, we've heard from individuals who support such reading materials, who do not possess proper credentials or education to make such assertions that these books are valuable to coping and empathy. These individuals refuse to provide their data obtained from research to validate their claims, but if they have it, I would love to see it. They present these claims from a maladaptive, emotional position to meet their own personal narrative while being reckless with regard to the overall emotional impact they could have on adolescents. Further, those individuals have quite sickeningly used the members of the LGBTQ+ and other minority groups as scapegoats to push their personal agendas and to attack, demean, and belittle those who oppose book content that is so equivalent to pornography that news and radio shows are unable to read them on air. I have not spoken to one individual who is opposed to members of the LGBT, or who is opposed to members of those communities writing books to be used academically or to tell their own stories. In fact, most of them would support, even for these same authors, to write books. Oh, last my place. To write books without the explicit content, which meets the reading level appropriate for the grade levels they are being used in. I have many close contacts within those communities who are disgusted at the characterization of being presented by the supporting of these books, which would seem to relegate those populations to an automatic assumption that these events define people of those communities. Currently, the content of some of the books being provided as options for our adolescents hold a significant potential to disrupt development of executive functioning, and in addition to posing a significant risk of introducing addiction. There are very significant correlates between pornography and other addictions such as alcohol and drugs, or even sex. Yes, adolescents may see these materials on their own outside of school. There's a very big difference between coming across it or even seeking it out and being handed this content by a person in a position of trust. Our job is to protect them as best we can. We may miss some things, but we ought not be the ones to expose them to harm. Research does not show exposure outside of a therapeutic modality to increase connection to coping, and certainly not by reading graphic and explicit content. None of this is academic. I'll be happy to provide my research supporting the negative effects of pornography related to addiction and potential harm to executive functioning for those who would like it.
Thank you, Sarah. Natalie?
Hello, and thank you for your time tonight. My name is Natalie Pollard. I currently have 2 children in the district, and I'm hoping to have 1 entering soon. But honestly, this whole situation has given us pause. My husband and I spent years of our life fighting to get into this district. We both worked full-time jobs. We bought an entry-level house that backed up to 183A, the only house in Cedar Park we could afford. Every time a motorcycle passed for Rot Rally, our entire house shook. It was a sacrifice. We lived that way with infant children. We've been in the district for 7 years, and we're just starting to get to reap the benefits of our hard work. We found LISD on We searched for this district when we lived in San Antonio. We came here. We want to send all 3 of our kids here. You have helped to teach both of our daughters to read. I have a kindergartner and a first grader. Their minds are blooming. They're opening. They're both already reading above grade level, and we thank you for that. My husband and I are so grateful for your help in opening our kids' minds to the world. It was one of my big goals as a parent, that they would be literate, that they would be able to see the world from a broader perspective. My children are biracial, and they love the district. That has been irrelevant. They feel welcomed, they feel accepted. We want to stay in LISD. Please help us stay in this district. I am a registered respiratory therapist. My husband has a master's degree in public health. Our concerns with these books aren't just sexual content. We're not experts in that area. We do have 3 children, but we're not experts in that area. We are experts in healthcare. The book I was asked to review as part of the CACAC was called How I Resist: Activism and Hope for a New Generation. In it, I was shocked to find a passage where a woman was asking just people around her to donate Xanax pills to her because she had dumped all of her Xanax into the drink of someone at her table. And the reason she did this, the reason she doped their drink, was because she didn't want to have a political conversation with them because they voted for different candidates in the 2016 election. It is never okay to put drugs in someone's drink. It's never okay to suggest to children that that's funny or a gag. It's never okay to then ask another person for their prescription medication that you can then put in your wallet and take yourself. You don't know what dosage that is. This is what was in this book. It was written to be facetious, but children aren't able to understand satire when you're demonstrating this to them as a joke, a prank, and all over a political disagreement. This is the kind of thing that contributes to these kind of discussions. Please help us stay in this district, help our kids continue to thrive here. Scrap the books that need to be gone and put an end to this. We love this district and we trust you to fix this. Please don't make us move our kids out of your care. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Stacy?
Hi. I have 3 children currently attending Leander ISD. I'm among thousands of parents who are concerned about what is being taught to them in our school district. Their education should be a positive learning experience where their minds are challenged and their voices are heard. With that being said, this school district has managed to not only harm the development of students, but also put them in uncomfortable situations. How? By approving books like In the Dream House and Out of Darkness. I'm not going to read any quotes from the book. I'm pretty sure you all know what it is since you approve of it. We as parents are not looking to ban books, but rather we are concerned about the inappropriate materials for all grade levels. The books you approve on the reading list are pornographic. If this was a professional working environment and my co-workers overheard me talking about this, they will report me to HR and I will be put on probation or even get terminated for harassment. So how does allowing this in the school change that dynamic? For the ones that approve of this sexualizing books for our kids, please show us an example of how you would discuss intimate sexual materials with our kids. We would love to see how appropriate you seem to believe these books are because they are nothing appropriate about it. And by the way, just in case you guys don't remember, Governor Abbott removed the mask mandate, so schools should not enforce it and leave it as optional. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Thank you, speakers. All right, board members, we're going to take...
Madam President, there is one more speaker.
There is? Okay. Well, thank you, speakers. And I guess I don't see a name on here. Am I missing it? Did I skip someone?
Stacy Wu.
Stacy Wu. Okay. That was Stacy Wu. Stacy just... Thank you, Stacy. All right, so that is all of our speakers. So we will go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back and continue down our agenda.
and it turns green.
All right, board members, looks like we are ready to go ahead and start back with our public hearing on technology and instructional materials allotment, our early childhood. I don't think we have anyone signed up for this portion of the agenda, but okay, we do not have anyone signed up for the public hearing portion, so we'll move in next to item 5B, consider approval of technology and instructional materials allotment for early childhood. Kendra, you're up.
Punch the right button. Good evening. Just briefly, we're here to just go over a brief review of the presentation that we made, I think it was February 25th, on the early childhood materials, and also hold a public hearing. So I do have just a couple of comments. One, this to remind you, this is a proclamation from TEA, Proclamation 2021, and the amount of time that goes on between one recommendation and adoption to another is actually 10 years. So it's been 10 years since we adopted new materials for pre-kindergarten. And to remind you that it also is very positive with early childhood in general, and with our threes that we will now be enrolling, it also does support their curriculum as well. When I say curriculum, it really is instructional materials. We have a curriculum. It does not replace our curriculum. It supports our curriculum. So just to remind you that we had goals. We went through a long process, gathered lots of feedback, and had certain goals that we were looking at. And this right here aligns with those goals and is the overwhelming recommendation that we adopt Frog Street as our early childhood TEMA, technology and instructional materials. And then, if I will have any questions?
Board members, any questions? Otherwise, I need a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt Frog Street Pre-K 2020 English and Frog Street Pre-K 2020 Dual Language Curriculum and Resources as the Leander Independent School District 2021 Technology and Instructional Materials Allocation.
I second.
I have a motion from Gloria, second from Christine. Any other discussions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 ayes. Nays? No nays. Motion carries. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, board members, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda. Which is our consent agenda. If there is any questions on it, we need to remove it off. Otherwise, we need a motion to approve.
Madam President, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Jim, second from Gloria. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right. We will now move on to, I think, our superintendent report. Yep, superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Travis. All right, we'll jump right in. Our human resources slide has not changed significantly in many months, and this month is no different. Our student slide, however, has changed significantly, as you can see by the green and red numbers in parentheses. So of interest to us tonight specifically is that in-person learning number. Our numbers are trickling up slowly in enrollment, which is good, but our in-person numbers are rising significantly across the district, over 1,000 students since our last report to you. And we've put that percentage column in there that's new this time because of the hold harmless decision that we have from TEA. And so during at least 11 days of our final grading period, we do have to achieve an in-person rate of 48.5% or greater. And so you can see right now we're sitting at 52%. And so we're continuing to monitor that very carefully and closely to make sure that we maximize funding for the district as we go forward. Our COVID numbers themselves in terms of student and staff cases and exposures continues to remain relatively steady. You can see a little spike after spring break. Those numbers are coming back down again. Of interest here are the positivity rates, which in both Travis and Williamson County have fallen below 5% again. Vaccination update is very positive. All teachers and school staff eligible for vaccination since March 4th. All of our 16-plus students have been eligible for vaccination since March 29th. Every employee who has wanted the vaccine has had access since March 26th based on signups, and many of them have received at least their first dose of the vaccine and are starting to receive their second doses. The second doses are proving to be a little challenging for some, and so we're monitoring that carefully to make sure that our staff gets the support that they need. And we'll continue to offer vaccination clinics on site for employees and eligible family members as those become available. Of interest here too, Williamson County is doing a good job, I think, as a county in trying to get as many of their citizens vaccinated as possible. I think that's incredibly important for us as a community and as a school district because those vaccination rates, of course, have implication to cases and what happens in the school district as much as in the community. I'd like to spend a little bit of time on this slide because this is critical for our budgeting process. And so we did a little comparison between last year's numbers or this year's numbers and our projections and actual enrollment that's starting now for 21-22. So we've opened registration for all new students and all returning students, which is a little unusual for us. We started the registration for returning students last year for the first time, and so are following up with that. This is much earlier than we've done it before. And of course, the reason for that is to try to get as accurate number as we can for budgeting purposes. If you remember, our budget number is 41,749 for next year. Our demographer, population and survey analysts gave us a medium projection of 43,951. So currently we're sitting at 40,739, and we have 38,490 students already enrolled in the system for next year. So that's good news. We're seeing significant enrollment at the pre-kindergarten level, which is very exciting for us. Those students take a little longer to process, and so we don't have all of them actually in the system yet, but we have several in process right now, and we're excited about those numbers. Our key messages as we go forward is to help all students by registering your student now. So what that means is the better grasp we have on the number of students who will actually be here next year, the better we can plan. That includes availability of facilities, but also the budget process and resources as we prepare for staffing and space in our buildings for all of the students who will be with us next year. And so we do encourage very strongly our community to please, if you can, register your students as early as possible for next year. You can always register them and then take them out again if you change your mind at a later date, but that does give us a stronger indication of who's going to be here next year if you can do that as soon as possible. So we really encourage the community to do that if at all possible. The second part of that slide is important too. We will continue to follow the CDC health protocols into 21-22. It will certainly look different than this year, but it probably won't look like it was pre-COVID. And so you do need to be clear that there will probably still be some remnant of protocols and in place as we head into the start of school next year. You do need to know that Texas approved a one-year waiver for local school districts to allow virtual learning in 2020, 2021, that's this year. But they have not yet made that option available for 21-22. If that changes, then we'll consider an adjustment based on that new law. And there are some bills in the legislative session right now that are looking at that. And we'll, of course, try to make the best decisions for each of our families and try to meet needs as best that we can. We want to continue to thank all of our staff for the incredible job that they're doing during what's been a very challenging year, and especially now in preparing for a lot of unknowns in the new year. And a lot of that work is already happening and will continue to happen at an accelerating pace between now and the start of school in August. So a very special thank you to our staff who are still continuing to support our campuses to keep them open, especially as we see that number of in-person students increasing significantly. That means that virtual teachers are coming back as in-person teachers. There's a lot of transition of students between classrooms and teachers and between their homes and our schools. And it takes a lot of coordination, a lot of extra time and effort to make sure that our protocols are in place and that our students and their families remain safe, as well as our staff. So thank you for all of our staff for the incredible job that they continue to do in this time. And with that, I'll take any questions. Oh, I do have one other thing. This week, we did experience some state testing issues on Tuesday as we entered into the first round of STAR testing. We actually only had one high school who was testing, and to give a little bit of context to that, this is a testing window, and so not all students have to test at the same time. And all of these tests were online, even though the students were in person in our buildings. We only had one high school who was testing on Tuesday, New Hope High School. They had very few testers, and they were able to move the students to paper and complete testing. We had two middle school campuses testing online, and they are scheduling dates to resume testing in the near future, and those campuses will be reaching out directly to those students. We had 11 elementary campuses testing online, and of those 11 campuses, 3 completed testing on Tuesday, and the remaining campuses are also scheduling dates to resume testing. And with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Dr. Garing, there's a conversation that's going on at a legislative level, and I'm also hearing this with Commissioner Rath, right? I was on a call the other day, and he was talking about how do you help students accelerate when they're coming in from a COVID situation. And it got me wondering, and I think I'm hearing board ask this in different ways. Is there a point where y'all can give us an update, not only about the learning that's going on in our district and how we're seeing, how are our students learning this year, but what are we doing to address those students most severely impacted by the epidemic, right? I don't know how you pick those students. Is it students who haven't yet returned, or are you seeing something happen in the grade? But for those students, what things do we think we need in place or put in place? I'm thinking at some of the hearings, I was hearing some districts talk about things like summer school or even reduced class size ratios, but those do impact budgets. And so also if there's something that the district needs from the board, it would be good to get a heads up too, so we can help support or coordinate as we move forward.
Thank you, Madam President, for that invitation. We will certainly put some things together. I know Dr. Benz has started to gather data already, and we'll be presenting some of that to you in Friday memo starting this week. And so we'll certainly follow up with those other requests.
Board members, anything?
On that, can we possibly include like compensatory services for our special education students?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions, we will move on to our focus on finance report. Board members remember, Elaine wanted to bring this to us last time, but there was some additional information she was pulling together and wanted to make sure we had enough time to review it, so it is on this agenda item. And this is excellent detail. Thank y'all so much.
Can't get that on. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Gearing. This evening, I brought a friend. In preparing the prior reports, I personally had done a lot of the pulling of the data and analyzing, and for this one, I turned it over to our new Director of Budget and Compliance, and her budget analyst, who was my former admin assistant. And so Gina Mitski is here tonight, and since she is so involved in the data, I thought it made perfect sense for her to present, and she eagerly agreed to be here tonight, so.
It's a really strong word.
A little arm twisting.
Okay, Madam President, board members, Dr. Gehring, thanks for letting me speak to you tonight. I've been working behind the scenes, as Elaine said, on all the fascinating budget documents you've been receiving, including this one, which is the last issue on the Focus on Finance series. This report is focused on personnel and staffing. So with all of the previous reports, the majority of the data comes from Forecast 5 Analytics. There are a couple of other sources, our in-house systems, iTex and Munis, and we've also attached an excerpt from the Texas Academic Performance Report, the TAPR, which is produced by the Texas Education Agency. So our peer groups remain the same. The local peers are Round Rock, Eanes, Lake Travis, Georgetown, Pflugerville, and Austin. Demographic peers include Clear Creek, Humble, Round Rock, Louisville, Plano, and Frisco. So in this report, in order to provide kind of an apples-to-apple comparison, the data is provided in terms of student numbers per FTE or full-time equivalent. So the more students you have per FTE, the fewer staff a district has in that area. And that's how I approached laying out this report. Hopefully, y'all have had a chance to look at some of the data. So I'm really going to touch on high points, similar to what Elaine's done in the past. If there's an area you want more data on or information on, just let us know and we can get that together for you. So the graphs on page 2 focus on Leander's student enrollment growth as compared to our staffing growth over the last 9 years. The first graph compares enrollment growth to teacher staff growth, and the second one compares growth of all LISD staff, including teachers. In both cases, enrollment growth has exceeded staffing growth. So from 2011 to 2020, student enrollment growth has grown a little over 29%. In that same time period, teaching staff have grown 24.8%. And when you look at all staffing, that growth is right under 21%. I wanted to break it down a little bit more and look at year over year to see what happened with enrollment and staffing as compared to year over year instead of looking over a gap of time. So with these graphs, it kind of allows you to tie some of the years to past events, such as funding cuts made by the legislature. That's a pretty easy one. If you look at year 2012 in the graph, it reflects Leander's staffing reductions, which were directly related to the funding cuts. Leander lost about $22 million in funding, and the staffing shows we had to cut some areas there. But it also reflects years where we made concerted efforts to increase staffing. So like 2018. That year I went back and looked, and we actually, LSD reduced class sizes at targeted elementaries as well as Title I campuses and implemented double block at 2 of the middle schools. So after 2018, you kind of see the growth again pick up, but the staffing doesn't really maintain with it. It stays behind. So now the next section, starting on page 5. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, quick question before we move too far forward. I was curious why you chose to start with 2011, if that was a conscious decision or if we're just trying to look at 10 years worth of data. And the reason I ask is that 2011-2012 interval kind of sets the stage for all the data that follows in the story that you might tell with the data, right? For instance, if we started in 2012 instead of 2011, we tell a story of how the FTE percentage increase is greater than student percentage growth, right? So I guess I'm trying to understand if there was a reason for selecting 2011 as the base year.
Yes, actually, because Forecast 5 goes back to 2011, and so I used the year they started with. They didn't go back any further than that I saw, so I pulled from that point. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Sure. Now you made me lose my place. No.
Page
okay.
5.
Okay, thank you. So the next section, starting on page 5, this moves into the peer comparisons for 1920 specifically. and it focuses on groups as identified by TEA. So these groups are also noted in the TAPA report, which is one of the reasons I attached that excerpt from there. They kind of break it down into some categories. They start with professional staff groups, which include teachers, professional support, campus admin, and central admin. And then they have two other groups identified as, and those are auxiliary and education aides. So those are the next few pages that we're going to go through are the breakdown of those groups right there. But before I go much further, it is important to note that districts interpret coding guidelines differently, which can make it appear that a district doesn't provide services or is lean or overstaffed in an area as compared to other districts when that really may not be the case. There are several reasons why to that. Again, it can be coding, it can be contracting out services, things of that nature. So I'll point out some of those concerns as we move through the report. So of course, the first comparison is with teaching staff, and you can see that we are staffed leaner than most districts. Humboldt, Clear Creek, and Lake Travis are leaner than us. Our average ratio is 15 students to one teacher. Eanes and Plano have the lowest student-teacher ratio of 13 to 1, and Lake Travis has the highest at 17 to 1. Again, this information wasn't really too surprising to me because LISD is staffed at a higher ratio at elementary level since the reductions in 11-12, so that kind of made sense. Since in 2021, we are going back to the 22 to 1 ratio, I do anticipate that you will see those drop, that we will see that we have less students per teacher in future years because we're moving back to the 22 to 1 at elementary. So, but I thought it was interesting, or I think in a good way. So LSD was staffed leaner, but it's also important that you look at the TAPR. 54.8% of our professional staff are teachers, where the state average is 49.4. So this does reflect that for the board, it's a high priority that we place on teaching staff because it was still a very high percentage of our overall professional staff. The next area that we move on to is professional support. This group includes non-instructional district professionals, so nurses, counselors, social workers, coordinators, and other exempt professionals. This is one of the few areas where Leander's staffed more appropriately, or at least not as lean as in other areas. That's reflected on the graphs on page 7. Our ratio is 69.4 to 1. The lowest ratio is 54.9 at Clear Creek, and the highest is Lake Travis at 90.39 per students per staff. The TAPA report shows this area at 11.9% of Leander's professional support, where the state average is 10.2. So again, it kind of aligns with what we're seeing reflected in the graphs. This is an area where I mentioned earlier that there are concerns about coding and how people interpret it. This is a very broad area, and so it's really difficult to know how other districts are coding all of these professionals. So there may be some data that is not quite accurate without doing some additional research. There are also a lot of services that may be contracted out by other districts, like physical therapy. We also saw that in looking at Austin ISD, they didn't have any FTEs coded to nursing, so either they have coding errors or they contract the service out, and I'm not really sure which one, and I didn't have a chance to contact someone there, so we would need to do some research to better understand why we didn't see anything in that area for them. So moving on to 8 and 9. Pages 8 and 9, sorry. Comparisons are provided for campus administration and central administration staffing. In both of these areas, we are staffed leaner than almost all local and demographic peers. In regard to campus administration, the districts with the leanest staffing are Clear Creek at 354 to 1 and Lake Travis at 382 to 1. Leander sits at 324 to 1. And Pflugerville has the least students per campus with a ratio of 237 to 1. Moving on to central administration, the analysis reflects that no district is as lean as Leander in regard to central administration. There's 1,836 students per FTE in Leander. The next closest is Austin, who has 1,798 students per FTE. Eanes ISD has the lowest ratio with 495. And I will point out again, the TAPA report as well as the school's first report also reflect that Leander staffing is lean in this area. The state average is 1.1% for central admin, and Leander is at 0.4. The next area is on auxiliary groups. It also reflects leaner staffing as compared to most districts. Austin ISD has the lowest ratio at 25:1, and Louisville has the highest at 46:1. We sit at 41:1. This is an area, again, where variances may be attributed to districts contracting out services. For instance, we're trending really closely in there to Plano, but we know Plano contracts out its custodial services. So the districts that have higher student to staff ratios may be contracting out services again, and we would have to do some additional research to really know where we fit in to those groups. I next moved on to the educational aides. This one was really in line. We fall in line kind of right in the middle, which is probably where is really kind of the sweet spot where you want to be. We're at 78:1. The highest is 110:1 in Frisco, and the lowest is 75:1 in Round Rock. So after I kind of looked at those groups, which again are defined kind of in the TAPA report and by TEA, I decided, or I wanted to look at some of the groups that we can pull. So we took a more granular look at the areas of counseling, nursing, special education, and English language learners. The reason I pulled this is honestly because I could, because we have coding in the account code structure that's required by TEA that allowed us to pull the data for these groups. It's not all areas are easy to identify, as the account code doesn't delineate between one position and another. So it's very difficult to do this in other areas. Again, all of these areas, we trend leaner staff in our district for all of these groups. So pages 12 and 13 focus on counselors, and the analysis reflects Leander as staff leaner than most with the ratio of 436:1. Again, the highest is Lake Travis. We're kind of seeing a trend there. Lake Travis is pretty high throughout the report at 554:1. The lowest ratio, again, is at Eanes. Again, kind of another trend we've seen throughout this report. Eanes tends to have more staff. And you can see on page 13 that I dug just a little bit further and pulled data to show our district staffing for counselors since 2011. You can see that there have absolutely been efforts made over the years to lower this ratio, specifically again in 2018, where the ratio was at its lowest, where it was 423 students to one counselor. I also anticipate that the students per counselor should decline when we look at future years. The staffing guidelines were changed this school year to hire an additional counselor at elementary once campus enrollment exceeds 1,000 students. So that did bring in a couple more counselors this year. Had they made that we didn't meet the projections, so they're in the budget but not hired. So then next, in regard to nursing staff, the analysis on page 13 and 14 reflects we have a higher ratio of students per nurse than many districts. Georgetown has the lowest, and Round Rock has the highest at 1,268 students per nurse. We sit at 1,103. Again, Austin ISD did not have any data, so they're not even included in the analysis. I'm not really sure why. Again, maybe they contract the services out. Pages 14 through 16 are focused on analyzing special education staffing. So in 1920, Leander had the highest ratio of special education students to special education staff at 5:1 in comparison to the local districts. In comparison to the demographic districts, we kind of fall in the middle. So again, I wanted to look a little bit further. If you look at some of the other graphs, I think it's figures 2.18 and 2.20. That's a three-year view with all of the districts, with the peer districts and the demographic districts. And the ratios do tend to fluctuate from year to year. I'm sure it depends on how many special education students are coming into the district and what percent we're at. Figure 2.22 on page 16 is Leander's staffing ratio for special education from 2015 to 2020. So at the lowest, we were at 4.54 in 2017, and again, this 1920 was the highest ratio at 5:1 in 1920. So the increase in students per staff is probably attributable to the special education student population growing at a faster rate than it has in past years. But I do want to put out there in 2021, we included 43.5 special education positions in the budget. So I would anticipate that we will see those numbers decline again as far as those ratios. The last analysis focuses on English language learners. And as shown in the graphs on page 17, our ratio is 186 to 1. The lowest is 28 to 1, again in Eanes, and the highest is Humboldt at 426 to 1. Again, I dug a little deeper and looked at data from 2015 to 2020 for just Leander, and there is a significant increase in ELL students per FTE between 2018 and 2020. We were at a ratio of 97 students per FTE in 2018, and then we went to 186 students per FTE in 2020. So coding may play a role in this. That one I really would like to do some more research on because it's kind of fascinating that it's that there's that many more students in that short amount of time. It just seems like a lot. So I think we probably need to look into that area just to see what's going on there. But to recap, so the analysis reflects that in comparison to our demographic and local peers, LISD has fewer staff members per student in almost every area. Professional support staff and educational aides are the two areas where Leander is either in line with its peers or staff's a little higher per student. The analysis doesn't reflect we are overstaffed in any area to the point we should consider reductions. In my opinion, Leander does a great job of educating students even though we have leaner staff, and that says a lot about the people who work here. That's all I have. If you have questions, I will let Elaine know.
Board members, questions?
The last section that Gina referred to, the English language learners, easy for me to say, it's really eye-opening how drastic the data is from district to district. And so that's an area that more research could shed some light on. And the other areas, the range between the districts is somewhat similar, off, a few FTEs, but that area is pretty broad. And Gina, you did such a fabulous job. I'm going to turn all my presentations over to you.
So y'all will be doing more, I'm guessing you're saying you're going to do more research. You'll bring that back to us or put it in our Friday memo for us at some point?
Yes, if there's something that we find through further research that needs the board's attention, we will definitely bring that. But I will point out this is the last scheduled issue of Focus on Finance. My audacious goal is to update our series each year with new data because some of the data was older based on what we had available. And it will definitely be interesting to see how COVID affected numbers with our peers because a lot of our data was 18-19, and now that 19-20 data is filed with the state, being able to look at that will be an interesting adventure.
I think the word to say when we say we're lean, it could be good if you don't want to have bloated. That's not something you want to see in a budget. But then lean could also mean something else. And so trying to just give us information is great. And we'll try to stay away from the editorialized, but I would like to know about context, right? And sometimes when you see a data point, that's what I think this is one great data point. I would love to know how this works with our HR and with our teaching and learning. Like, does the models that we have, is the staffing that we're doing, does it work for our students? Are we doing the very best with our personnel as we can for our students, or how does this all work together? I'm guessing y'all have conversations or will be with cabinet, but would love to hear updates as you kind of put this information in context. I'm curious, have you heard from anybody, oh wow, this is interesting, I want to go look at something more as y'all have gone through this data?
For me, yes. I found it really fascinating all the way through. I think the biggest difference since I've been here for a while is the Forecast 5. We haven't had access to this kind of data like this. And so having those discussions, I think, is a next step, or I would think that it is. I would think HR would be interested in other areas of the district too, in having conversations once we see the data. We just haven't had this before, so this is a really good tool for us, I think, moving forward.
Yeah, and this is very high-level global data. We can dig down and compare campus by campus, their staffing. You can get lost in the data really easily. You can compare individual employees across the state. So again, this was the starting point, and so this is, as we see things, then those lead to future conversations. Especially when you look at the central admin ratio for Leander, and we know we've been short-staffed, but then the data just really shows that on paper. So the pain points that we feel are real and validated by the data, and so this is the starting point for future work.
So 2 things for me. First of all, the focus on finance stuff has been amazing as a new board member. So thank you so much for putting those together, because it really helped me kind of wrap my head around a whole lot of things. The next thing is I did notice back in the beginning of this, we talked about class sizes. Obviously this year, we probably didn't have to do class size waivers simply because of COVID. Speaking from someone that used to work on a campus and knowing how having to shove 25 fifth graders into a room is not an easy task. So is there any kind of idea, I know it's like predicting the future, but my hope is that we wouldn't have to do waivers and that we could keep those class sizes low, because we all know that given the year that we've had, we may have, like you were talking about, having some, lower class sizes is going to give those teachers a better chance to recoup some of the information that maybe had been lost from this year. So for me as a board member, hoping that we can keep class sizes low and knowing that hopefully these kids are coming back, and it looks like they are, that give those teachers that extra chance to make those connections, to make those, teach that information that maybe was lost this year. Super important. So thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you. I think that allows us to understand and explore other tools in the budgeting process if we know that that's something that's important to the board. So thank you for pointing that out.
I do think the information on the campus staff eventually we want to get to, but it's quite overwhelming to try and look at that. So I think it will be fascinating to kind of break that down eventually.
Well, thank you all for the information. We'll now move on to our next agenda item.
Madam President, if I may, I just had a thought about your question, because I think it is interesting to consider not only where we are, because as Gina pointed out, we're doing a great job with what we have, but the question becomes, I think the question that you asked was, what could we do if we did it differently? And so that's certainly something we'll take away.
All right, we'll move on to our next item, discussion action items, student experience, which I think is kind of where we left off our last discussion, is what can we do for our kiddos. Next item is discussion of community-based accountability in Leander ISD. And Matt Bentz and Kendra Winans. And I see Brenda Cruz's name on here, but she's hiding back there.
She is going to help us with the activity.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. Look forward to talking to you tonight about community-based accountability and then having a chat about instructional materials and books in a little bit here. So for now, the clicker magically appears. That's awesome. We'll start with community-based accountability. You'll recall, I can't remember the exact date, but about a month ago, we came with an initial presentation sharing you some of the very basics about community-based accountability and how holding ourselves accountable to what the community needs in a school can really complement what state accountability provides in terms of the threshold on incompetencies and academics and things like that. So this is the second installment. And quick little look at the purpose. We'll review the work that we've done to date on community-based accountability as a system. we will discuss it a little bit, and we'll go through a little activity just to give us a little idea of some of the challenges and complexities in designing a system to measure how our degree of success in impacting some of those things that the community has been sharing with us over the last couple of years. So take a quick look at this timeline, and you all remember these activities and events either as trustees or parents or employees, depending on when you came onto the board. You know, remember we had the community conversations by feeder pattern. We had equity forums. We had special education symposium, even going all the way back to the program advisory committee. Remember, all of these events were intended to gather information from our parents about what they want out of a school district and what their hopes and dreams were and are for their children. So, y'all remember, I think you're pretty familiar with this graphic by now, the road to the strategic plan. All the work that you've been doing, that we've been engaged with around core beliefs, around vision, and it'll be mission, and the graduate profile, and how we distill that information into goals and action steps, that has all been informed by gathering that information for the last couple of years around hopes and dreams and about what our families desire for their students. And that's where community-based accountability comes in. It picks up where state accountability leaves off. It really looks at, so when you're talking hopes and dreams, and you go through the processes that we're currently going through, where you get down into goals and then action steps, how do you measure the impact, right? That is what matters. What types of evidence are appropriate and make sense to provide accurate updates on progress and help us to understand the degree of success we are having as a system in creating an environment and creating learning experiences for our students that align with what our community has indicated to us is important and what they want us to be as a school and what they need us to be. That is what community-based accountability is all about. And so we're going to enter into a little activity and
Matt?
Yes, ma'am.
Just have a question. I know you're leading
No,
up to it.
sure.
But I need to put a piece into the puzzle. So at the beginning of the board meeting, we asked for board members to talk about committees that they were on.
Yes.
We have 2 of our board members on the Community-Based Accountability Committee.
Yes.
And I'm guessing it hasn't met in the last 2 weeks because they didn't say anything. Help me understand, though, where that conversation plugs into here, because I'm thinking about that as we're getting ready to go in here. Have they already had conversations? Because I want to know their conversations before we start our activity, right?
Sure. So we did meet as a steering committee. When was that, Kendra?
I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And I know that Aaron was able to participate at that meeting, but we hadn't met for a very long time since of COVID, so it was reestablishing what our purpose was, what we were doing, where we were, and I'll let you continue.
Oh, that's exactly it. And so we did have that meeting, and what we did was kind of review our progress up to date, similar to what we're doing right now with the rest of you, and gather some feedback from the steering committee about how we're going to move forward and how the community-based accountability doesn't align exactly with local accountability system as defined by TEA, nor does it need to align specifically with TPAC, which is the total something accountability. It's another system that purports to do community-based accountability, and they do a good job with it, that we are going to be working together to create a system that makes sense for us in Leander and to measure specifically what comes out of the hopes and dreams conversations, and then from the mission and vision and core beliefs discussion, and then into the goals and action steps and how we can really measure those impacts. So we did have one meeting with the steering committee leading up to this. When we reviewed where we had been before the pandemic, the next step in the next steps, the first next step was to do some board presentations to bring you guys up to speed. So that's kind of where we are. And then it was to reconvene the steering committee, which we did, I think it was just last week. Aaron, I can't keep track of days anymore. But
I can't remember the date either. It's been in the last 3 weeks, I'll say. I don't know for sure, but somewhere in that timeline. I didn't speak up earlier when we talked about committees because that was also my first meeting on the committee. And so I'm just really getting my feet wet, I guess, and just getting started. But I did have a couple of questions about the slides. If I can ask those before we go into the activity, or if you prefer I wait, I'm happy to do that.
No, we can totally do that. Let's do the questions first.
Yeah, I noticed you went over slide 3.
Sure.
We didn't talk about that. I don't know if I've seen that slide before, but as I was preparing for this presentation, as I looked at that slide, it created some questions for me. Maybe there's a reason you skipped over it, but for me, when we start talking about community accountability, I don't know that it necessarily flips traditional accountability upside down and it reprioritizes everything in reverse order. I think it changes the order, but if I'm thinking about student need, I start thinking about report cards and student assessments and very individualized feedback at a student level. And our community-based accountability system, I don't think is intended to address student-specific feedback. I think it maybe is more at the school level or at the district level or something like that. Am I thinking about it wrong, or how would you guide me in terms of what this slide's really intended to say?
Sure. So first I would just say that in my mind, as we work forward and thought partner on this together, that there's not necessarily a wrong way to think about it. We have to craft together how we think about it. That's one reason why it's been really important to me, in my opinion, as we move forward and work together to create a community-based accountability system that works for Leander, that we are not just paying attention to one really strict interpretation of what that means. I think if you spoke to some people in one group or some people in a couple of the other groups, that there's some real strict interpretations of what it is and what it isn't. I think you and I have talked a little bit about some of the strict interpretations throw out the idea of state accountability and actually come in contravention of any state accountability as part of a community accountability system. We definitely don't want to do that. So it's an interesting conversation. As I was looking at this, and I just thought, you know what? This is a deeper conversation. I'm not sure if we're going there today. So I was trying to think, less is more. I've been working on that. I don't know if you noticed, but sometimes I talk a little bit more than maybe is necessary. Might be doing that right now. So when we looked at the student need at the top, yeah, I'm not sure about the order, but I know we started with student and community and family needs, and the way I kind of interpreted that was that the hopes and dreams piece. And if this is what we've been kind of, one of the reasons why this resonated with us as we've been looking at how to build instructional leadership in the system, we have actually been having conversations with the principals about what do we want to see students doing in the classroom. And that's been our starting point. What do we really want to see in the classroom? And you've been having some of those conversations in tandem with the core beliefs conversations, with the deeper learning activities and things. But then if this is what we want our students to be doing in the classroom, then what are our teachers' actions that we believe will lead to students, to the student actions and the student processing of information and the things we want to see. And if this is what the teachers need to be doing, or we think this will lead to that student outcome, how do the principals lead into that process? And if that's what the principals need to do, how do we as a district level and with the superintendent, how do we provide the guidance, the resources, and the learning to help build the capacity with our principals and our school so that that will happen. And then honestly, I don't really have a good answer to what the next, how to wrap the government into that. But
Well, and that's okay, right? I mean, maybe my takeaway from your response is it's a bit of an open question, right?
It is.
Maybe this stimulates conversation and gives us a place to have a challenging discussion about, what that structure really needs to be. And so that's fine with me. I just want to make sure I hadn't missed something or that this was foundational material that was guiding the project.
No, I
this was already
appreciate that.
decided or, something along those lines.
I get excited and I put
I
things out.
do want to add,
Go ahead.
if I may, this was part of the literature that we shared with the steering committee early on that talks about traditional accountability and community-based accountability, and it comes from John Tanner's Test Sense, which is now EduBrave, I think. And so I can give you that literature to review. That's where this foundational kind of look at accountability systems and how they might differ. But I still think that's one thing that we would want to make sure we're doing in Leander is we are developing our own community-based accountability. We don't have to take a cookie cutter just because Texas is trying to show that there's community input that values in some type of accountability system. We can create our own. We can use some of the guiding principles, but create our own. But I will share that with you.
Okay. Second question for me is on the next slide. This is kind of a look in the rearview mirror, right, in terms of where we've been. Do you have a sense for what is ahead of us? Is there a second version of this or another look at kind of what the milestones are going forward? And if you want to share that later, that's fine. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No,
in
I would
terms of
love
those
to share
details,
that
right?
because you are a big part of that moving forward. So the work really dovetails with what and this is, we're trying to bring this in to develop this kind of understanding and shared understanding that the work you're doing, moving from what we've done over the last couple of years, gathering information from our community, what you've done to create core beliefs, really challenging work, really important work, what you've done, now you're working on vision and mission, and then we'll all be working on goals and then action steps. And since we're coming at it from this, what does the community want? How are we going to accurately measure and provide the types of progress updates that you've been asking for a long time, just being honest, and and real accurate depictions that we all feel very confident in that they are accurate, but accurate depictions of the degree of success that we are having, aiming towards these goals and how well we are aligning our work with what is on the graduate profile and what you all have indicated are what we've crafted in terms of core beliefs. For me, I'm really intrigued, and we wrestled with what to put in this next activity. I really wanted, I had this idea of looking at some of the core beliefs around students' experience and talking and really having a conversation. How do you measure these things? And we're going to do something in a minute that looks at more like aspirational hopes and dreams and the idea that we started talking about a month ago that they're more difficult to measure. That last graphic, it's not to say that one's better or one's worse. That is not our intent. The government has its role, and it is a very important role to work with knowledgeable people in the field to create the standards and then to set up systems to ensure that all children and all school districts, set up, have effective organizations so that students learn and meet these minimum competencies. I think what we're trying to work on as a district is not the minimum competencies, but how that's the floor. How do we've been talking about reaching for the ceiling and reaching for more for a long time. And I also kind of think, and this might be a little more abstract, that this is what that graphic kind of depicts as well. That when we talk about not just, when I held my daughter in my arms for the first time, I wasn't necessarily thinking, well, I sure hope that she does well on the third grade STAR reading assessment. That's important. And some of you all have high school students, and I know, like passing the SAT, assessments are important. They are a very important part of your life, but are they your hopes and, they're the means to the end. They're not the end. Your hopes and dreams are the end. And as we talk about You know, it's not, how do we meet the needs of each individual student, but also develop these measurements and assessments as a system? That is complex and it's difficult work. And so that's maybe why it is, we're all still wrestling with how to best do that.
Well, Matt, maybe that'll lead us into our activity. So what do y'all need us to do this evening?
Way to go, Trish. So I'm going to hand it over to my concise speaking partners, Kendra and Brenda, for that.
Okay, so Brenda's going to help assist with this and pass out your directional framework activity that we did. As soon as we get it to you, it has their names on top. You will have a chance to look it over to refresh your memory about what we did with this activity. But as she's passing them out, I'm going to remind you that we started looking at what is the reason, why do we educate kids, right? That was the question. Why do we have students? Why do we educate them? And then moving over, it was, you know, can you measure it? Is it observable and measurable? And then the next column was, do you see it on a state accountability system? And so you went down on those columns and you said, yes, you can measure it, or no, you can't measure it. Is it reflected in the state accountability system, yes or no? So we're gonna go back, and I'm gonna give you just a second to get those passed out. So I want you to go back and look at these, look at the columns, and find one that maybe speaks to you the most. I think Matt said pick a doozy. It's his words. Pick one that you really aspire to, and something that you have no's on, or you possibly could have no in both columns. So something that has no, it's not easily measured or observed, and no, it's not represented in our state accountability system. So look over your information and then take a Post-it note. Do y'all have them? Brenda, they're in that box right there. You want to take a Post-it note and pick that one out and write it on the Post-it note. So whatever one you've decided that is no, and that you really aspire, we're going to put that on the Post-it note. Thank you, Brenda. Sorry, I should have given that to you earlier.
We're just doing one of them?
Just one of them. Pick the one that you want to work towards right now. So I don't need. Okay, while everyone's finishing up, we're just going to go around and share real quickly. And I think that there may be some duplicates, so we'll note that in the activity. But right now, just what is one that you picked to focus on?
I put find their passion.
Okay, find your passion.
I put prepared for post-graduation life.
Okay.
To prepare students for their place in the world.
Okay.
So they can realize their dreams.
To break glass ceilings.
To promote advancement and innovation in the world.
Great. Okay.
Servant leadership. Prepare students for the adult world. So, yeah.
Okay, so some of them overlap. What I want you to do now is you're going to take your Post-it note and you're going to pick one of the charts over here. Looks like a tic-tac-toe board. And this is kind of a takeoff from a tool that we use with continuous improvement called the Lotus, but it's not quite the full Lotus activity. We're going to shorten it just a little bit. But we want you to take your Post-it note and put it in the center of one of those charts. Now, if you think yours is just like someone else's, then you can put both of those in the middle of one chart. You don't have to have each chart full. Does that make sense? So let's go ahead and do that. It's not a competition. We have those too. Brenda, you want to grab the markers? I don't think we put them, or you can. They're in that box right over there. I didn't ask for, I'll just sit here and talk. Just pick one. All right. Okay. So the ones that have the Post-it notes, and I see that a couple of board members are talking through to see, are those three the same? Okay, so now what I want you to do is you're going to take a marker and you're going to go back to the one that you put your sticky notes on, and maybe three of y'all at one chart, and you are going to think about how do we measure or show evidence that something in our system currently or needs to be in our system. How do we measure or show evidence towards that aspiration? And you're going to put it in one of the boxes. So one of the boxes you're going to put, no, you can all write something, or y'all can work together and come up with one thing. Write it in one of the boxes that are surrounding the middle. Great question. How do we?
You're going to get a chance to comment. So it does. So let's talk about that, like how that provides give us a bit more.
And this is something about examples of our, like, I was needed in the other one. Practice. I can. Where they go business. The CTE. And maybe. Whatever those called. Where they go business, they go medical. There's the culinary like that stuff that the career talking about the house. Like the career, you know, you're partnering with local businesses that fosters that whole understanding of how it all works and how they make stuff and, I mean, and apps and products and whatever.
That's awesome, and I completely agree. I love it there. So when we were coming to the board with a report, what type of evidence would we provide to say, look, we are helping students find the
So because we have community watching, I just want to make sure that if we have.
They start the community year. They have to do so many of them, so participate in something, and then write journal on what they're.
Not their passports, but their.
They started. And I was like,
Krista over here. Krista, we have a question.
that to show you that as a system, we have developed, that we need evidence.
Okay, so the next thing you're going to do, thank you, Brenda. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to move to the right to the next sheet that has information on it. So go to yours and move one to the right. And what you're going to do is read what is in the middle, what they have as a measure or evidence, and then you're going to write something in a square as well about that one in the middle.
It's a hard, very hard question.
Does that make sense? Move to the right. I think Aaron is still working on his.
keep bumping, I think I bumped into you twice. No, I bumped into Brenda last time. I'll just keep.
Okay, if you've thought through as much as you can on that one, feel free to keep moving.
No, this is perfect. So like,
Great.
servant leadership, so
Okay, so move to another one. Finish your thought on yours. You can move to another one. Okay, good. Go ahead and put the same thing. If there's something in our system that works to meet all of these aspirations, then we want to know that.
So like, as far as evidence, would it be evidence that we have developed in this program? Might it be evidence that students are participating or percentage of
It would be a great idea to consider
students who have been identified as risk, percentage of students who are hitting with that? See, we can work together on this, all of us, and it's going to be really complex. This is kind of just giving you a taste of. Because we want to provide you the best possible to you and to the community. If this is distilling down from millions, how do we demonstrate, how do we know if we're doing it? How do we know if we're creating servant leaders? And what evidence can I provide that says, hey, here's our progress, or it would say, hey, we're missing one, and we need to move, we need to change, we need to make adjustments.
Oh, so you're standing right in the middle of the camera.
Absolutely.
Okay, keep moving. This won't be finished tonight. This is just to start the conversations.
That's what we got to get it down to. Okay. Yep. Okay, well, let's look at the ones that's not proposed. We can go back to those. I love the graduation functions and what's listed on.
Okay, make sure you have a moment to just go to each one. If you have an idea, we'll give you about another 2 minutes, and then we'll do a debrief.
We provided evidence that we created a system of student portfolios, and that's also, that would be one way to demonstrate that, hey, we are helping this happen. So talk to me about
And so I think a lot of these are like for young people, it's media platforms, but being able to like for leaders in that space, being editors and bloggers and podcasters, like being able to different types of digital media also able to tell their story and like be able to use their voice.
Okay, go ahead and finish your final thoughts. Again, this is just the beginning of this type of activity and thought.
But if you have a burning thought, I say get it. I'm thinking more idea right now. No, but I'm thinking media.
actual artifacts and bring like newspaper, have students come and share.
This page intentionally left blank. You missed a Y.
There's something.
That's like what I was thinking
Share
about.
that, because that's kind of a case study, or who would be like, case study, not the word, but prime example.
Okay, if you'll finish writing that final thought and head back to
Yes, exhibition, right? Is it they have to do
your
this exhibition? And they have to journal afterwards in high school? No, see, that's not what I'm thinking of. It's in high school, remember they have to do all those individual ones, and then they have to journal?
I love that. And I know that when Trish did her visit with Reagan,
Some type of.
they're taking that incubator EDU idea that was a quest, and they're letting all of the grades explore it, which is amazing. And Kelly Lambert is like one of my favorite people.
Sharing information about that fifth grade program would be evidence that we are working towards this aspiration. So that's
Okay, let's go ahead and head back to our seats. Great conversation. Thank you for participating. We have a couple of things we want to talk about.
We'll come back, I promise. We will come back. That's okay.
They're hard to get back together. No, unless you want to. Okay, so as we come back, the question is, what do you see from this activity? What does this tell you?
That once we get started, we don't want to stop.
Right, it's engaging work for sure.
I guess we're doing a lot of these amazing things already, so it was kind of hard for me to figure out what else could we be doing.
Oh, okay, that's a great point. Did we fill up every square? No, so there's probably still room for improvement in some areas. What else?
I kind of want to revisit it again later because now it started me thinking this way. And so I know tonight I'm going to think, oh, why didn't I write that?
And guess what this is going to fit into? The district improvement plan. So when you start looking at what are our goals and what are how are we going to measure it, you've got the start of putting some of that together. So when we talk about what is, I think it was the last presentation that Dr. Bent said, what is the rest of the story? This is how we're going to help paint the rest of the story. And together we will find evidence to support our students' successes in the areas of our hopes and dreams. So that was the purpose of this activity. And I agree it's something we need to continue to discuss and continue to work through. We don't have all the answers, but it does show it is doable to measure and provide evidence around these things. Matt?
I'll keep it short. So thank you for participating in that activity. Those are amazing conversations. A lot of y'all were talking about really cool strategies and actions and programs that we currently have. And there are a lot of things on there that are describing actions or strategies that we don't have, but that we could have. And what we started to have conversations about, and it is a complex issue, is those great actions and strategies and programs. How do we bring a report to you that provides evidence about whether or not we're hitting the mark with those things you put in the center, those really awesome hopes and dreams, aspirations, the things that parents are really thinking about when you have a kid, when you're raising your child. These are the things you want. How do we tie those things, the actions in, and that'll be the work we do with goals and the action steps. Sorry, let's get to that. But then the really kind of tricky question is, how do we present that in a report? Community-based accountability is we're trying to do the really heavy lift of bridge that gap from state accountability and what that does provide us, what important data and information that provides us, to a more comprehensive look at what we're doing to meet those hopes and dreams and aspirations that families have. And all of the great things you talked about that we're already doing, I can't even remember doing any reports to you all on these things. How would that look? And how would we report out and present evidence that these things are occurring and that it's having an impact on those goals that you all write, which I'm really excited to see what comes out of that conversation when it happens. But that's how it ties in, and that's why when you see a timeline moving forward, it's going to dovetail precisely with what Sarah Grissom and Susan Cole and Sarah Martinez and all the great people are talking to you about relative to the vision, the mission, the graduate profile, and then those goals and action steps. So that's it. Unless you have any additional questions.
No? Thank y'all very much. We appreciate it. All right, we'll move on to our next agenda item, 9A2. Instructional material selection process. Board members, we talked about this at our last meeting. And I know we've had questions and we've been talking to administration on our own up until this point. Matt had some updates he wanted to provide to the board. Additionally, I know that Matt and his team are working on certain types of guidance frameworks, rubrics, other materials, and documentation. And I'm going to let him give us an update, and then board, just try to briefly get anything that you want to add for vision or overall thought as they move forward for the board level direction.
Thanks again for allowing me to speak to y'all tonight. So we know this is important to our community. It is obviously important to our community, and that's why we put it on the agenda again for tonight. We know that transparency is important to having an open and productive process moving forward. So that's why we're bringing it up for discussion again, so that we can continue to answer questions, continue to allow you to share your perspectives, and also provide a venue for our community to provide to have a voice as well. So we are continuing to work in the review process, and I think you've seen over the course of the last couple of months, and we've gotten a lot of feedback too, there are people that think the process is too lax, and there are people that think it's too restrictive. So part of me despairs when I hear that that neither side is particularly happy, but the other part of me thinks that compromise is more often does not leave everybody feeling giddy and euphoric about how everything aligns perfectly to what they were hoping for, that it does leave people oftentimes mildly dissatisfied, but also understanding that compromise is difficult and challenging as you seek middle ground together. And sometimes there's a lot of things you have in common, and oftentimes we're far apart on issues. So just, I guess, a little side note there. We've been meeting as we go through the cycles and get closer to the end. As we stated in our initial reports, we do continue to gather feedback, and you heard that from some of our speakers tonight, that they've provided feedback about what they think should go into a matrix or a rubric moving forward. And we definitely have taken that information, and we are considering it and analyzing it, and we'll be bringing it to the policy committee. And that will be the appropriate place to really make the substantive decisions about changes and revisions to our procedures and policies moving forward, so that we can we can ensure the community that we have a sound process for future selection of items. We have been in discussions with our district's attorney, and we have outlined a process for how the work can start and happen successfully in that policy review committee. We are reaching out to some of you and the people on our policy review committee to set up a meeting during the month of April, so this month, to get started on that work, so that we can develop a process and work through policy revisions and recommendations and have those ready for you end of spring, early summer, as Dr. Gearing have mentioned at a previous meeting. So really, we have just one last thing, and then I'll open it up to you. We have engaged in a lot of listening sessions. I have met with a lot of people. We've met with all of the high school librarians. We've met with different groups of teachers. I've met with parents. I would really like for that to continue. And I have been puzzling and thinking through in my head this evening as I was listening to public speakers, how I can create a listening session environment that will feel more risk-free and more comforting to people so that they will come and talk to us. I want to talk to the teachers that were alluded to this evening. We need to hear their voices, and it is imperative that we do hear their voices and that they are feeling like they're at the table as we create the policy moving forward and work with that policy review committee and the trustees on that committee to create a policy moving forward. So I'm thinking through how to do that, and I'm open to ideas. I'm really also just here humbly seeking guidance and perspective from you this evening as well, so that we can create a successful, effective procedure moving forward to meet the needs of our community as we make resource selections in the future. So with that, questions and comments.
Matt, I know that you're going to be bringing before the policy committee some discussion on policy language. And so that's going to have board members on the subcommittee talk about policy language. Then that policy language comes before the board. So we'll have more public participation as well as board discussion on policy moving forward. The policies where normally we set, or where we will set vision. At the same time, I don't think we would say that you would start working on your regulations or manuals as you work on rubrics and scoring or matrix or whatever that mechanism is. I don't think that's going to be done in a vacuum, but I know those are things you're considering now. And board really doesn't weigh in on how you do things, the piece by piece of it. But you said something earlier that I thought was very enlightening, which is that, when you're working on a really good policy, it's about compromise. That doesn't mean that everybody's really happy, but is the process clear? Do we all know kind of what the guidance is, what we're all kind of following in the rules or the process we're going to get at a conclusion? And so as you start working on that manual, I was thinking that it might be a good time for the board to discuss if there's anything as far as vision that we're looking at or that we've looked at or we've already crafted that we think might be important as y'all work on those things. Again, we don't do the how-tos, you get to craft that. But board, I'm curious of your thoughts on those.
So I think this is a great opportunity to start separating some of the issues, right? There have been comments from both ends of the spectrum. And it boils down to inappropriate content, quite honestly. But whether intentionally or unintentionally, we have seemed to put everything else in with inappropriate content. If we talk about inappropriate content, some people think we're obviously talking about persons of color, authors of color, or books by dead white people or whatever. So maybe we can just do some head nods, right? I don't think anybody here wants to ban a book. It's not about banning books. It is what I've heard from both sides. It's critically important that we have authors and we have material that is representative of the students that we have in this district. A student should be able to find a selection and read that selection and be engaged and be excited that they're reading about somebody that they can relate to. I think we're all in agreement on that. And to Tricia's point, I'm the unpaid volunteer. You all are the professionals. I should not have to come in here and go, well, here's how I think we should do it. But you said you're looking for guidance. A spectrum here is the entire range of things we want to cover in our reading career. But let's also keep sight of what we're doing with a reading program. We're presenting a reading program to meet the TEKS, to meet our graduate profile, not to push an agenda. I think we can agree on that. So in this spectrum, do we have selections that speak to our LGBTQ community? Do we have Asian Americans? Do we have African Americans? Do we have Native Americans? I mean, are we hitting all of those spectrums? And when we look at a book, does it fit? Where does it fit on that spectrum? And I think there's some reluctance. People say, well, you're just doing that so you can filter out books that you don't like. I think if we had a spectrum of sorts, and I don't know what word to use, but if we had something like that, we could actually show the community that we're actually trying to provide more opportunities in all of these areas so that all of our students have more than one choice. But the rhetoric out there, we keep trying to tie books that are written by people of color or historically underserved or underrepresented populations as we're trying to ban them. We're not trying to ban them. But certainly there has to be an LGBTQ-focused book that doesn't have graphic sexual content. I think the first step for me is let's clearly define what it is we want to see in our program and what we don't want to see in our program. And if anybody has a problem saying that we don't want pornography in our program, if they think that's banning books or censorship, that's one of those compromise things. I'm sorry, we're just going to have to disagree. Porn has no place in our district. Books about LGBTQ individuals, absolutely. Written by historically underserved authors, absolutely. But some of this content, we have to do a better job. That's point one, and I've got one more small point here. I've been doing a lot of research on literature in general. And by the best estimates, there have been 134 million published works in the United States. 134 million unique published works covering everything. The largest library in the state of Texas is the Dallas Public Library. They have just over 5 million titles, which is about 3%. Does that mean that the Dallas Public Library is banning 97% of all books that have ever been published? No, they just don't have the physical space. So what they do is they rotate books out regularly so that they can bring in some of the rest of the 134 million titles. And I asked the question, and we do that here too. We rotate books in and out. But to say that because we don't have this book, we're censoring or we're banning it is ludicrous. We don't have the physical space for 134 million titles. So I think it's clear that we stop buying into this narrative that we're discriminating against or we're shutting down or we're trying to, the way it's always been. We're not doing that. But there is a legitimate concern about some of the graphic content. And as some of our public speakers mentioned tonight, we are not qualified nor authorized to make psychological or choices that could psychologically impact our students. We're not, that's not what we're doing in public education. Let's find a title that any child can get behind and get excited about and learn the critical skills that they need to be successful in life. So I don't know what you do with that, but I think we have to really focus on separating what we're doing and what we're not doing so that we can correct an incorrect narrative that's out there that I think hinders our progress.
Matt, I'd like to see when y'all get done with your document that it's a clear mechanism that y'all have on how things are being selected. I find as a board member, it's a bit muddled for me to go find out, okay, here's the clear way this item was selected versus this item was selected. So I think I would like to see more clarity. I know we've got some pieces out there, but I would like to see us improve on how we clearly choose all of our reading material going forward. And then consistency, I understand that, the reading club was newer, and so that's why we have the KICAC team. But, I'd like to know going forward, how are we consistently going to be doing our, looking at our literature going forward across the district? And then something, as you're pulling this stuff together, I'd like to understand, or at least see something reflected clearly on roles. I don't think the teachers want to be parents, and I don't think in general parents want to be teachers, although we do coordinate together, right? And so how do we honor each of those roles? I think parents have a way to weigh in, and so is there some way where if parents have a concern or whatever, it's clearly enumerated or established of how they can weigh in on the process, and then where the teacher role is, right? And where do those connections happen? Because I think there's some confusion on if you have a question, where exactly do you go? And I just think some more clarity, or maybe it written down, would be helpful. So those are the things I'm thinking of. I don't know the hows, but those are kind of just the overall thoughts.
I'm thinking about the how too, right? And I realize that I'm not a literature curriculum person, and so I respect that. I know that we swayed from our traditional process for curriculum for book adoption this time, and we're having to correct right now, and we have the CACAC. I don't never know what to call that, CCA, but we have the CACAC. I think it's needed right now because everyone really is concerned, and we need to hear everyone's voice. One of my concerns with this process is, a lot of the speakers tonight, they talked about these were letters from teachers, and teachers didn't want this book in their classroom. And I like the process of having people who are dedicated and have a career in literature, and those teachers who actually teach that subject content area and that grade level, along with our curriculum, of course, but grade level teachers having those book clubs and having those discussions. And I think that had that happened, some of those teachers would have said, nah, probably not book club, material. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what would have happened there. I worry that if we do this type of process for every curriculum adoption, are we going to have community saying, this is how we're going to teach math from now on. This is how we're going to teach science from now on. This is how we're going to teach ROTC from now on. This is how we're going to teach engineering from now on. I like having curriculum subject content area specialists being able to make those decisions because, and I think it's important for me as a board member to help with that policy and that piece, but I don't think that it's my role to say, yes, curriculum, 12th grade teachers, this is the policy, but also not this one. And yes, here's this one. I don't think that's my role. I'm concerned about how this then leads into all of our other subject content areas in curriculum. I know that this was unforeseen times, and we did things a little different, and we can all, like, what do you say, Monday morning quarterback, right? Oh, we should have just waited until we could have done a lot of things different in COVID times, right? But I'd almost like us to think about that as we're thinking about this policy and thinking of instructional materials, not just focusing on these books and book clubs, but as we're thinking about curriculum and instructional materials across all of our subject content areas and what that looks like.
Gloria, would it be fair, when I talked about consistency, you're saying take consistency even to a bigger level, not just consistency in how we're treating literature, but our curriculum across the board. Like, let's make sure.
And I don't know if that's exact. I just want us to be thoughtful in that. Maybe it is, we have a different policy for literature, you know, and that's fine. I want it to be clear and fair, right? I think a lot of times when you talk about compromise, no one's ever really pleased in compromise, because you can say, oh, we all want a little, but we all lost a little. I also think when there's a process, what makes people especially frustrated, I know this is the case for me, if there's a process and I feel like, hey, they didn't follow the process, but you made me follow the process. Like, I may not like a process or I may not like a policy, and I can tolerate some things, but when I feel like there's a different process and policy for different groups, I think that aggravates and concerns people. So I think just clarity and consistency in what that is. I'm not saying that the instructional materials policy for adoption of literature should be exactly the same for social studies curriculum, but I do think we have to think about that process. And are we going to say that this is a different process for literature adoption? But I just want us to be thoughtful in curriculum adoption and instructional materials, kind of as we're thinking about this policy, how it relates to all of our subject content areas.
Madam President, can I just make a quick comment? One of the things I like about bringing this back to you over time is that there's opportunities to provide clarity, not vindication or excuses, but some clarity. And one of the things relative to process and relative to teacher input that it might not have been clear on from the start is how we got started on this review process. This second review process was a concern brought by a principal whose teachers had brought him that concern. And so in that case, I don't know that, we have heard a lot of speakers talk about following like our reconsideration process, and there is, I think, a need for some clarity and some user-friendliness considerations relative to that process. But I do just want to point out that teachers brought this to us in the first place and actually followed what usually works as far as a chain of command, bringing their concerns to their principal, who in turn brings it to us, and which led us to yank all the book clubs and put it on pause until we had a chance to really do a comprehensive review. And I mean a thorough review. It takes a long time, and I think if you speak to anybody involved in the CACAC process, they will agree that it's been taking hours and hours and hours and hours of their lives, and I appreciate people putting that time in. But we really I want people to keep in mind that the books that were in kids' hands was that first book club. Now, are there books that are over the top in some of the other book clubs? It would seem so, and we've pulled. You've seen the lists of what has been pulled for reconsideration there too. But how many of the books actually ended up in kids' hands? I do want to commend my team for it not, after the fact, yes, but like really taking decisive action and creating and not trying to put a Band-Aid on it or a PR message that would solve the problem instantly. This is painful for all, for everyone involved, I think, to continue to hear from people in the public and continue to talk about it. And if we had a more speedy solution, I think maybe it might have gone away faster, but a speedy solution was not going to work for this. And it's taking all 6-8 cycles that we'll end up going through to get enough feedback to bring, and my hope is that we get enough feedback to bring some really informed viewpoints and decisions and ideas to the Policy Review Committee to craft something that really speaks to what you all are talking about right here and really provides us some guidance to create rubrics and procedures and processes for moving forward that do strike a middle ground and say precisely the things that you described, Jim, around what we do want to put into the literature and what we do agree with and believe in, and and what's some of the things that we're just not gonna, we're not gonna do. So I'll try again, Madam President, to not talk, because I know everybody needs an opportunity.
Well, and I just wanted to clarify too, thank you for pointing out that the KICCAC process is actually different from our regular review. This was started because of letters because information was brought to principals, and so that went to this way of doing it. That's important too for our community to know, that you're not saying this is how we're gonna do all literature from now on. So again, I think clarity on these things are very important, especially for a community that right now is begging for transparency. And of course, there are a lot of different moving components and it can get confusing. So that clarity is helpful. So thank you. And I'm sorry, I didn't want to.
I just want to say thank y'all for answering all my questions this week. Jennifer and I have spent quite a few times talking on the phone. If you could clarify for my fellow board members, I had asked the makeup of how this committee works, because if you go on our website, the link to sign up for the CAC, I think that's is not working. And so my question is how are we allowing members of our community to join this committee, considering if you go to our website where all of our other district committees are, it's closed. So my main concern is ensuring that those individuals who are on this subcommittee actually do live in Leander ISD. So Jennifer, do you mind explaining that to my fellow board members?
Sure. So it really has been two different processes that we've used to solicit members, right? So we had an original KICCAC team that was formed at the same time that our DWIC team was formed and that the SHAC team was formed at the very beginning of this school year. So in late August of 2020, we had 80 to 90 members who were interested in being a part of our original KICCAC team. KICCAC has been in existence for 3 or 4 years in our system, and we do believe that it's important to have community members provide us feedback on curriculum. So that's something we've been working on for a little while. Whenever we began getting the concerns about our book club books, and we decided that we needed to put a process in place, we called it a special projects team with KICCAC, and so each cycle is its own team. And so last time we were together, we looked at the numbers and how the numbers have changed each time, and any person who is interested in being a part of that team is able to be a part of that team. We do send communication out to those 80 to 90 KICCAC members each time, letting them know it's time to sign up again if you want to be a part of cycle 5, we're getting ready to sign up. But we also send information out to people who've participated previously, as well as our teachers and our administrators and other district staff. So we try to do a new round of communication every time, and as you've seen, it has grown every time. But it was a different process for the original KICCAC team versus the special project teams that have been happening. Is there anything else, Anna, that you wanted me to include?
I think for me, again, going back to ensure that those individuals, we had talked about this, and I sent Donna the email, so she'll forward it all to you guys. 180 individuals signed up, and 120 individuals are actually reviewing in the committee. But my main concern is just what data, I don't know if that's the right word, what are we doing to ensure that those individuals, those 120 individuals, live in Leander ISD? Because I think for me, that is my biggest concern, because as a parent, they are ultimately deciding, or not ultimately deciding, but they're having a part in this process. So it's very important for me to ensure that these individuals live in our district, because it's our district. I don't want someone from New York or Alabama deciding what my child can read. So what are we doing to ensure that these are actual Leander ISD tax-paying residents?
Yeah, so we talked about a couple of different things over the phone that seem kind of natural. So in order to participate in the KICCAC process, we ask our volunteers, how do you want to receive your book? Would you like to stop by your local high school and pick it up from the office? Do you want it mailed to you? So, if someone said, yes, please mail it to me at this address in another state, that would, make some, alarms go off, and we would reach out to that person. And so we can also watch out for an increase in volunteers who want to just purchase a book on their own, right? So that's another option that we always have out there. And we have had some people who said, I'd rather just buy the book on my own or read it on my Kindle, those kinds of things. If we see a, large increase in people who say, oh no, I'm not coming to Leander to get a book, I'm just going to buy it on my own, then that would be something else that we could watch out for. I don't know, I could partner with Jason Miller and see if there's anything in technology, with our Zoom, to see where people are, coming in from. I'm not really sure how that would work, but phone numbers doesn't really do it anymore, right? I used to live in another state. I've moved here to Austin. My phone number makes it look like I live somewhere else, but really I do live here. So I'm not really sure. We do have people select on their form, are you a parent? Are you a district employee? Are you a teacher, right? So they are self-reporting their relationship in the district. They are also self-reporting this campus where they believe that they have a relationship. I can't say, of course, that that's 100% valid.
And to some of the questions that Anna was asking, and Matt, that you brought up, can we also, are y'all going to put that in the manual as well? Something that clearly helps us identify our whether in policy or manual, y'all figure out where it needs to go and then let us know. But the stages of how this review happens and what these groups do or about or kind of the makeup. We have basic information. I'm just looking for connecting the dots, right? So we can see here's where stage 1 is of review, this is a stage 2, and this means that all this happened, right? Just the information you're saying, it would be helpful to have, I think, that clarity, because I feel like that's been a little muddled.
Well, you mentioned the word manual. I like this. I like the sound of that. It has kind of a good wrapper way. It seems like a good term to describe what would have processes and procedures and clearly reference policy. I think something like that could happen. And I also think, sidebar, that we could probably have people share, like, I don't know, most of people have a driver's license or some form of ID that shows their address. It's interesting. I know I'd have to update mine because when I first moved here, I rented in Austin and I haven't changed it yet. So I'm gonna have to work on that now. But there's probably some additional things that we could do that probably, and I would hope it wouldn't be too off-putting. I am hesitant, like Jennifer said, to start digging into people's IP addresses and things. That seems invasive, and I believe there's some legal issues with that. And we could bring Sean up to talk about that, but it's touchy, right? And we do want to ensure that people who are having input are part of our community. So that's a good point to make.
I guess, what do we do for DWIC? How do we ensure that they're Leander ISD individuals who serve on that committee? Do y'all know? Anybody?
Well, it used to be that DWIC actually met in person prior to COVID. So if you lived out of state, it made it a little difficult to show up on time. So, but in the age of COVID, right. But one of the things we could do is, it is a fair question to ask for when these individuals are signing up. Please provide your address. And we will send you a card with a 7-digit code. When you receive that 7-digit code, please send us an email with that code. We know that you got your mail at your house, and that's a fairly inexpensive and easy way. It's non-invasive. We can verify that people live where they say they live.
So Matt talked a little bit about some of the work that we've been doing over the last couple of weeks. Right before our board meeting 2 weeks ago, we had an opportunity to meet with high school principals, and they gave us some feedback regarding some very specific questions that they had about book club books. And they are in boxes, or they are on shelves, or they are in tubs, and what needs to happen with books that we have permission to use that have been through the vetting process? What about the ones that we're not supposed to be using right now? Should we collect them all and put them somewhere? Like, what really needs to happen? So we partnered with our high school principals to collect those questions and to draft some answers to give some clarity for that. And so that document has been finalized and was shared with our assistant principals, our instructional coaches, our DOIs, and our English teachers, so that everybody is in the loop with the expectation. I've seen even on social media some people saying, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing right now. So we hope that this document, based off of our collaboration with high school principals, is a help.
Awesome. Final note that I was thinking about, we're talking a lot about selection and moving forward on selection. I think that is some of the questions we've heard raised. I do think notification is another part of the process. And so I'd like to see later going forward, wherever, I'd just like to see how we're doing notification as well.
I know you don't want us to go through the whole presentation again, but that is going to be absolutely an important part, and we are in the development of a website that would clearly delineate the steps in the procedure. That would be in a manual as well, but then making sure that we have a clear process for parents to get the information about the books and also just to be able to have input and what their roles are. I like how you stated that earlier, what the role is and how to perform that role, right? And so that it's very transparent and user-friendly.
So I've got a number of comments, and I've been scribbling for a while, and these are probably more disorganized than usual, so I apologize if they're not concise. But let me start here. From my perspective, this issue is all about trust. It's about book club books. It's about the rest of the curriculum. It's about all the materials that land on our campuses and that our kids have access to. It's all of those things, but ultimately it's about trust. In my opinion, all the things that we're experiencing and all the things that we're doing together right now are to resolve a self-inflicted wound. And it's not the first time that we've done this to ourselves. And so to be totally transparent, my patience around this issue is starting to wear a little bit thin. And I'm trying to be patient and I'm trying to be understanding and generous, but my patience is running out. Let me explain why I say that. In our last meeting, I talked about all of the feedback that I've been receiving, right? Lots and lots and lots of feedback. But as I started to reflect on that feedback, it became clear to me that feedback did not include some really important voices in our 1LISD community. We've got communications from parents on all sides, but when it comes to our teaching staff, our faculty, there was a big hole in some of the feedback. We were hearing from some teachers, from some parts of our employee base, but not from many others. And so I set out to figure out why and what those voices would say if we could hear them. My conclusion after reaching out and trying to get some of that additional information and feedback is that those voices are self-suppressing right now, their feedback. They're choosing not to speak up. We heard from some of them tonight in anonymous fashion because they do not want to speak up. For me, this was a massive red flag. When I realized this, I said, we have a systemic problem because really important voices for us as a leadership team are not making it to the leadership team. They're probably not making it to senior administrative levels. There's important feedback that's not being received because people are afraid to share it. So here are some of the things that I'm finding and hearing as I try to seek out and listen to those voices. And these are just some of the themes, and I'm going to broadly generalize some of the feedback, but I hear embarrassment. I hear embarrassment at the content itself. I think we've all experienced measures of that feeling as well. There's embarrassment about the behavior of some teachers, some peers, and a fear that the behavior of those teachers is impacting the perception or the reputation of all the teachers in our district. I hear embarrassment that some of the content that's objectionable is actually reinforcing negative stereotypes about the very communities we're trying to give voice to. It's crazy ironic, but it doesn't make any sense. I hear fear. I hear talk about a climate and a culture in the district that is preventing these voices from feeling free to speak up. I hear frustration with the direction of the curriculum. I hear the curriculum is agenda-driven. The teachers want to teach the TEKS. They do not want to teach an ideology. The teachers feel a need for protection and anonymity. They're worried about retribution. They're worried about the effects on their career and their profession if they speak up. That's not an environment that's conducive to a productive dialogue. We've got to fix that. And I hear over and over about really important professionals in our system considering ways to get out of our system or to no longer have their children attend school in our system. Those are patterns that we just can't sustain. We've got to address and solve those things. So I'm going to continue to seek out and listen to those voices. I think we all need to do that. These are essential voices with hundreds and thousands of years of experience in the profession, and we need their voices. My recommendation is we need an anonymous survey. We need something that will give those folks protection, but give them an avenue to tell us what they really think, how they really feel, and give them an opportunity to contribute to how we solve this problem and how we restore trust. Because the trust that I'm talking about isn't just trust between the district and the parents, it's trust between the district and its employees, its teachers. There's a significant trust issue there that we need to address. Let me talk about CCAC specifically for just a second. I'm also seeking feedback from folks who are participating in CCAC. I'm hearing growing frustration from participants suggesting that the current process may not be adequate. There is a particular concern about violations of privacy. We're talking about how to ensure that participants really reside in the district. If I were a volunteer, I would be very reticent to share my personal information with the district because I know what could happen to it, and I could become a target just this fast. Those kinds of things can't happen, or we aren't going to be able to have trust with our participants, our community who want to support us. The third observation I would make about CCAC, and this is kind of tangential, but there are concerns about what books should be reviewed in the first place. The district has essentially set the menu in terms of which books are going to be reviewed. And so the question is whether those books should be admitted in or not, instead of asking the question about which of these 3 or 4 books that meet these important criteria should we choose to include. Instead, we're using a lens of which ones should we exclude. I would prefer that we look at this process in terms of which are the best books to include and why. I will also say that in my opinion, I think we need to pause because our process is potentially contributing to an unsatisfactory result and may not produce the confidence and the trust that we need to have in the outcome. I think we need to get our process and our policy nailed down, everybody bought in, and then we apply that process and that policy to our materials. Then we have confidence that the result actually meets everybody's expectations. Page 2, sorry, this will be shorter. On the topic of policy, I'm happy to update our policy. I talked about policies that already exist in the district in EMB local last time. This is good work for the board to do to talk about policy and updates to that policy language. But my sense is we're not following the policy we already have. And that has to change immediately. Because if we write new policy, but we're going to follow it the same way we followed the old policy, why do we bother? I have some specific questions about slide 8 in terms of what's been done with the books that have been pulled, and some of this is feedback from some of those same voices that are a little afraid to be identified, but they're concerns that the books that have been excluded are still in classrooms, still accessible to students potentially, I don't know. And there are also concerns about classroom libraries and all that sort of thing. I'll come to that in just a minute. Are teachers still using any of these materials? Do we know? If a teacher does use materials that we've said are not appropriate, what happens? And have we given clear, concise, specific direction to teachers about these materials so that they know exactly what to do with them? And I'll be totally transparent. If we say these materials are not appropriate for our students, leaving them in there is equivalent to me of leaving poison in a classroom with children. It needs to get out. If we say it's not appropriate, it needs to be removed right away. We don't wait until whatever happens or we're ready to go pick them up. I have concerns about how materials get into our system in a broad way. Curriculum is one vehicle where materials come into our system. Book clubs and other supporting curriculum materials, some including choice and all of that, is a second vehicle. In the first, with curriculum, that's really largely driven by central office with some support from our professionals, right? And in the supporting materials, kind of a similar thing, kind of a partnership between central office and classroom and campuses. But I don't know, I don't have a sense of how we manage the materials going into classroom libraries. Is there a process to review and approve what goes into a classroom library? Can one teacher choose this material and another teacher choose that material? How do we ensure that those materials are proper? Campus libraries, same question. Is that at the discretion of individual librarians? How do we ensure that that content is similarly being reviewed and goes through an appropriate process before those materials land on those shelves? In my opinion, coming back to the principle of trust, in order to restore trust with our one LISD community, we got to be talking about all of these different vehicles for materials to enter our system. We've got to have a comprehensive process defined, and we've got to be committed to following it. So those are my comments. I know there's a lot there. I'm sorry for the edge, but like I say, I feel like we need to act expeditiously and with purpose to restore trust. If this continues, I've talked before, our parents, we heard from parents tonight, they're not going to stay in this community. Our teaching professionals, many of them will not stay in this community. Is that really what it's come to? Is it our way or the highway? That's not a community. If we really are a community, we got to listen to each other and we got to find balance. And we got to restore trust. So those are my comments.
So Aaron, real quick, when you were talking about for this subcommittee and asking for information, would you not want to ask, like for the Bond Oversight Committee, the CFAC Committee, they have to give their addresses for those committees. And it hasn't prevented us from having volunteers on that committee. So how is this any different to ensure that they're true LISD taxpayers deciding this information?
Yeah, I think that issue largely goes away, as has been discussed, when we go back to in-person meetings. I think in a virtual environment, it's challenging. But flying in from New York to participate in our CCAC is really not realistic.
Right, but right now it's virtual. Like, that's what I'm concerned about.
I understand. I expect, well, I don't know. We have to be careful. We have to be thoughtful, but I don't know that we can control for that 100%, right? There's trade-offs, right? And there's limits. Yeah, we got to be careful. I understand your concern.
I think that's just my main concern, because you see a lot of chatter going on, and when you see certain chatter that an individual that doesn't reside in our district is on this committee, it really concerns me, because I don't want someone from Houston making decisions for my child's education.
Well, in my opinion, it may be proper to ask for an address. Question is, in this environment, in this climate, should people feel confident giving us that information?
Right, but that could be said about the other committee. I guess that's what I'm trying to understand, is if we're doing it for other committees, but we're not doing it for this one, then it just seems very inconsistent. And for me, when I look at a committee like that, then where's the strong foundation of a committee?
Many of the other committees, the membership is governed by board member recommendation or those sorts of things. So, I think we can largely control for that. CCAC is operating a little bit differently, right? So the risks,
and that's my concern.
Risks are greater, right?
Yeah, and we said this before.
Well, wait, Jim, sorry. Gloria had her mic on.
I'm
Let's
sorry.
let Gloria go, and then Alexis, and then you can go. Sorry.
Aaron, I think I agree with you on some of those points. I'm hearing from a lot of teachers as well. They're probably different teachers than you're hearing from, and a lot of them are fearful to talk about their concerns. They're fearful that if they say anything, they'll be trolled on social media. So I think there's fear on both sides. I think that there is a lack of trust on both sides, and I've had to play this role of like, well, trying to talk to both sides. And I think that I would be happy with pausing CACAC and looking at our process and talking to the teachers and bringing teachers back in there. And whether it's some type of anonymous survey or it's some type of outside entity or where they feel safe. I think our teachers are the professionals in this space. And if they say, like, I don't feel equipped, I don't want to, this is not the literature, they know their students better than they know, the types of things that they're going to read and what they want to see. And I think that giving teachers back some of that power and also letting them trust each other, right? And trust us and trust administration. I think we have to, yes, I think there is a breakdown of trust. I think what you're seeing it from one side in terms of the people that are going to talk to you are going to have maybe a different perspective. Some of the people that are going to talk to me are going to say, hey, I don't want this book, or maybe I do want this book, or whatever, but I just don't feel safe to talk about it. I am hearing that from all sides, that I want to have this conversation. And some of it isn't so much I'm not feeling safe from your team. It's like the environment. The entire environment feels hostile, and I don't want to say anything publicly. I don't want to say anything about this because I don't feel like it's safe for me to do so in my school, in my community, with parents, on social media, anything like that. So I'd love to look at some type of, whether it's an anonymous survey or whether it's an outside, I do think that our teachers need to have an opportunity to feel safe to talk about. Right now, it is these books, it's this literature that's caused this rift in a lot of schools and a lot of, amongst a lot of our teachers. So I would like us to think of a way to provide them with a safe space to be able to share that information and talk about what they'd like to see and what would the rubric look like, what would they think is important for the rubric, right? I don't know. Yep. But I don't think CACAC is working. I hear a lot of people talking about why'd they pull this book. I'm on my group, everyone said they love that book. And so I'm hearing from different people that it's not fair. And I know this is the compromise thing, right? You're gonna have both sides upset, but I think it is a lack of trust on both sides.
Yep.
And so Alexis and then Jim and then Aaron.
Can I make just a quick response and very, very brief? For the teachers I'm talking about, it's not merely a larger macro environment of hostility. It's that, but they also feel a professional hostility that's very specific, very particular, right? And so
exact same with the teachers I'm talking to. And I know some of them have told me they talked to you and they're feeling exactly the same.
I just want to revisit committee conversation. Sorry, it's kind of out of order, but I think we do have to restore some trust, and I think committees and the way we do committees has come up in conversations a lot repetitively, and I think we do really need to do that in our policy review and get those things ironed out, because I think everybody is uneasy about what we're appointing or we're not appointing, or we're doing this or we're doing that, or how are we vetting. And so I think that's definitely a critical issue for our policy subset to do some deep work on and get that ironed out, because the ultimate goal is to restore the trust and the communication amongst all of the committees and this area as well. But without some communication that's consistent and that we're sending a message across the board, I think that's not going to happen. So
let's let Jim and then.
Christine, did you want to go? All right.
Well, Aaron's after you, though.
Go ahead, Aaron.
very briefly, I was going to say on an optimistic note, on a positive note, one of the questions I ask is, if we resolve this, would you stay? And broadly, the answer is yes. I think we're not past that point where people are, we will lose some, right? Because this is happening now, this is real, and there are people who are at an inflection point in their lives and they can make that choice and they will. But there are many, I think, that we can retain, both our families and our professionals, if we take the appropriate action and if we value all of our contributors.
So a couple of final thoughts. Please don't take this as a poke, because like I said at the beginning of the meeting, it is not my intent to offend anybody. But it causes me concern when we start saying, I know what parents you're talking to, and I'm talking to different parents. We should be talking to all parents, and there's no way I know what who the parents are, and what community, and what their backgrounds are. I know that I'm hearing a lot of the same. I have been provided lists with all of the people that are signed up for the CCAC, or whatever you want to call it. And I see 182 unique email addresses out there in the open after I was assured that this isn't happening. It is happening. I've got the document. I've got a screenshot of it. Teachers talk to me about their fear, and they tell me things that are happening that are completely different than what I hear from administration when I ask the question. And I try to give grace and say, well, there must be some miscommunication. I don't know that there's miscommunication anymore. I think somebody is not giving somebody accurate information, and I'm less likely to give grace and say it was an oversight. So trust everywhere is just gone. But at the end of the day, again, like I said earlier, Matt, it's about separating what it is we want in this program. And I think when we clearly define the things that we want, I think most people are going to be all right with it. But for us to draw a hard line and say there are non-negotiables when it comes to child rape, that's a non-negotiable. And if somebody wants to stand up and say that that's censorship or that's banning, I'm sorry. But we cannot, the quest for my rights trump everybody else's rights is leading us not only as a district but as a nation into a bad place. We are a community, and a community has community standards. Yes, we need to include all voices, but there are some non-negotiables in terms of teachers reaching us anonymously. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing that we have educators that have been in this district going on 15 years that are afraid to speak out. That's all of us. So we keep kicking this thing around. The next step is we need to have some stuff documented. Here's what we're doing, and here's when we're doing it. And I absolutely agree. And I'm terrified to think that there's a portion of the community that's going to say, oh, look, you're banning all the books now because you're going to pause the book club program. I can assure you there's other books available right now that will get them across the finish line. But to Aaron's point and to Gloria's, maybe we do just pause this book club thing totally, with the caveat that we're making sure that we are providing books that represent the kids in our district, a suitable alternative. If they don't exist, then we need to make sure that we have those available. But we need to restore trust. I think ultimately this is a leadership. Our job as a board is policy, but we cannot craft policy that says you will give us trust. We can't do that. We rely on the leadership, and right now, the leadership needs to fix this.
All right, Anna, go ahead, and then we'll try to go to the lightning round because we have a robust agenda this evening.
All I was going to say is I love Aaron's idea for the anonymous survey. I really like that because a lot of what we're talking about is this culture of fear that has existed in this district long before this conversation happened. And it's our job as trustees to ensure that our educators feel empowered to come to their authority figure, and because it exists in all departments. I mean, I could sit here and tell you how many teachers have come to me in regards to other departments. And I think that is our job as trustees to ensure that we dismantle that culture of fear. And then also, Alexis, I love the idea of the policy talk in regards to committees. You and I have talked about this before. If we really want to truly value our parents and community's voice and make them feel empowered, I strongly believe in having a strong foundation for these committees because these are committees that are setting the future for LISD. And I feel like if we're going to truly, like I said, empower our community and make them feel part of the process, then we really need to have a very strong foundation for our committees that's ensuring everyone in Leander ISD has a voice. That's all I got.
No, it's great. Okay, so I had a statement earlier I wanted to make, but then I'm going to have to come back and do cleanup with y'all because I'm hearing a consistent request, and so we kind of need to clean that up before we move off this item. But my statement before I get there to the cleanup is my son and I and my husband and my daughter, we were on a gondola ride in Colorado. Gondola? Yeah, like that ski thing we're going up. And it was the first time he was on it. And as he sat in there, he got very afraid. And as he was getting worked up and afraid, I suddenly had mama nerves come on. And all of a sudden, then my daughter started getting kind of nervous, trying to talk him down, make him comfortable. My husband's telling him, and my husband looks at my son and says, you know, fear's kind of contagious. And I think that's what I think I'm most concerned about is I want to be careful as a board that we don't use fear as well because fear is obviously going on in our community. And so I understand we have concerns of if parents stay or go, but we don't want to be fearful. We don't want to be fearful of those things that it motivates us from a wrong place. But I think the board hit on it very well when they talked about trust. Do we have the community trust? And how do we build community, teacher, an LISD community of trust? And I think what I'm hearing from the board is resoundingly, we don't feel like we're there yet. And whether or not, I don't think this is going to be the only issue. I think controversial issues are going to be coming at this board one after another for probably the next year or 2 years or whatever. It's just there's a lot of subjects out there and there are issues we're going to have to aim at. And if we don't have trust with the community and we can't go through controversial issues without tearing each other apart, it's going to be very hard on our students because ultimately it's our students who pay the price for parents, for adults, for governance not being on course. And so for our students, they deserve a lot from us. I don't know what we do to set a stage. I've gotten pleas from everybody in the community, please stop on social media. I don't know how to explain this to the community. The board does not control social media. So how do we at least set a course and a stage? And what I hear is really good discussion on, we want to look at how we help empower our committees. And then I also heard a question on, do we pause on the KitKat at some point? I don't think you take the books away from right now, but at what point do you where's a pause? And then how do we kind of look at next steps? And I'm just curious of board appetite on that. The other thing is I want to make sure as we move forward and make suggestions, I don't mind the idea of saying, is there a safe space for teachers? But remember, let's be careful of just saying whether it has to be a survey or whatever, because we don't want to dictate the how. We want administration to pick the how. But I like the idea of using an example. But the overall is there a safe space for teachers to have the discussion? So the pause on the book club I keep hearing about. So can you help give more information to admin who's going to take this and come back later and say, here's what we heard y'all say?
How many more rounds do we have?
So we have one more meeting for cycles 4 and 5, which were happening concurrently, and then we have 6, 7, and 8.
I'm not really sure how I feel about it. I mean, I think, yeah, maybe we finish it out. I know that both sides here are feeling like this is, and I think, I don't know if it's something that's not happening or is happening in KCAC. I think it's the lack of trust and no one believing or trusting that different things are happening. So I don't know if it's something that you're even going to be, it's even in your power to address, because I'm not saying that you're doing it wrong, or anything like that. I think the climate of lack of trust has already decided that it's wrong. And so I don't know if maybe we finish it out and we see the data that it brings. I'm not sure how I feel about that. In terms of providing the space for teachers, I don't know. I'm not saying like absolutely that it has to be a survey or it's some type of workshop or whatever you all think is best in that space to provide that for those teachers. So I'm not absolutely, and I'm sorry if I said survey, that was more, Aaron mentioned survey, and I'm like, that's an example of one of the options, but absolutely, I just think that space and providing them a space to be able to share and feel safe in sharing and also have some anonymity in that sharing.
Dr. Gehring, can you weigh in a little bit as we're talking about how we want to rebuild trust with our community, and is our KitCAC really getting us there?
Thank you, Madam President. In my opinion, we should finish out the process that we started. I think we made a commitment to do that. I also am concerned that these book clubs, which is a great learning opportunity for our students, are on pause until we finish the process. I think we have two problems. We have a short-term problem, we have a long-term problem. I think we fix the short-term problem by walking through the rest of this process that we agreed to do together. I think we've got a lot of people involved. I think we have to be slow and steady and finish out that process. I think we have a lot more conversation ahead of us about the greater conversation of how do we select instructional materials for the district. I think that's a bigger process that I think Matt and Jennifer and the team are going to bring back some recommendations in terms of the manual of this is criteria that we can use to make this work. I don't think everything is broken. I do think there's a lot of fear. I do think there's a lot of very strong opinion on both sides. We are going to create an environment in this district where people feel free to express their opinion. And if that's not happening, then our job as a team, as an administration, is to make sure that that does happen. I do not appreciate the insinuation in this room tonight that our team has not paid attention to what's been happening. I do not appreciate the insinuation that we haven't acted swiftly and that we don't have a very sound process in place to take care of it. I do understand that this is long and messy and we have people expressing their opinions on both sides. But I will tell you that I've never worked with a team that has done as solid work as this team in this room. And so I don't appreciate the insinuation of we're not doing our jobs.
I want to address that, and I apologize if anything I said came off that way. It was more of, I don't think that you are doing anything wrong with that. I think it's the external community of having people very passionate on both sides of it, having already made a decision of this is right and this is wrong, and then the community and the teachers and all of that of not feeling safe in this space. And I think it's kind of mirrors our society as a whole. And so I absolutely know that this team has been working their tail off on this process and trying to listen. I know so many families and parents that I've said, here's the contact, and they were like, I talked to Jennifer, I talked to Matt Vance. So I know y'all have gone above and beyond talking to everyone that has reached out to you. And so thank you for doing that. And I really think this is more a mirror of our community, of our society as a whole, of people being very polarized right now. And I want to create this safe space for our teachers to kind of come into the discussion. But thank you for finding this way to try to listen to as many community members as possible and being so open to anyone that wants to join. We want you to join, and we will get books to you. And so thank you for doing all of that.
Matt, my final lightning round, as Trish would call it. There's been some discussion about a rating system. Do you see any inherent issues with some sort of rating system? And I don't mean, I'm talking from an administrative process. Somebody.
All right. There's potentially some problems. We can talk about doing anything you want. I don't know that we know better than other national, panels of experts on, but I think everybody comes to these issues looking through their lens or their filter of the experiences that they have had in their lives. And so I think it'd be difficult to create a rating system that everyone is happy with. I do think we can create some criteria and rubrics and a manual to tease out what we think is appropriate in our literature and some of the things that we don't think we should be putting into our students' hands. And I also think that we can provide some procedures to ensure that parents have the information they need about books and have a clear and easy way to say no about a book that they don't want their kids to read.
So 4 board members in this room tonight have brought up the issue of fear in the system. And so I would like for you to think carefully about where that fear is coming from. And I would like to hear back from the 4 of you. Doesn't have to be right now, but I would like to hear back from you on, honestly, where you think that fear is coming from.
I mean, I could speak on the fear that I have, right? Y'all know we had someone sitting outside my house 2 weeks ago in regards to this book fight. So if it's affecting me, I can only imagine what it's doing to our fellow teachers. Like, that kind of gave me kind of an insight as to, it might not be the same what they're feeling, but I can't imagine what teachers from both sides are feeling, because when that happened to my family and outside my house, it truly made me want to shut down and not even speak anymore. I'll be honest with you.
So Anna, but articulate for me where that fear is coming from. Why are you fearful? Who are you fearful of? What are you fearful of? Where is that fear coming from? What is the origin of that fear?
I think it comes down from the lack of trust in this community and how we've been, like, I don't want to say catering to both sides, but I just feel like I've said this before, who has the loudest voice gets what they want here.
I'm going to challenge you because I don't think you're answering my question, which is, where is that fear coming from?
What do you mean? Do you want me to, say a group? I guess in my particular situation, no, so that's what I don't even, the fear for me, I guess, is just the lack of, I don't want to say lack of information, but I guess in this sense, for my situation, yeah, because, I wasn't even on this board when you guys did this policy and book and reviews. So I guess where that fear is coming from is what Gloria said. It's in the community. It's what's going on nationally. And I think it's just, unfortunately, in our community as a whole, there's a lack of trust. Nobody believes anybody right now. That didn't answer your question.
Sorry, Jim.
I was going to say, where I see fear is, and I've already said it, I see fear in the fact that we have individuals that have to come up and read a letter for teachers that don't want to come up there. That's a pretty strong indicator of fear. Now, I don't propose to answer for the teachers that don't feel comfortable enough to come up here and give their comments in citizens' comments. That's a fool's task to. Well, I know why they're afraid to come up here, but by virtue of the fact that we had, six or seven that said, I'm reading a statement from a teacher that wants to remain anonymous, that's a pretty strong indication of somebody in the district scared. My suggestion would be that we somehow, whether it's a survey, a phone call, a roundtable, we figure out why teachers are choosing to have people come up and speak on their behalf anonymously.
So to answer your question, external fear. I think it's a lot of outside influences, and they've, from both sides, have taken it to the next level. So you've got a lot of doxing going on, you've got a lot of name calling, and like I said, our situation, I pray to God that that does not happen to a fellow educator here. So I think for the way I'm looking at it is more external, because we've had some pretty passionate fights. Internal, I guess, not fights, but disagreements. But I've never experienced this. I mean, this is on a whole nother level.
Okay, board.
I think I'm going to say something. I'm sorry, Trish. I think extremes on both sides need to stop. I think you're destroying our community, and our children are at stake, and the future generations that we're producing, that we hope to send out into the world with love and hope and their dreams, we're just destroying that. And we need to do better. We can do better. And I think what Bruce is getting at, none of us are here because we hate children. We're here because we love children. And we're imperfect people trying to serve our community and make it the best that it can possibly be. And the pitchforks have to go. It's not working. So that's my plea. Like, stop with the doxing, stop with the cancel culture. We love children. We want them to succeed. We don't want to do the wrong things here. But we're seeking how to do it strategically and correctly, and with love for our children and our students.
You're looking at me, Madam President, so I'm not sure
I was
if
just going to let her words fall for a while, because I think those were just quite profound, and I thought we
Okay.
should just all let it just kind of
Absolutely.
sit, noodle on that for a while, and let that be the last thing. So thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Sorry, but then we'll come in right back. I know we have somebody in ready for their agenda item. So 5-minute break. We'll be right back. Board members, do we have our board members? We still got a robust agenda in front of us. We have our legislative update here under our agenda item B1. Thank you, Alexis. B1, Colby, you're up.
All right, we're back.
There you go.
Okay, so you're telling us there's nothing going on and you really just don't even know how to fill this time, right?
It's all great and good, and everyone's getting along, and yeah, it's great. No, I appreciate the opportunity to be here as usual. It's definitely a lot better than hearing myself talk and repeat like I did last time. I realized how annoying my voice is, and I apologize for that. So there is some movement in the Big Pink Dome. The budget has begun its slow path to being finalized. It was passed in the Senate. It's the same day, was over and referred in the House. I would, obviously, normally how this process works, the House will sub their language for what's in the Senate bill. As most of you probably know, Senate and the House alternate each session. So this go around, it's going to be a Senate bill, be Senate Bill 1. Once it's subbed with the House language, they'll go to the floor. There'll be a flurry of amendments, unlike the Senate, which that's not how they work. Everything's done when they hit the floor, and it takes a lot less time. I would look for the budget to be on the House floor the week of the 19th. That would be my best guess. And so, again, a lot of action is going to occur that night. I will mention, and I assume there would probably be questions, the federal funding is not currently in that budget. And when I say federal funding, I mean the almost, $19 billion of ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds. So there's still a lot going on with that. There's a waiver request for the second tranche of money, which is ESSER 2, that the state has put forward. The big issue seems to be, not to get too in the weeds, but whether public ed and higher ed are decoupled. According to a lot of sources, they are one and the same, and because the legislature spent so much money on public ed last session with House Bill 3, that has caused an issue with the higher ed funding formula and about a $1.2 billion gap that they need to make up on the higher ed side in order to bring it up. Some people have disputed that, but nonetheless, that's why they're seeking the waiver. And so the state is still waiting on that waiver request. For the first time, I heard a legislator sort of put a timeline on it, and that was Senator Taylor. During the Senate Bill 1 debate and discussion, he talked about getting the money later in the summer, which obviously brings up a whole lot of questions about, we have a legislature that meets 140 days every other year. So does the governor put that on a call for special session? Or is this the same process that we saw in this last interim, where the big three with some other buy-in, and by big three I mean the governor, lieutenant governor, and the speaker, make that decision and solicit feedback from stakeholders. So a lot of questions going on there. With regard to your bills, House Bill 363 committee report should have been submitted today to calendars, which is the next step before it hits the floor. Feeling really good about this bill. I might have mentioned this last time. We do have a few larger vendors that have now, this has popped up on their radar, and they have expressed some issues. But with that being said, the bill is still moving at this time. I've mentioned before, Senator Perry out of the Lubbock area has picked it up on the Senate side. He filed his own version, which was identical to the original filed version that we had. But Senator Perry and Representative Van Dever met today, actually, to discuss the legislation. I'm happy to report that The senator is very passionate about this subject. This is something, if you go back in the comments that he's made over the last year and a half, something that he's really taken a deep dive into. And so he's excited about the bill and is going to push it very hard. So that's obviously exciting. On a more negative note, 3446, which is our due process hearing officer and advocate training bill, has not moved. We've requested hearings. I was under the impression that we might be heard this week, but unfortunately that didn't happen. So we'll keep pushing that, but as you know, the clock is ticking. I think May 10th is the last day for them to report House bills from committee. I'll have to go back and check that, but I'm pretty sure it's May 10th. In which case we're, again, backing up against that deadline. So, and I know there's...
Colby, for 3446, before you leave that, reach out to any of the board for contacts if you need that as well.
Absolutely. And I know there's been some discussion out in the community about this bill. And I know that Representative Busey has heard some comments on the bill from advocates that do this for a living. And I think there's probably some misconceptions there of what the bill actually does. And as I explained to the Chief of Staff, Max Lars, Max or Representative Busey, who have no experience in special ed, could walk in right now and be an advocate. There is no requirement that you have any sort of training or expertise in special education. And so, and maybe some of this, it's coming from a district, there's a natural sort of reaction to that, I would imagine. But, I think people are slowly starting to realize this is actually about children. This is actually about having adequate representation. And hopefully we can keep that ball rolling. Regarding testimony, you all have weighed in on some bills, and I think, some of this, as we discussed in the last, the meeting before last about forming the committee's been very helpful to me, because again, some of these are, in a way, they align with your priorities, but they're not exactly on point, right? Like, we're not gonna have a bill that says abandon local control. You've got to tell me this is the sort of thing we were thinking of when we were talking about eroding local control, right? And one of those was the fund balance bill that some of you have heard about, 3445, that would have limited the amount of fund balance that you have. And it was, especially in the as-filed version, but also in the committee sub, it was unclear whether that was designated, undesignated, to 110 days. So Elaine Cogburn provided some great testimony, a letter that TASBO was very complimentary of. TASBO, TASA, pretty much every school organization opposed that bill. It's left pending in committee. I think that bill has an uphill battle as a standalone bill to get out of committee. But with that being said, as the author stated in his comments, it can always be tacked on as an amendment to another bill. And so we'll keep watching that and hopefully can maintain the current status quo on that. 4465 was another bill that the district weighed in on. This was the federal funds bill. It's a vehicle that would allow the Texas Education Agency to essentially spend the money within federal guidelines, but also in a way that wouldn't necessarily be at the district's discretion in how to spend the money. And so that was one that you also opposed. 3376, this was the disaster penny legislation, which changes the definition of disaster to anything that causes physical damage. And so what does that exclude? That excludes damage that is caused via the pandemic, right? Unless it caused physical damage. And so, again, going back to that local control topic, you oppose that bill as well. House Bill 1468 was the virtual school bill, which would allow districts to come up with their own local virtual education system, something that you're very interested in, and you did support that bill. Dr. Gearing gave some great testimony. That bill was voted out of committee this week. I believe it was voted out 12-1. And so it's starting to make its way over into the calendars committee as well. We feel very good about that bill, and obviously, hopefully, once it gets into the other chamber, it'll have an opportunity to move. I do want to mention, we are at that point of session where the Senate and the House are kind of dueling here. We don't have a House bill that has passed the Senate, and we don't have a Senate bill that's passed the House. I don't know how many of you remember Schoolhouse Rock, but the way this works is one's got to come up and one's got to go the other way, but that hasn't happened. And so hopefully, we'll start moving that here soon, because if we don't, we can all kiss our summer vacations goodbye, or at least I can, and we'll be sitting in the Pink Dome discussing business. Fast growth allotment. We have had ongoing discussions with TEA. TEA has been pretty receptive to the language that we've submitted to help alleviate some of the issues with the fast growth allotment, to make it more directed towards districts like Leander, looking at things that would also help isolate this anomaly that is this year with the enrollment trend. We're making good progress on that. The Senate heard their version of the House Bill 3 cleanup today. We feel good about, and he actually mentioned the fast growth allotment in his introductory remarks about something that they're working with the agency on currently. And so hopefully we will see a resolution to that sooner rather than later. The House is in the same boat. It seems like we're going to get there, but until it's done, it's never done. 332, which was using comp ed funds for social and emotional learning. Dr. Gehring also testified in support of that bill. Obviously one of the things that you all had on your agenda was mental health. This just opens up another funding mechanism and avenue for you to utilize for those important programs that you're currently doing in the district. And then there's one that you didn't weigh in on, but I wanted to bring up, especially since I saw the finance team is here. 1869. This is Dustin Burrows' bill out of Lubbock. And originally, most people thought 1869 only dealt with cities. It was really aimed at certificates of obligation and other types of instruments like that. As Trish has pointed out to me and to others, there was a possibility it could also impact refundings, because the way the bill reads, it redefines debt, and that is debt that is produced at an election, essentially. Well, refundings aren't produced at an election, and though arguably you're ultimately replacing another debt, so it's not actually a new debt, there's a question. And so obviously I don't think that's what the author intended to do. That saves taxpayers millions of dollars every year. And so the idea is that they're going to come back with a committee substitute. I have heard that they are going to fix this issue. The other parts of the bill, again, really don't apply to schools. They more apply to cities because, long story short, the instruments they're getting at, we already pledged through M&O, not INS. And so cities are going to have to switch the way they do things, which makes it unworkable for them. So we're going to get our part fixed, but I wanted to highlight that because, again, it's a fast growth issue, something that would obviously impact y'all greatly. So that's kind of, I did want to add one thing. I want to say that I am still learning how to use Slack, but I am starting to send updates more frequently to Corey so that he can make sure that that's getting on the Slack channel, and copying him on those emails so that, all of you can stay tuned to what we're doing. I'm sorry if it's not as frequent as you would like. I'm going to keep trying to get that there. And hopefully by the next meeting, I'll be able to say we're going to see federal funding, or we have a plan for federal funding, and 363 is on the way to the governor, but I can't promise that. Any questions? Comments, concerns?
You're doing awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank y'all so much.
All right. Board members, we'll move on to the next item. Oh, yeah, I said the next item, but small fake there. We've got to go to present the items that we have some presenters for this evening. So we're going to, as we do when we have guest presenters, I told them to come later, but it's now a little bit later than even I told them to get here. So we're going to go ahead and move to their items. That being said, we're going to go into operations. That's still item 9, but item 9C, and we're going to do 4, 5, and 6. So we're going to start with the Bond Oversight Committee recommendations for unspent bond fund discussions. Now, Jimmy, I know you're going to introduce our guest, but let me also introduce you, who's the Association for Learning Environments, A4LE 2021 Southern Region Planner of the Year. Congratulations on your award tonight.
Thank you. I don't like that stuff. I can tell you.
Congratulations,
Oh,
Jimmy.
thank you.
We're proud of you.
It's truly an honor, that's for sure. Madam President, board members, tonight we do have a guest. The interim chairperson of the Bond Oversight Committee is here to discuss with you the recommendation. One of the items the Bond Oversight Committee is responsible for is considering how to use unspent bond funds. And so we did have a meeting of the Bond Oversight Committee last week, and they got, of course, update of all the projects, the financial status report, and then Elaine also presented some information on the different financial aspects of the district on bonds and also the major maintenance fund. So we do have Jason Robb here tonight to talk to you all about what they did and what the recommendation is.
So in short, the major ticket item was major maintenance and how the 2-cent tax rate is not enough to cover what needs to happen in our facilities and our schools. So Ms. Cogburn, and basically Mr. Deisler went through all of the numbers and talked about the unused bond funds from the older bond and how that all works together. And basically we unanimously, recommended that we would use the overage from that interest to take care of the budget issue that we need for major maintenance. So that was the one big oversight thing that we all pushed forward. Everything else was basically things for you guys to discuss that was not as pertinent as that one information. So we voted on it at the end of the meeting and unanimously decided to push that forward and agree that we should use that over interest to push towards the major maintenance that's been outlined by the district.
Any questions?
Yeah, I guess two. First question, Jimmy, have we ever, in your experience, your history with the district, have we ever used INS dollars to fund major maintenance projects?
Yes. Yeah, we currently are Cedar Park, Steiner Ranch, Leander Middle School, almost numerous schools we've used bond funds to do major maintenance.
Okay. In this scenario, are we talking about a one-time activity or are we talking about an adjustment to regular order?
The one difference, I was going to mention, the ones that I mentioned are the HVAC update projects. What we're talking about is the 10-year capital renewal plan that y'all see on an annual basis. And so that's what we're talking about funding with the $13.5 million from the bond funds. Different.
So my ears say that's a one-time action. Is that right?
As far as using this $13 million, I want to make sure I am understanding.
Yeah.
Yes, Aaron, the intent is not to take major maintenance and put it over in bond funds permanently. This is a one-time.
Oh.
Yeah, I think the coupling of these two questions, right, from my recollection, my perspective generally is major maintenance has been funded out of M&O principally. I agree with you. There have been exceptions. There have been special cases where we've taken some additional dollars from unused bond funds to do some significant renovations or upgrades to facilities. But generally, we've funded major maintenance out of M&O. And I'm just trying to confirm that that will continue to be our practice, and that these will continue to be exceptions as opposed to a new normal.
Right. When we get to the next agenda item, Elaine will be going over what her plan and recommendations are for that.
So for our guest, I'm sorry, what was your first name again?
Jason.
Jason. All right, Jason, thank you so much. So appreciate, first of all, the time and the work that your committee did and looked on this. We greatly appreciate that. Help me because I wasn't there. And so I want to know, when y'all heard this, was your thought, oh, no way? Like, tell me what were some of the just maybe the top obstacle of why you might not have thought of this, and then how y'all all arrived at a yes, we're going to, or were you all just all on board from the beginning? Help me understand the process.
First of all, Mr. Deisler and Ms. Cogburn were really thorough in how they approached it. It would be an oversimplification to say that, and I think that's what's happening next, is she's going to go through the financials, is that correct? It'd be an oversimplification to say that we're using this money for this because she's really done some amazing, I was a teacher in the district for 8 years, and then my son, my wife and I have lived here for 10 years, and I've watched almost every single board meeting for the last 10 years. I'm just really active, and I think that the work that she's doing, I think, is outstanding as a community member. And so when we went through it, it's kind of complicated in terms of how she's really been resourceful and how she's using our district's funds, and also trying to get rid of the bond funds that are about to expire, which I think is really, really smart. So there was a lot of questioning in terms of just making sure we understood it, because I live in Crystal Falls in a $300,000 house, and she's talking about $14 million. So it's a little complicated, but once we went through it, I think there were some questions about just understanding where it's all coming from. But it was the one item that we talked about that was unanimous. Yes, we think that's a really good use of what your plan is.
And this item that's before us, Jimmy, we're only talking about the item that they were unanimous on, correct? Or are we talking about all their other items too?
It was just the recommendation they bring to the board. And so we wanted to bring Jason in and let him present the recommendation to the board. And then, we're supposed to update the board on an annual basis. The chairperson's supposed to come in and update the board. But on a more frequent, we'll do other updates through Corey and his team too.
Great. And y'all felt like if you had a question or you wanted to think of another option, you felt like y'all could do that.
Yeah, we actually, we as a committee even reviewed the plan of major maintenance. So we had access to see what all that was going to pay for, which is kind of staggering, this type of stuff that we had to pull from. But yeah, I felt like the meeting was very thorough. It was about 3.5 hours. So, yeah.
Board members, any other questions?
So, $13.5 million of leftover bond funds. I don't know if I ask this question on this agenda item or if I wait for Elaine. Can I ask the question on the next item?
Yeah, let's do that on the next one, because this one's more about just the committee recommendation.
Got it.
So.
I was just going to iterate what you said. Thank you for these committees are very intensive with these financials, and I appreciate you being here at 10:30 at night.
Okay.
Staff subjects themselves to this, and so thank you for volunteering.
My family's lifelong teachers, so we're good. Yeah.
Well, and Jason, if you can also take the board's thanks back to the committee, this work is essential. As you know, we're probably going to be here for a few more hours tonight. So can you imagine if we tacked another 3 hours of discussion on that y'all had? So thank you for getting us to this point. We really appreciate it.
Of course, everyone's super happy to volunteer, and we appreciate that. We appreciate what you guys do for our school district as well.
All right, board members, that concludes that agenda item. We'll move on next to the discussion on funding of major maintenance, which is where I think y'all were preempting earlier anyway.
All right, so let me fill in some blanks for you. Kind of getting the cart before the horse. So as you know, in our current budget assumptions, we do not have major maintenance funded for the 21-22 budget. And so that leaves us in a position of needing to find a solution for funding major maintenance. And so we went through with the committee some pretty extensive information. This is a reduced version of that presentation, but the same financial numbers. So some background here for my new board members. This is a process for funding facility maintenance projects that are not in the bond project list. So there's kind of some confusion because there's two pots of major maintenance. So there's really major maintenance that goes into the bond program, and then there's minor maintenance that's being paid out of the general fund. This has been a long-standing practice to fund those maintenance projects with 2 cents of the M&O levy each year. So some sample projects are kitchen equipment, replacing turf, tracks, striping parking lots, painting buildings, cracks, joint crack repair, stuff like that. In the bond, you have the projects like roof repairs, HVAC repairs, so your bigger dollar items. The 2 cents has grown to about $5.2 million a year coming out of M&O. And as you're going to see in a few minutes, 2 cents does not adequately fund the program in years 23 to 27 because there are some rising costs in that time period for things that are coming due. And I think it's important to point out, from what I understand, this practice has been around for about 20 years. State funding has drastically changed since the inception of this program. And so this is why we're up against budget constraints. So here are our challenges. In the 17-18 fiscal year, $9.8 million was taken out of the fund reserve that had built up in the M&O side to expand the scope of work at Cedar Park High School. The M&O budget is seeing a decline in revenues this year and next year due to lower student numbers. We all know what's going on there. We need revenues in the M&O fund to preserve staffing and programs. And that $5.2 million equates to about 84 teaching positions. We reduced the funding in this current year budget because of funding restraints, and so we only funded $3 million this year. And again, there is no funding currently built into the 21-22 budget plan. So you have this, we've looked at this before previously. This is simply doing a projection of what the major maintenance fund would look like according to the 10-year plan that the board approved in January. Now, I will remind you that we pulled major maintenance out of the general fund and put it into its separate fund so the fund balance would roll each year and it's easier to track. So at the beginning, we started this fiscal year with $5 million. You've got a 2 cent levy for 21. We only funded $3.3 million. For 22, the estimated 2 cent levy is $5.1 million, and then we've grown it by a growth factor. And then the budget needs are according to the 10-year plan that was approved, and you can see in fiscal years 23 and 24, there's a spike in costs because of the amount of projects that are slated to happen in those years. So if we finished every project in the time frame that it was supposed to occur, you can see starting in 23, we're $3.9 million short of funding all of the projects under this current plan. So whether or not we were having budget issues or not, we were going to have a shortfall in the major maintenance plan. It does correct itself by 2029, but we have a cash flow issue in those years in between. So we did talk with the committee. What are our options for funding major maintenance? Are there other ways to do this? So there are some things that we looked at. One is a maintenance tax note. These are debt that you would issue on the M&O side. It's a slightly higher interest rate because it's not backed by the Texas PSF guarantee. So it would price at our AA underlying rating. You can amortize up to 20 years, and for this demonstration, we assumed an interest rate of 2.5 to 2.75%. It can be used for these maintenance projects. It cannot, a maintenance tax note cannot be used for anything that expands the footprint of an existing facility. So you couldn't do additions. And I'm going to show you what the financing on that looks like. So another option that we looked at is we have the commercial paper program through Wells Fargo. It is paid from the INS taxes. We're spending about $100,000 a year to keep that in place. If you borrow against that, it's repaid within 120 days by the issuance of bonds. And so you would be issuing bonds to pay this back. It's a short-term financing structure, and it could be used for these projects. And then finally, you have project savings. So of course, you've issued bonds, you're servicing those through the INS tax rate. Those are amortized up to 30 years. Our last sale last summer had a true interest cost of 2.25%. The savings can be used for projects approved by voters, which includes major maintenance, and we're going to look at those provisions. And these funds have already been issued, so there's no additional borrowing costs for the project savings that have been generated. So let's look at what a maintenance tax note really looks like. So in this scenario, we took the same budget that we have for the projects for the next 10 years. We borrow $13.5 million in fiscal year 22. We assume a 2.5% interest rate and 8-year principal amortization. Well, if you look closely, and I know these numbers are really small, but now on top of the project needs in this fund, I have an interest and principal payment. So now I'm paying interest of about $1.3 million. Again, this is all out of the M&O fund, but I'm still short starting in year 24 if every project happened as scheduled. So this is a more expensive option, and it doesn't necessarily solve the problem. As you see, it stays in the negative all the way to 2030, so it never writes the program. So that didn't seem like a viable option. So if we look at the project savings and bond interest, so this is where in fiscal year 21-22, we would infuse $3.5 million from savings to fund those projects. We would be short a small amount, which I'm not worried about because the timing never aligns right. And then the next year, I've got potentially slated, we would return to $1 million of the 2-cent levy, and then an infusion of $10 million, because that's the year we've got a lot of projects scheduled. And then you finish that year in the black. Now in 24, I've put another $2 million there, but that's just a placeholder to show you what it takes to get the plan back in the black. We would not ask you for anything more than 13.5 for 22 and 23, and then we could either delay projects to offset that $2 million. Most likely in 23, all 10 million of those projects won't happen, because remember, our fiscal year ends June 30, and they do these projects in the summer. So there's going to be a rollover from year to year. This is really a cash flow driven thing. And so what would happen is we're not taking money out of the bond funds. We're moving these projects and funding them over there as we need to for cash purposes. The other interesting thing about this is if we do this infusion of $15.5 million over 3 years, you can see by 2030 we've built up $9 million. So we're going to have a discussion, what is a healthy fund balance for this program, because we don't necessarily need to fund more than what the projects require. And so again, that points to the cash flow issue and not necessarily wanting to fund this with bonds every year. Now, I'm going to address a question that came up earlier. I, as the CFO, absolutely would love to put all of the major maintenance in future bonds. Paying it out of M&O is going to continue to cause a heartache because our funding systems are different. Now, I know that's not the popular answer you want to hear, but that would be my recommendation. And bond capacity and all of the other projects may hamper that, but that would be my ideal solution, is just stop paying for maintenance out of the general fund. Okay, so let's look at the legalities of using unspent bond proceeds towards these projects. So the code says a school district may use unspent proceeds of issued bonds only for the specific purposes for which the bonds were authorized, and that specific purpose has a disclaimer we're going to look at the next slide, because that applies to bonds issued after R17. Or you can use the unspent proceeds to retire bonds, or for other purposes than the specific purpose if all of the other things were accomplished and the board holds a public meeting to consider the use of the unspent proceeds for a purpose other than to retire bonds or the specific purpose. But let's look at the definition of specific purpose. For the 07 and the 17 issues, under that law, you have the broad authority of the bond covenant to construct, acquire, renovate, improve, and equip school buildings. So that covers pretty much everything. Now the law changed, so any future bond elections, if you are doing a stadium with seating capacity more than 1,000, which is pretty much going to be any stadium, a natatorium, a recreational facility other than a gym, playground, or play area, or a performing arts facility, you have to put those in a separate proposition. So if we had passed a bond under this new law for a stadium, we completed the stadium, and now the stadium has leftover money, then you would have to go through this process of holding the public meeting and telling the voters what you were going to do with those bond proceeds or use them for the retirement of debt. So under the 7 and 17 bond, we have the broad authority to be able to use the project savings to cover major maintenance, which is really minor maintenance, out of the general fund. Okay, so let's look at where our bonds stand. At the end of February, and this was as of February because this is when we were preparing it for the Bond Oversight Committee, we had almost $58 million in cash under the 17 bond. We're down to $14 million under the 07, so we had a total of $72 million. And if you'll remember, we're using all the 07 cash to pay for Tarvin so that that cash is out the door. On projects that are ongoing, we have obligations outstanding that total under $33 million. So when those projects are done, we would have $39.4 million in cash on hand in the bank. Then we have projects that have not yet started or that are ongoing, and I'm going to show you what the breakdown of this is. But under the 17 bond, we have just under $140 million worth of projects that are still yet to be started. We have $12 million in the 07 bond. So if we wanted to finish everything, we have $152 million we would need. We have $39 million, so that would leave us needing $112 million. That would finish everything under both bond programs. If we use 9.8 as a replacement for the major maintenance and use 3.5 from interest, then I would need to issue $126 million to finish everything versus the 112. Let's look at what these remaining projects are. Okay, so this is our potential sale, and we're going to talk about this on the next agenda item as well. But when we break down all of these projects, this $152 million of projects, under 17, $55 million of that, I don't need the cash for right now. Those are long-term projects that we're not needing cash, and mainly it's land, and I don't want to sell money for land and then be sitting on it for years like we did with 07. Under the 07 bond program, I don't need 3.1. That is for the South Transportation Facility. 3.1 million doesn't fund that, and so we're going to have to come up with a better plan for that. So that total 126 million, I don't need 57 right now, so our potential new money sell would be 68 million. And again, we're going to look at this on the next agenda item. So of the 17 bond authorization, we started with a $454 million authorization. We sold money in 2018, 2019, and last summer. We did use 50,000 of the Wells Fargo commercial paper program to get that activated. So our remaining authorization is 167.5 million. If we sold 68 million in new money today, and then later did all of the 57 million, we would have 41 million of this authorization that we don't have any plan for. So what happens to that? Because it's that broad authority, we could fund some of the projects that are identified as the new bond planning is going on, and so that would lower the amount of new bonds that you ask for. You could fund more future maintenance, major maintenance to wipe out that problem. You could, if you used it for identified projects, like I said, it would reduce the amount of new bonds you're requesting, which would eliminate that perception. I thought you already asked for that. Why are you asking for it again? Or it just sits on the books. It's not issued, it just sits there. But by looking at what we really need, we're not needing the full 167. And so if I don't sell it, it's just sitting there like a blank check that's not cashed. And so this exercise is to tell you we don't need to issue the 167 to finish all of the projects that were promised. So as you heard earlier, we went through this with the Bond Oversight Committee. They did approve allocating 13.3 million to project savings to fund major maintenance. And that's the major maintenance discussion. So this is a little discombobulated because now we're going to have a new money discussion as well that ties into this, and it has the breakdown of the project. So happy to entertain any questions you have on the major maintenance specifically.
Board members? Elaine, this might go later to some of the other ones. I have a bit of, I think it might be cognitive dissonance. What I'm thinking of in the back of my mind is, and I think you talked about this, is overall though, I think you said it on slide 4, right? Well, no, it wasn't slide 4. It's one of them you said, we need to figure out then what we're going to do with major maintenance in the long term on slide 7. That's where it was. And so I would like to better understand that at some point. I don't think that's for discussion for tonight. But when I look at this, what I think is I remember when we had a discussion on major maintenance, and we've had a couple of them, and I think there's some confusion, lack of clarity on do those funds really get spent in that year or 2 years or 3 years? Because what happened is the board, I think we had saved up 4 or 5 million or something to that state in major maintenance, and it went to Cedar Park. And now it's like, well, you know that money you spent? Well, if you had it, we could use it for major maintenance, but y'all spent that. So I would just like clarity moving forward on how we best manage these projects and really know what is needed in that fund and spent in that fund. Probably not a good, it's definitely not a good discussion tonight, but at some point I'd like to get a better handle on that.
So I just want to clarify, it was 9.8 million that was spent, which is why we're short now. And it occurs to me we can provide you a monthly financial statement like we do on all the other funds for the major maintenance now that it's in its own fund, so that you can see where it is each year, each month, and then at year end. Again, with a June 30 year end and all the projects happen in the summer, you really need to look at it over the course of the project life, not
I
just.
don't know if I can be prescriptive. I just know that it felt like over a few years we had built that up to so much, and now we spent it, and it's like, okay, now you're in a world of hurt. I was like, well, darn it, if I had just known that, we wouldn't have spent it.
Yeah, I think just to piggyback Tricia's point, and it's in your illustrations as well, right? You show that we have a short-term challenge in terms of the reserve in major maintenance versus the planned expenditures, the requirements. But then you also observed that over time, the 2% levy, once we infuse that fund with some funds now, grows a surplus long-term. And so I think this is kind of Trish's question is, if infusing it with money and then continuing the 2% produces a surplus, it feels like on the whole, it should still be funding itself. We just got to figure out how to weather some of the ups and downs. And the other thing I would add is, in my experience, I was going back to try and find some prior examples, and in the moment I wasn't able to do it, but my recollection is that our long-term forecast, our multi-year forecast for major maintenance, very routinely exceeds what we actually spend, because we make choices to defer certain projects and those kinds of things. So being a little bit in the red in future years doesn't alarm me when we're talking about $3 or $4 million or something to that effect, if we see that over time, the 2 cents is essentially funding what we are going to require. That said, there are some bubbles, and we need to figure out how to address those. But this kind of goes to my question earlier, and I think Trish's question. I think they're all interrelated in terms of what our strategy is and what our approach is.
You know, if you want, you know, another option, and I hate to keep saying you can do this, but you could infuse $3.5 million out of fund balance for next year, and then in '23, see what is needed based on what's left in the fund, because the projects don't happen as they're slated to happen. And so if it gives the board more comfort to infuse $3.5 million out of fund balance for a year and not make a long-term commitment, you have that option as well. I just hate keep coming to you with, oh, well, you could use fund balance, you can use fund balance, because, I mean, we might need to so that the state doesn't take it, but that's all an option as well.
Can you go back? I think it was slide 6. I may have missed.
I think
So
you're...
Yeah, so it's 13.5 million that we need to add in. So we have this unspent money that we're actually paying interest on. The interest is accreting. So there is some additional hidden cost to keeping that money out there. And you kind of touched on it with the fund balance. Why wouldn't we use that? We have the surplus money that we're paying interest on. Does it make sense to pay off some of the debt with that and infuse our fund balance, knowing that it's eventually going to catch up? I always get a little nervous when we say, well, we have this leftover money because we were so frugal. Well, we're still accreting a bunch of interest on that. And it seems like we never really think about what that hidden cost of the interest adds. You know, it doesn't add it to this column, but we're still paying off that debt. So, but you're the expert.
I want to make sure you understand this is taking out a new debt that would be paid out of the general fund. This illustration here has nothing to do with the existing debt.
Yep.
Right, that's an example you gave that something we don't want to do.
Yeah.
The way I understand it.
I just, when talking with PFM, I'm like, help me figure out what are all of our options. I know there's maintenance tax notes. What would that look like? I wanted to give the committee some comfort that we looked at every possible solution.
Got it.
And as to why it wasn't a reasonable solution.
So the Bond Oversight Committee is recommending we allocate the $13.3 million of project savings to fund projects under major maintenance. And I mean, I think the committee's done the legwork and the time, obviously 3 hours. I'm fine with accepting their recommendation. I guess my thought is what happens to major maintenance in the future? And how do we, I mean, I don't know if this shores it up, but I guess the numbers are saying it will.
And again, I want to reiterate, I'm going to ask the board the next meeting to approve a mechanism for major maintenance for 21-22, because I can't get to May or June budget adoption and someone go, whoa, wait, we don't have major maintenance in here. How are we going to fund that? And so I need to know going forward with the budget preparation that we have a plan for major maintenance. So if we say yes for 21-22, will allow 3.5 million of projects to be funded out of bond savings. The major maintenance fund stays where it is. The projects, 3.5 million of them, if they come due in 21, 22, they get funded out of excess bond funds. And then in 22, 23, we reassess. Is it 10 million? Is it 8 million? It's only, the max is going to be 10 million. So the max over the 2 years is the 13.5 shown here. The committee approved 13.3, which is fine. So this is not a long-term decision. The immediate decision is what are we going to do for 21, 22?
And this is yours and the committee's suggestion, this over going to fund balance, this is a better use of taxpayer dollars.
You've got the money, it's there. You're going to leave 41 million unissued. You're probably going to leave more than that unissued because we're assuming no more project savings on the things that haven't started. So we've identified this 41 million is tied to specific savings that have been generated over the course of the projects.
I think my recommendation, my comfort level is higher if we limit to what we need for the current budget cycle, and then, as you proposed, reassess in future cycles, and that way we're not making a long-term commitment that may alter our traditional course.
Right.
And that's
but
what you're
I
going
want
to
to
do,
warn you
right?
that I don't know that the 5 million out of M&O is going to be sustainable in the long term. It's just not. We're being capped at 2.5% growth on our property values, and so we're not getting the benefit of the property value lag or the additional property value revenues. And so as costs increase and revenues are only generated by new students, this $5 million grows to $6 million by 2030. I don't know that that's sustainable long-term coming out of M&O. So you're going to see in future discussions, we're going to have to rethink our entire structure of finance, because if we get the value growth that we're being told we're going to get for this year, we're going to have a lot of money on the INS side, and we're not going to benefit at all on the M&O side. So how do we maneuver that to do best for the entire district?
And I want to clean up my previous comment. That was in no way to suggest that I disagree or think I know more than the Bond Oversight Committee. I don't. That was more of a personal knowledge question. So I very much appreciate the work that Jason and his team does. So I'm ready to move forward on that. But I do agree we need to have probably a future discussion on how we make sure we have a sustainable major maintenance fund.
All right, Elaine, go forth and conquer. Next, we're moving on to the next agenda item. Board members, 6, discussion of all matters incident and related to the issuance and sale of Leander Independent School District unlimited tax school building bonds. I could read it all, but it's there in writing if you want to see the rest of it.
All right, well, we're breaking in Blake very well this month. So you have seen the parameter order in a prior agenda that was set to authorize the additional sale of 2017 bonds. As you just saw, we have a need for about 68 million. The parameter was for the full amount of the remaining authorization until we could ascertain exactly what we needed. And before I had the board approve that parameter order, I felt like you would want to know, well, how much are we really going to issue? So since all of this was posted, we've had some new developments this week that we're going to talk about. But the problem to solve for this evening was how much to issue in new bonds under the 17 authorization, how to finance land purchases, because I don't want the money sitting in a bank account. Do we renew the Wells Fargo program? It is set to expire June 30. And then just this week, we've had a new development regarding the new money issue. And so that's why Mr. Thomas is here with me this evening. This was supposed to be an easy topic. So we just looked at these numbers on major maintenance, so they don't change. Again, cash to finish everything would be 126 million. In a normal world, I would say, let's issue 126 million and be done. We don't have to do anything else. But we've got some projects here. So this is the slide I thought was in the last presentation, but it's this one. So here's a breakdown of the 139 million of projects under 17 that have not been started. And so we've broken these into a fund now and a fund later. And you can see the fund later, the Vandergrift Road. I don't think we're ready to move forward with that.
Well, I have a question about that, because I was under the impression our facilities committee was going to be looking at it. I know we had a goal, an original vision of one road, but I don't see that coming to fruition out of a decade of work. So is it the facilities committee, so I understand where this fund is going, the facilities committees that are looking at it going to be telling us other options we have for different roads?
Are they?
Okay, we'll ask Jimmy when that's coming. That's just heads up on, then I guess.
The point is, I don't want to issue money for that if I'm not going to be able to spend it.
Right,
So-
well, or no, if we have another option. I mean, if we don't have any other option, then let's put it somewhere. But to always put it as a placeholder is disingenuous and not fair to taxpayers. Like, we either need to get a road or move the funds.
Or not sell the funds and abandon the project.
Right, that's what I mean, yeah.
Just eliminate
Not
it
use
altogether.
Or
So
get a
that's
road for
why
the
it's in the
community.
fund later. I don't want that money because then I'm obligated to do something with it. And then you can see we've got a lot of money for elementary school land and high school number 8 land. And again, I don't want to issue that. So I've got 51 million of land that we're saying fund later. And then the discussion is, how do we fund that if by chance a parcel comes open and we need to jump on it and I don't have the cash? So we'll talk about that. Then in 07, so remember, we're using the 07 cash, but there are still projects under 07 that have not been completed. The big one here is the South Transportation Site, and the 3.1 million is not sufficient to fund that. There is some more money in this bond program for elementary land, and so we are saying we would go ahead and ask for the funds to fund that land site. So if you put all of these together, little bitty numbers here, you marry those together, I have 94 million in fund now costs. Remember, we have cash on hand of 39, and then if we dedicated 13 million, I would need 68. So if we're going to back off and say we're just going to do 1 year of major maintenance, this number would go down. But for illustration purposes, the most I could possibly need to spend over the next 12 to 18 months is 68 million. So definitely not the full authorization. And then the 57 million in fund later, I don't really know when I'm going to need that money. So the land is very contingent, and that's the majority of that, right? And so how do we fund land in the meantime? And so we'll look at how to do that. So again, our potential sale under the 17 authorization was 68.3 million. So here's what happened this week. Late Tuesday, got an email that said TEA is not going to provide permanent school fund backing for any new money bonds issued under our current first rating. So if you'll recall last fall, I talked to TEA, what are the repercussions of this? No one said, oh, well, you'll lose PSF guarantee. And so this was a surprise to all of us. So this is the case until we achieve a higher first rating, something above an F. We did run the calculations for our 2021 rating, which is based on the 1920 data. We came out with a score of 96 out of 100, so I feel quite confident we will have an A when the new ratings come out in August. So that means, what do we do now between now and being able to sell with permanent school fund guarantee? How do we fund our projects in the meantime? So we could go forward and issue money with our underlying rating of a AA. That's a great rating. Be a small differential in the interest rate. Another option is to extend the CP program and use it until we get a new first rating, or use general fund balance and a reimbursement resolution. And so we're going to look at all of these options and what are the pros and cons of doing each of these. So like I said, if we issue without the PSF guarantee, it's not the end of the world. We have a AA rating. It's a little bit higher interest rate than bonds that would be sold with AAA. The big kicker on this one is future refundings of that debt will not have PSF backing. Is that important? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, if you're refunding, then again, you're going to refund at a higher rate. We're still at very low interest rates right now. So could rates be lower in the future? Yes. Could they be higher? Absolutely. The other option, would require an extension of the program with Wells Fargo that is set to expire June 30. We would only draw on it as we need cash to fund the programs. We have a line of credit of $64 million, so that would definitely bridge the gap. And then we would sell bonds after November and pay that program off. Or we could use a reimbursement resolution and say, okay, we'll use general fund balance to cash flow the projects, and then when we can sell with a AAA rating, pay the general fund back. So Blake is here because for the last 24 hours, we've been debating what is the best course of action. So this afternoon, we agreed that extending the Wells Fargo program was probably the best course of action. And tonight, we're kind of leaning towards going forward with a AA. And so I don't know that we feel strongly about either one. I'll let Blake, they've run some numbers to see what the differential would be from the interest rate under using Wells for a temporary and then fixing it out with bonds. Remember, those bonds would be sold probably priced November, December at the earliest. Rates most likely will be higher then. And so we looked at, okay, if we do the CP program as a bridge and then sell versus selling now under a AA rating, what's the cost differential? And so I'll stop speaking for you.
No, this is great. Thank you for having me. I know this is a tricky topic. So the first question, I mean, if the new money bond size is $68 million, we spent the better part of today running numbers to tell you what the interest cost difference is. And on $68 million at a AAA rating PSF versus a AA Leander ISD rating, it's about $1 to $1.2 million over a 30-year period. So 35,000 or so annually. The kicker is then the inability to refund that debt at a AAA rating at year 10. So that cost could gap out to something more than 1.1, 1.5 overall, let's say. Alternatively, it is entirely possible that we march forward in 10 years and your rating is AA+. So, I will tell you right now where credit spreads are. The way the bond market works is your bonds trade to a rating. And so if we have an index, we talk in basis points, percentages. So a AAA PSF deal might price plus 20 basis points or 0.20% above the municipal bond index. Leander ISD at a AA would price at potentially 0.30% or 30 basis points. So there's only a 10 basis point differential or so today at your rating versus the AAA rating. But again, it's where are rates at year 10 and year 20 when we refund bonds, and that gap could narrow or it could widen depending on where rates and your rating is. So, It is an option, though, and we have had clients sell bonds with no PSF backing for a different reason. PSF eligibility wasn't available because the program was at capacity, for example. This is a unique circumstance, but nevertheless, many school districts that I will say that can't sell PSF bonds are at a much lower rating. So you are in a position of relative strength in that regard, but it is something to consider. You do have the Wells Fargo program at your disposal. It was put in place with the best of intentions. I don't know that it was utilized as it was originally intended. It will expire in June of this year. We've spoken with Wells Fargo. There is an eagerness on their part, as you can imagine, to be helpful. We could extend that program for about a year period. It will be relatively painless from the standpoint of reauthorization and negotiating the new terms. As Elaine mentioned, the upside to that is you fund it when you need it. Rates on the short end are very, very low. So you're at 53 basis points today compared to potentially, let's say, 2.9% on a 30-year bond. However, between now and when we would potentially sell bonds to take out those notes in 6 to 9 months, it is quite possible that rates could rise. I can't tell you where they will go. What I can tell you now is that we do remain from a rate environment in the bottom 25th percentile or so of where rates have been over a 10-year look back. So it is reasonable to assume that rates may creep up. They may not, but where we are sort of suggests that there's a reasonable probability they could go up. And it wouldn't take much, 20 basis points or so shift up, for you to be better off at issuing at AA today. There would be some transaction costs come into play. So if we issued bonds today all at once, AA, new money, AAA PSF refunding, you would be selling one large transaction. You would have efficiencies with minimal transaction costs because you just have one transaction versus potentially 3 different sets of transaction costs with refunding bonds today, legal costs and other costs around an extension of this CP program, and then a second bond at a later date to take out those notes at AAA PSF. So, again, as Elaine mentioned, I think this morning we were in the camp of the note program, but as we really drill down to the numbers on where you could price bonds, it is not. None of us wanted to sell bonds today at AA, but your rating is very strong and it is a viable option. I say that understanding that is real money, that over a 30-year period is real money. But that's our best estimate as to the cost for the district. And I do think that those are 2 viable options on what is a unique circumstance here.
Just for the sake of clarity, can we agree that the third option is kind of off the table?
Yes.
Just because of the size and the impact or the burden it would place on fund balance? Is that
Yes.
the principal thinking, I imagine?
Yes, because if you see later, my recommendation would be to fund land as a reimbursement resolution and reimburse the general fund when you sell.
So further burdening.
Right, and
yeah.
so I would not want to do fund balance for the next 8 months.
So I guess I have a question relative to, I guess 2 questions. You mentioned, let me start with the CP program. You mentioned potential legal fees associated with renewing or sustaining the CP program. I'm not sure I follow what that would be or what the requirement is there.
So there's sort of 2 courses of action. Now I'm going to start with the easy button assumption that, and we spoke with Wells Fargo about this, that we could renew this for up to a 9-month period with minimal tinkering of the document. So literally it would be just a change of the expiration date from June 30th, 2021 to March 1st, 2022.
Just negotiating the commercial terms and
I would say I don't
date.
even think with that simple extension we'd have to go that far.
Okay.
If we wanted a renewal beyond that for some reason,
okay,
there's technical issues around the index rate that goes away. LIBOR is going to go away, and so we'd have to renegotiate pricing and terms. So if a 9-month renewal, let's start with that, you would have I think some, I won't call them small, but they would be
nominal
perfunctory costs for bond counsel and bank counsel to agree to the amendments, and then, bringing that to the board for approval.
Okay. Second question, this one's maybe a little meatier. I understand the financial analysis between these two options, right? What's the optical perceptual issue with issuing non-PSF backed debt? Do rating agencies look at our bond portfolio, see the addition of non-PSF backed debt, and is that viewed negatively? Is that something we should potentially consider avoiding for those reasons, or is it insignificant, non-consequential?
So I'll take the rating side, and I'm a little bit less, what I understand that this is an administrative issue that the district has sort of protested unsuccessfully. And I think it's that. This is not a fundamental credit issue with the district. Liquidity is very robust. The economy is booming. I think we will certainly have to explain to S&P, why the bonds are not PSF backed, and there may be the need to have a brief disclosure paragraph in the offering document. But I don't think beyond sort of that headache of an explanation that this has long-term repercussions or even really consequential pricing repercussions for the district, because this isn't, money didn't go missing. There isn't a budget gap. This isn't a perfunctory admin error or issue that was already corrected and may have not even been an error. And so there's the explanation part of it and the optics for sure. Maybe there's a mention of this as a reason it's not PSF in the S&P report, but this is already public. And so I don't know really beyond that there will be any sort of issues. I don't think investors would not participate in the bond sale because of this.
No, I think that makes sense. I do worry that there is something at the margins that causes people to look twice, or it draws attention to something we'd prefer not to draw attention to. I think for that reason, given the relatively close financial comparison, the CP option is more attractive to me just because it leaves that issue out of the equation, and it continues to focus our attention on ensuring that we resolve that and make sure that's not an issue in the future, right?
Right.
Yeah, and I appreciate your question because I had the same one. Like, what does this look like when you have AAA, AA that's always on your MAC report, and what are the optics of that? It makes me a little bit nervous to only be able to extend this for 9 months, not knowing what 9 months looks like from now and knowing that we've got to go issue. And if we do move forward with the refunding now, then we do have 2 issues within a 12-month time frame, and so that is double issuance cost. But I get the optics concern as well.
And just to clarify one thing on this renewal term, I'll go to the LIBOR question. So LIBOR is an index rate that, due to some market manipulation a few years ago, is going away, and it's being replaced by what will be a new index rate. So there's a technical reason that if it's not within 9 months, it's an easier renewal. If we go beyond 9 months, Wells Fargo is eager and willing to do that, but it would be a more involved process on the back end, just requiring potentially incrementally more legal fees. We're going to renegotiate pricing and terms. The rate that you see today, that index rate may change. But it is entirely doable to extend to a 1-year term or even a 2-year term if we felt like the cash flow needs were going to occur on a more staggered basis than you would use the program.
All right, lightning round of questions.
Yeah, just one more quick follow-up. I think understanding the deltas between the 9-month and longer-term renewal is material in the sense that, as Elaine alluded to, timing our sales and managing transaction costs accordingly. If we could solve for the CP issue in our next cycle, in that next transaction, then maybe that's the time to do it. And so if getting past 9 months to get us into that window isn't a significant lift, then that kind of makes sense to me.
All right. All right, thank y'all so much.
So I'm not done.
Okay.
I
was trying to move on.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm
but
trying
thank
to.
you. You're moving us on.
So
Thank
I just
you.
want to.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're all in agreement that if we don't issue in the future for land, that if a land purchase comes available, we'll do that through a reimbursement resolution, and we can get one of those in place pretty quickly. That looks like the best option for land. We looked at the unauthorized here. We talked about that. So we have had some movement in interest rates since we looked at the refunding at the end of February. We've got this graphic. We're still seeing some substantial savings out in 2040, and it still lowers our current or near-term debt requirements. And so I think our thought is we would continue to move forward with the refunding and carry forward with the CP program to fund our new money needs until we can sell with AAA is what I'm hearing. We talked about that, so we won't be issuing new, we'll extend. We will at some point need to talk about what to do with the remaining authorization, but that's not for tonight. And so if it's the board's pleasure, we'll move forward with the bond refunding, hoping to price that next month.
And if it wasn't abundantly clear, the PSF issue does not apply to the refunding, so we're selling refunding bonds at AAA ratings.
Board members? Okay. Thank y'all.
All right, now I'm done.
No, that was a lot of information. Thank you for waiting and being here and available to answer our questions. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to our next item. Governance. We're going back up to the top up here of governance. Remember, we had finished off with our legislative update, so the next item under governance is the consider approval of a district vision statement. Just a heads up, I'm going to be starting lightning round earlier in all these items.
Nice little stretch break. Madam President, do you want me to wait until members get back, or you want?
Let's kind of, I guess, give the introduction.
I can absolutely do that. All right. Good evening. We are here again tonight to pick up the conversations around the discussion on a vision statement for Leander ISD. If you recall, we started these conversations March 9th, and you engaged in a process and drafted 3 statements as we thought about where do we want to be in the next 10, 15, 20 years? What do we aspire to create here? And then those draft vision statements we brought back at the March 25th meeting. And in that conversation, just really dug a little bit deeper into your thinking around those statements and as you think about what it is that we aspire to. Got some more feedback through that conversation, and we asked for volunteers to come back and kind of wordsmith and really take all of that feedback and start putting that together into one final statement. So yesterday, actually, Susan and I got to meet with Aaron and Anna, and we engaged in a process really looking at, one, not only the feedback and that discussion from the last board meeting, but also looking at sample vision statements, just again to kind of get in the mind frame around vision and that aspiration. and then just engaged in lots of conversations. Susan and I just asked lots of questions, and Aaron and Anna started working through, some iterations there. And so before I turn it over to them to let them talk through where they landed by the end of that conversation, I did want to remind you that this is just that time for feedback. Really, you got that posted in board book today. So it's a chance for them to share kind of their thinking in that process, allow you to share your feedback, see where things are falling, and just reminding us that vision statement is in the context of core beliefs and mission statement, right? So we're going to take your feedback and see how we possibly need to tweak as we consider moving forward, because we are setting that vision for the next 10, 15, 20 years. It's a big decision on that. And so we want to make sure everyone feels really comfortable with that statement once it's decided upon.
And I don't want to rush, but if we agree on the vision statement, we can just make a motion to approve tonight as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am, if that is the board's wish.
All right, I'm ready for discussions. Aaron, Anna, how'd y'all get here?
Because we're awesome. I'm just kidding now. It was actually, so we are the A team, but it was actually a good discussion because they gave us a print, y'all have them, of various different vision statements around the country and around Texas. And we kind of looked at some of our keywords that we had, and you will notice that we took away empower. And the reason why, at least from my perspective, is empower is everywhere. And we thought the word cultivate would kind of stand out and kind of be like unique. And Sarah made me realize, we made a really cool visual with the roots and the tree and the, leaves and cherries and whatnot. And that's kind of like the way I was looking at it is like we're cultivating, we're growing. It doesn't just start at one level, it starts from the bottom level. And the other thing was, for me, we go big or we go home. So that's why the whole, the most sought after creators of the future world is that we are the premier district, that other colleges, workforce, centers and whatnot, they know that if there's a student that graduates or goes to the LASD community, that these individuals are ready for the workplace, that they're ready for lifelong commitments. Aaron?
Yeah, in addition to Anna's comments, I would draw your attention to a couple of things that obviously are a little new or different. The cultivates each student individually language was a change and intentional. We talked a little bit about, I think, which one is it? And maybe it's not here. But in some of the other examples we looked at, all students or each and every student, that kind of language, right? We talked about how do we use that or how do we use the spirit of that. And this each student individually theme or this language seemed to take that just a step further in terms of personalizing or individualizing the support and the attention for each student. And then I think one of the things that our process, and Sarah prompted us a little bit in our discussion, was kind of then what, right? What's the expected outcome or impact or result of all of this? And that's what led us to this language of creators of our future world. We liked the word creator. We liked the strength of that, the creativity of that, the challenge of that. And so rather than the word graduates or something like that, we wanted to take that a step further and think about what the impact of those students will be on the world and the future world. So a couple of additional thoughts. And then I think we added the word community with one LISD just to make very clear what that means or what that involves. We had some discussion about the hashtag and whether that was going to be outmoded or outdated in the future. And I don't know the answer. I don't know how long hashtags are going to be around, but they don't seem to be going anywhere tomorrow. So I think for a while anyway, it's current, it reflects our current reality. And so we felt like maybe it made sense to keep it, but we could probably also live without it if we had to, so.
Also, just to piggyback what he said, because you made me remember, one thing, we always talk about is individual education plans for students. And so that's kind of where we went with the cultivates each student individually. I was thinking about those conversations we had in regards to individual education plans for each student. And then also, I lost my train of thought. I can't remember now.
So when I'm looking at this, one thing I noticed that's missing from the drafts into your version is life changer. And I go back and I look at our core belief, though, and we have the word life changers. So here's what I'm just walking through my processes. Could we say the hashtag One LISD community cultivates each student individually and empowers life changers to boost the most sought after? Okay, so that was my thought process. And then I thought, wait a minute, though. If we do that, then what I want to say, the hashtag One LISD community, which means our LISD family, which includes how much do we want to keep going back and referring to core beliefs? Because our core beliefs already say life changers and what our life changers are going to do. So I then stopped myself and said, okay, at some point, you're just restating your core beliefs. Vision is going to be, and so I just don't want to lose the heart of life changers and family and all the work we did in core beliefs, but I don't think we do that just with the words being gone. Doesn't mean it's gone. It's just we've kind of honed in here of okay, now what's going on with our students, right? To what end? And so I think, given all that, I like it the way it is. This is great. I can get behind it.
Yeah, we did discuss that just a little bit to give you context. And in two of the drafts you see, we have students and life changers. And some of our discussion around that was, but the community actually includes others beyond students and life changers. While the life changers phrase is great, but we really are thinking bigger in this particular statement, right? Like you say, it still includes life changers, teachers, however we want to think about that. But we didn't want to be limiting, I think. And so that was why we went for the broader point of view.
No, I was just going to say, I appreciate the work that you guys did. I know that it, coming together and being able to do that together. I love the cultivate and the individual piece. It's great. Nice job.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the new vision statement of the hashtag One LISD community cultivates each student individually to produce the most sought after creators of our future world.
Second.
I have a motion from Gloria, a second from Alexis. Any other discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. That's so exciting. Congratulations, board. Thank you, administration. Congratulations to y'all. A-team, y'all did a good job. Y'all brought it home. All right.
Yeah, I still want to be part of that because I was in round one.
The A&E team.
All right. Let's move on to the discussion of mission of Leander LISD and the district mission statement.
All right, for this, am I on? Can you hear me? Okay, for this one, we're going to move over here to the chart. So if you recall on the March 11th meeting, we started talking around mission because mission is that how are we going to get to the vision? And we started with stories. And we had our cabinet members involved in the conversation and really thinking about what are the stories that exemplify when we've lived out our best work. And so you had shared some stories, and we started a chart. This fell earlier. It was supposed to be rolled up, and it was supposed to be, this nice, beautiful surprise. Okay, so we had written all of your words captured from the stories, about the who, the actions, and the impact. And then we took the rest of your stories, and we added to the chart. And so then we started looking for themes and looking for big ideas. And so this is just our thought process, so you can see some of our coding there. And that's what this is. That doesn't mean that's the right thing, but we were just trying to see how do they cluster? What are the big ideas that come out?
And so we see some natural clustering of those, which we've captured here. And we want to use that as we go into this next phase.
So we are going to spend a little bit of time. I know it's late, so we will really try to streamline as much as possible. Our goal is to have some drafts this evening to take forward, not have a final mission tonight. So I just want to set the stage with that. But just a reminder, the difference is vision is that what we are aspiring to, that 10, 15, 20 year, whereas mission is how we get there. So thinking about your core beliefs, our core beliefs, thinking about now the vision statement for Leander ISD, we are going to work to craft 4 different mission statements. And we're going to have cabinet partner with you all, and we have groups, and we'll get that going in just a minute. We'll use these 3 tables, and then Anna, if you don't mind, we're going to borrow your table. In your folder, you do have some examples of vision and mission statements from different districts that you can also use to refer to. I would also encourage you to don't forget some of these power words from our vision. But you'll look at this chart and really think through your mission statement, the who, what actions, and the impact. Hopefully that will help you as you're thinking about that mission statement. So you'll work together and think about how we're going to reach that vision. So what will that entail? And again, these are clustered. So what are those themes that emerge when you see some of these? So it doesn't necessarily have to be these words, but this helps you trigger and think about other bigger words. So, can you think of anything else, Sarah, before we go into groups? So, group 1, if we will have here at Anna's table. Group 2 we'll have here at this table. Group 3, the middle table, and group 4, the end table. So cabinet members, if you want to slide your chair up, there's a chart over here that tells which group you're in. And we will get some chart paper at each one and a marker and get that going.
So the final project for this group is that we should be crafting what we think would be a mission statement, a draft mission statement?
Yes, so we'll have 4 draft mission statements, and we're going to do this in about 10
Good, lightning round's good.
minutes, yep.
Yeah,
And then we'll check to see how we're doing.
Okay, awesome.
We have Corey.
Yes. He didn't see them, and so that he probably forgot. And he's not seen them. Okay. Oh, that's terrible. I feel terrible about that.
Yeah. So when Aaron and I were doing come on, the vision statement.
Ándale.
We thought that those words could be in the mission statement.
So like, it's not just one, like, you know, you try to put everything in one thing. So then what we were doing is we were looking at our core beliefs and trying to make sure that some of those, I don't want to say you have the marker. The vision words were in there.
I just need words, people.
The mission statement is where we were really trying to get that bulk of those vision words, I guess.
We need mission statement words.
Exactly.
Right, and the mission is the how, did I get that right? So then, how do you do that, I guess? What are those key words that jump out?
I didn't realize, yeah, because I had probably been.
So the vision, I guess the way I look at it is vision, the way I was reviewing it, I guess, is vision's just like that one, two line sinker, right? Get it through. And the mission's like, what, like for PTA mission, every child, one voice or whatever. Right, to get the vision, right, exactly. And so
How
like,
do we do that?
yes. Yeah, no, that's exactly how I'm thinking.
How do you do that?
Okay. I need,
Thanks, sorry, Jimmy.
Yes. And do you?
Done.
We want to say something vision that was working.
I'm done.
I'm gonna write that.
That would be inspire other drafts. Well, I just want to make sure that I know our mission as well, so we're thinking,
yes. So how do we want to get here?
How do you do that? And that's what I would start with, it's just what are those first words that come out?
See, we
How do you do that?
well, that gets me like empower, exactly.
Empower our life changers.
I know, right?
Empower our life changers by providing an equitable, inclusive.
Empower our life changers, like as they're going.
Yeah. I think empower our LAC life changers. Let's brainstorm them, because I want to hear from y'all too, like what, let's just
I'm just
get
wanting to get
all
those
of
key words down, like
What do
the
we
first
think the
words I
hows
both came
are?
up with.
What do y'all think the hows are to do this? How do we get here? We want them
So
to be the
if
most sought
this
after
is what we're
creators of
gonna
our.
have,
I think
right?
by that
This is what our vision is, that's what we want to see.
right? There's key
How
there,
are we gonna
and we
make
wanted
that
to end up there.
For me, would be
How
like,
how
how
are we
gonna, what are we gonna do
A lot
for
of hard
students?
work.
Are students gonna engage in order to,
Like education.
I can't write get her done.
provide, like, how are you just write phrases?
Equitable.
We're gonna provide experiences, we're gonna provide, learning opportunities.
Meant something to us.
Kind of like not necessarily. Okay, so that is just to give you a sense of
you're looking at the ones with
we're
the
doing our
most
best
green
work.
dots, saying
This
those
is
were
what
the ones
our-
that you focused on, okay?
It gives you a sense of
And then
And we'll just write as y'all talk.
we talked in core beliefs, right? For some of the how, we did talk about focusing on deeper learning. I'm sorry.
Yes.
And we
Just
talked
kidding.
about header on graduate
there.
profile, right?
We're gonna do it by.
Susan, this is our group, Susan, go find your group. Just kidding, I'm just kidding.
Now, cabinet, come on, tell us how.
Y'all are the people.
Keep going, because I really like where you're going.
We're just capturing
I
it.
know, I know, but you're so good at that, but we want y'all, we want to hear from y'all. How do we get
Get
it?
them to be life changers. Like, what does that look like? Well, we wanna.
The LIC cultivates individually.
And that's
Our
okay.
mission, we need to be
What do y'all
how
think?
we do that, right?
They're given.
How we cultivate.
They are supported and learn all of the important.
Before y'all start
skills
compiling,
that
I'd like to
contribute to being a
brainstorm though.
productive
What else
citizen,
do y'all think?
like
What are other ways to get us to
self-regulation,
this
like all
point?
of
What do
those
y'all
things.
think? I mean, you see, we're seeing this from a board level. I don't know what y'all think.
Because I think it's in my head, like going back to that, that's where you started. Those were the key terms, equitable. Oh, I'm fine now that I'm up to collaborative.
Innovative.
Yeah, yes, those are the terms.
But connect the dots to what y'all do day to day.
So if we're going to, I'm trying to visualize what this looks like. How do you cultivate each student? So you want them to be empowered, but you, in order to do this, you have to create an environment where that's gonna happen. So that's what I'm thinking about. If this is the vision of the board.
So you want an environment? Is that what?
That's the first term that I thought about, was there's gotta be a place for that. How do we right? I've got to cultivate students individually in some sort of alignment, right? That's what I'm visualizing.
All right.
Then cultivates each student to produce.
Should we brainstorm and write that? Something about
Yeah,
environment?
just takes the lens of like that was, and again, just my thoughts. But what are we gonna do? How are we gonna get them to do exactly? We're gonna provide them opportunities through that type of environment. For new learning, right? For following their passion.
Follow our rubric.
Yeah.
Right.
They're breaking the rules.
Jason is a That is, keep going, just keep going.
Give each student all access pass.
There you go. That's what I was wondering, something like that, when you're talking about.
I think that is a great start.
Put it on there? Are you sure? Because we could always.
41, I'm like,
Well, yeah, because it has a lot of words.
academically, socially, like this right here, I feel like I read that and I'm like, okay, this is what our mission is, this is what we're planning to do.
That's what I get.
Yeah, but look, so it's the how.
Yes.
Look at how the hows are though. This is about to educate. This one's educating. This is maximizing students' potential. So how, right? I think you can make this more how. I think we can Leander.
Sarah and I have like, did that perfect about what was that called?
Yeah.
Denelian. I was like, you write in Denelian, and so do I.
I think we
Guys,
can-
we can Denelian prints that's supposed to take them from print to cursive. And so
What we have so far, Matt, would you say? We have
academic
opportunity.
letters.
Yeah, I do like that.
Yeah, learn Denelian.
We just talked about environment, so. I mean, to me, it's something like you're doing something through an inclusive and equitable environment. Or something, right? Like it's something.
Give Anna and I the Post-it notes, and I want y'all three to each give us your draft mission statement. So we can make sure y'all, everybody give us a draft, and we'll start brainstorming. Let's y'all start. Anna's gonna write Laura Lynn's, and I'm gonna write Jimmy's.
Okay.
Y'all think of your mission.
Retrieve my band.
Yeah, I just don't want to, what are the people
that? So I wonder-
Empowering all students in life.
So we don't currently have a mission, right? So I think that's what I'm trying to think, what did we have and we don't? We had a vision. By providing authentic experiences
You're
and
gonna write
opportunities
Laura's,
that
I'm gonna write
foster
Jimmy's. I'll take Jimmy's and I'll take,
How do we get that in
take
there?
Matt's if they'll both go. Where's my other, where's my?
Oh, there it is, right there.
There it is. I'm still processing.
No, I
this.
know.
Because we're gonna be up next after them, so be thinking what we wanna have. And then we're just gonna look at them all, and then we're gonna be able to,
Do exactly that,
Yeah.
I thought about, right, which ones?
so write your mission statement.
I don't know that I have it.
I know.
Stuff
No, I'm
that
just-
you commit together, right? So
We're gonna
that
try to
was
do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To connect individual students to their interests and passions so that they can thrive and then there's confidence.
It's also love there, right? So, to me, it's gotta have, and I don't know that I have the first part of it, but it's like
Fostering growth
in and inclusive, equitable.
Three
Dot, 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 like, I don't know what comes before that, though. Like, does that make sense?
Like it's laid out up
That's
there.
the only part I'm stuck at.
Where like that you were doing the things that feel like really important to have.
Create
So you have to have jobs in order to like I feel
Yes,
our mission is to
No, go for it.
It's up there
And I feel like this
with
is
lots
what
of coding, so where did that
equitable
that
and inclusive
conversation?
environments
Are we talking about grounded confidence? I don't know.
that engage.
So it's from our stories,
empower our
right? So
students
what the outcomes of all the stories. that
We never had that feeling.
I never had that feel, I never had that feeling.
I don't know that we need that, right?
And there's some jobs that I feel like.
Brainstorm day.
Would we start something like?
I told you your brainstorm was irrelevant,
Like
sorry.
serving each student.
That was my fault.
Individual student or something through dot, 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 and then that's where we
And
start
family.
exploring out exactly how to describe that.
I don't like it.
So that,
For me,
I like
it's
that.
I only have half of the
self,
time.
community,
An
and
inclusive, equitable environment. I don't have an action. We will,
right?
And I
So
really
we're collaborating and
help
supporting
turn that on.
Right, so
in
that's
high
what you're.
school,
individual
so
students
that
to connect to
they're
their
not
interests and passions.
an old
They're not
lady
in-
when they
right.
find.
The result then is students to thrive.
Right,
That's a lot of work.
exactly. And so I
don't have
love when
one.
you talk about that growth and passion, like, this is what you want to do. Like, this is what you want to do.
What you say? The mission is.
Never again,
Right.
molded my parents.
ooh, I like
I want them to
that.
walk out the door and wake up every
Reach
morning,
their
like,
full,
potential.
maximize their potential.
You know,
Engage
we
and empower
foster
each
these
and every
opportunities
student,
to, for
jot
them
that
to
down
yeah,
somewhere.
what is it? Their passion
said
is.
engage and empower.
Each of
I love that. I think that's great. That's a good start.
Trying to ask myself, this is about the how.
Yeah, we do. Alexis is, I
That is not, no.
I was like, thank you.
I've been here for 3 more days, but I went with each because this is
So what I
aligned
see in
with
your
them.
statement is
Each
that
student
in order to be able to meet the needs of each
Yes,
and every student's interests and passions, we have to work together as a community.
That was the point, it's like making sure we put that educator piece in the mission statement, so that way it comes back to
I'm
that.
trying to take the how of this. So LSD community cultivates, right? So if they're cultivating, it means all of these 3 things are working together. That means collaborating. So each student individually, what are we trying to cultivate? How do we cultivate each student well? What does that mean?
It's not a competition. Life Changers is done first, but she gets to go get our community will
I mean, that, you've got your parents, your parents to collaborate, right? So I just, do that, right? I think it goes back to what you were talking about, and you were talking about environment. I think we've got to figure a good word to explain that.
Yes.
Anybody else
That
have any
encompasses
other?
the community, the staff, the students. It's
The life changers
all of
supporting
this
the
is
life
going to happen
changers.
in this.
How about
Yeah, how do we quantify this? But yeah, that's what we know what you want. Yeah.
Well, see, I like this what we do here, our Plano ISD learning community, so I feel like because, I mean, Life Changers, I feel like, the way I look at it is it applies to educators, but I feel like it could be anybody in the LASD learning community.
Each and every staff.
Yeah, so yeah.
I don't know, I just feel like there's one in the room here. Okay. All right, Jim, you want to read it to me?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I feel like probably, because it's like a
He's getting it.
It's the environment.
Real life.
Challenging what? Challenging?
Real life experience.
Yeah, definitely.
Or do you really care it? It's nice.
I do. I
That's
think
just one thing that just.
ecosystem,
And an inclusive, equitable environment.
rubbing systems. Yeah, I feel like this is more genuine.
Solar system.
Real.
I don't like that.
Right.
So
I
I feel
like
like
that.
that.
Define it as real life experiences, providing real
Yeah.
life experiences.
That sounds good. That's something.
Okay, what'd you write on?
Okay, that's a good one. It's a real
Real
life.
life.
Do we need a new piece of paper?
No.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, because we could wordsmith it, because that's
That's actually not too far away.
to create the environment,
I
right?
really like the short ones, but they're more slow.
I can't even play
I
Uno
know,
at
maybe
home.
scribble on their path to meeting. We're still just trying to.
In order to do that,
We need to,
Plant the seeds.
yeah,
so,
that's
yes,
exactly.
so to create,
In order for them to grow, there has to be a place
Exactly.
for that to happen. I don't know how to articulate it. Create.
Yep.
I actually think that.
It's just simple, right? And it doesn't identify people, which I
Right.
like. It leaves it open-ended,
Yep.
so that it's student, staff.
Yeah.
Somebody who's going to be your spokesperson.
So is it two or is it just create?
Like for real?
I'm writing, so.
Yeah, we're gonna.
To create inclusive, engaging, empowering, challenging learning environments. I think it needs to be. Not me. Not me. Come on, y'all.
I taught high school.
No.
I didn't do elementary.
Y'all don't want me writing.
I can barely spell.
That's
I
why.
can spell. I got you
can't.
there.
There's no spell check, so no.
What did he say?
Right?
Create and inclusive, right? What did you say? Create
10 minutes.
And inclusive.
Yay, I get to talk budget at one.
Well, it's going to go back. It's going to go to create inclusive, engaging.
Not even Friday. What do y'all want? Y'all come on.
So do inclusive, and then we can always move them around. And inclusive, engaging.
All right, we're going to share.
Yeah, inclusive, engaging.
Did I hear? Oh, gosh. We know that it is almost midnight. But I will say that you all were very engaged, and so thank you for that, pushing through with us. So what we're going to ask each group to do is to share your statement, knowing this is a draft and it's almost midnight. And then we're just going to quickly just ask what resonates about that, and we're going to have them maybe kind of mark some of the things you said, because in the end, we're going to take all 4 of these to then work on a final mission to bring back. So, would y'all mind going first?
We'll go first.
All right,
That's
so I'm
fine.
going to ask everybody to listen here and just, because you're going to tell them what resonates with you. If you'll hold it up, just so people can also visually see it.
Hold it. Good job. Good job, Vanna. There you go. Through a collaborative approach, we will grow each learner to, and that's kind of as far as we got. We're still word salading the whole thing. So, there you go.
What resonates with you as you look at that?
I like how you use grow and it's tied to cultivate and that whole, I like how that all comes together.
Awesome. Helene, did you say something? I heard you say collaborative approach. You were just. Anything else on this one?
We wrote those words out. I like grow
I like
and
each learner because it doesn't limit it to just students or just teachers.
Thank you. Each learner. Corey, would you mind underlining what they shared? Each learner and then the word grow. Anything else on that one? Collaborative. Thank you. All right, group 3.
You need me to hold?
All right, so here's group 3.
All right, we came up with create a nurturing, safe, and resource-rich environment where students can connect with their individual path to success.
All right, what resonates?
We're going to create, because that's the word we came up with when we talked about planting seeds. Like we were thinking about when you think of cultivate, what do you need to cultivate? It's the environment, and you create an environment.
So it's environment as well, because that's
Environment, yeah.
And in keeping with each student individually, that's why we wanted their individual path to success.
All right. If you would underline those, thank you. All right, group 2.
So, let's see if I can turn around. Okay, so group 2, our mission is to fully support students by providing real-life experiences and opportunity fostering growth and passion. Opportunities, sorry, fostering growth and passion.
All right, what resonates? They said growth over here. Passion, I heard passion, someone said. Okay, I heard real life experiences.
Very good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Starting point.
If-
Put something down and see what comes.
If y'all could mark those words, that'd be helpful. And our group 1, our last group to share.
What I love about this is not actually
In real life.
all the brainstorming ahead of time, so everybody was talking about different words that come to mind. But yeah, we were trying to talk about that whole cultivating.
What are the seeds you need? And so we couldn't figure out what you'd say, so we said create. But basically, if you create this type of environment, can you grow the students? And so then we said, okay, what are the things you need in the environment? So then we just got a list of a lot of words here. So I'm not sure, but anyhow, we came up with an inclusive, engaging, empowering, challenging learning environment. But environment was really what, if we create that, then we'll
Okay, what resonates with you? Say that again. Create environment.
I like challenging.
All right.
I heard engaging, All right, we're going to wrap this up real quick. So like we have done with vision and like we did with core beliefs as well, we are looking for volunteers. We're looking for 2 board members and 2 cabinet members to come together and take all of this feedback and start seeing how do we kind of merge these or come up with a mission statement that we'll bring back to the group.
Don't you just want the A-team to do it again?
Definitely do that, however y'all want to do it. Just looking for.
We're in for that. Make it happen. Go double A.
Okay, so we will be.
Anna and Aaron, I think that sounds fabulous.
Okay, because we know we have other things on the agenda, we will follow up with everyone and find and recruit people to help us with this. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, for clarification, is Anna and Aaron, were y'all voluntold? They voluntold? Okay. All right, so Sarah, you're going to be reaching out to Anna and Aaron. Y'all brought it home, do it again. All right, board members, this rest should be, I think, fairly quick. We have consideration of approval of a superintendent evaluation tool. Again, this is the items that we had.
Trish?
Yes.
Can we move up our item for food services? Because I think they're waiting.
Yeah, we can. I was just trying to get us through some of the yeah.
Okay,
that's my
that's
hope,
fine.
is to move us through some of these quicker ones. But yes, we do need to get, and you're right. When we have our guests, we like them to be here and not wait too long. So the evaluation, consider approval of superintendent evaluation tool.
Yeah.
If there aren't any other questions.
You got it?
Then
I move the board approve the superintendent evaluation tool as presented.
I second.
Okay. Motion from Gloria, second from Anna, but there is discussion.
Yeah, since we didn't have any last time because it was late when this item came up and we
Yeah.
asked to have a little time to discuss it and it now comes up after midnight. I do have just a couple of questions. So let me catch up here real quick. I think for me, the biggest questions are in, let me get here. The district goal associated with learning environments. I think the goal says our learning environments foster student passions for learning and prepares them to meet our graduate profile. And then the key performance indicators, I guess I was looking for a little additional information on what these are exactly, because I'm not sure if they're familiar to me, or maybe I'm the only board member who doesn't appreciate the 4 C's table we see here. And I'm curious about what deeper learning institutes are, and the student advisory group feedback. I don't really know what that is. So I was just trying to get some color on what these things involve.
Okay, what page are you on? First of all, to make sure we're all on the same page.
It's page 6 of this attachment.
Okay, the district goal.
It says district goal at the top. It's not the only one. It's not the only district goal, but it's the
And
the
so then
second.
there's a bunch of key performance indicators. And so your question is, on the key performance indicators, a little more detail on what these might look like when they come back before us.
Yes, I mean, I think we don't have common language around these yet, and so was looking for additional color on this.
It's a great question. Thank you so much for bringing that up. So as we were trying to identify what would be potential indicators, we started looking at what were some of the measures that we already had in our system. And actually, some of those are straight from our district improvement plan objectives that you all had approved back in the fall, actually last summer when y'all officially approved them. So that's where the 4 C's come from. That's Bright Bite survey that we actually send out every year. So that's some of the data that we've already indicated that is a good predictor of where we are as far as living out communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity in our classrooms. And then also the student.
Sorry, quick follow-up there.
Yes.
So is that a survey question, or those survey results, or what are we talking about?
You know what, and I'm going to call on Susan Cole to come help answer some of these questions around the Bright Bite survey, but yes, it absolutely is a survey, and she can give a little bit more information about what goes into that.
Yes, actually, the Bright Bite survey currently for this year is out right now. So as a parent, that actually was, I believe, the communication that Corey sent yesterday in the Voice or the Compass or one of his communications. But yes, the Bright Bite survey we give every year through our tech integration, and it's really looking at, it's students 3rd grade and up, 3rd through 12th, our parents and our staff. And it really asks questions about engagement. It's not just, do you use your device, but how do you use it for communication? There's different questions like that. So I missed your first question.
Well, I think I'm just trying to understand what it is, right? And if it's, if it's a survey, then the question is who's participating in the survey? And, then as I look at the chart, it looks like we're just looking for higher scores, but I'm not sure I understand how they're indexed or what, 2-point increase means or a 10-point increase or any of those kinds of things. I don't have any reference for this
Right.
data, right?
Yeah, and I'm not going to be able to give you some of the analytical pieces of that. Our tech integration folks, along with our ITS folks, really help study that more. But it is about, access, and are we utilizing and using it in the way around the 5 C's. So are we using it for critical thinking, creativity, all of those things? I know last year we had a focus on digital citizenship because that was one of the areas that came out a little bit lower. So we did a lot of work around that in our modules that we, work with our middle and high school students on. We reviewed those and we made those better, much better for our students.
So I guess just to put a pin on this one, or not a pin, but to finish this questioning out on this particular item, who is being surveyed?
So for students, it's 3rd graders through 12th graders. And then we have staff, all staff take that survey, and then we send it to our community and our parents.
So is the score, the number we see here, 1,100 or whatever, is that a composite of student responses, parent responses, and teacher responses?
No, it should be separated out. So I don't know. I have not studied that and what's in front of you. I'm not positive what I don't want to tell you something that is not correct.
So, and this shouldn't be this isn't the answer to the evaluation, because the evaluation isn't done. I think this is an example. And when I'm looking at this is a tool. Tell me if I'm misunderstanding. This is a tool administration is using and has used it to help identify things. And so since it's helped y'all, you're recommending or putting that in as one of the data points for us when we're using our superintendent evaluation. Like, we haven't used this tool before, but it's just a data point that you're offering up for us to use.
Correct. We were just looking at different ways to indicate how are we making progress on the learning environments, fostering student passions for learning. And so as you think about that, we started looking at, again, what are the system points that we have already built in, like I referenced before, it's in the district improvement plan. So that's a data point that we already utilize. And we thought that would, that aligns to that work as well.
And so this is all data that you have that's helping us in some of the other areas outside of everything that's required in the performance evaluation, the evaluation in part one, which is like the student data. So this is in addition to give us a little more color and insight into other data tools.
Yes, absolutely. And as we've been talking about deeper learning and, really that relevant learning experiences that go deeper, sorry for that is about connecting to their passions and preparing them to meet the graduate profile. And what we saw through that deeper learning that you all engaged in, it's where the 5 C's are pulled in. Now, the Bright Bite survey does use 4 C's, but definitely that's a good indicator for, are we on that trajectory for creating those environments?
Yeah, I would just say when a data point like this rises to the level of superintendent evaluation instrument, I think it's really important that we all understand exactly what it is. We have some baseline data, there is some here, but we have a solid understanding of what this item is. It's consequential if it appears in a superintendent evaluation instrument. So I think it's important we have that foundation. I don't want to dwell here, but there are 2 other items that I just wanted to get a little additional information on. Deeper Learning Institute for staff. That sounds like a checkbox. Either we have one or we don't have one. Is that correct? Am I understanding what's expected here?
So with that, there is some intentional work about not only educating our board and in our own conversations, but also our staff and how our teaching and learning staff has been going through deeper learning institutes to then impact work on campuses as well. And so our teaching and learning team is doing some amazing work around that and really looking at how do we establish those environments for student passion. So, so while yes, at first blush, it may be that are we actually having the institutes, beyond that is then what's the impact? How is that transcending to our classrooms? And so part of that evaluation will be reporting out what is the product of those institutes.
Okay, and then the first item references a student advisory group feedback. Superintendent's student advisory group. I'm not sure I understand what success looks like or what that means, right?
So the thought process behind that was that is a feedback mechanism to see how are we actually living out that goal. So that's ongoing feedback that we'll be gathering from students throughout the year. It's already in place, and then continuing to use that feedback to drive improvements around especially the learning environments. And their feedback has already been fed into the work around graduate profile, and so it's continuing that work. So while it is not a concrete, numeric, quantitative measurable, it is an indication of how we are progressing on that goal.
Just a final comment. I have reservations about the instrument in this section in particular, the way that it's written, just because KPIs should have measurable results associated with them, and I have a hard time understanding what success looks like with some of these the way that they're stated. We sometimes talk about SMART goals and things like that. There's not a lot of that detail here that would help me to articulate whether the expected result was accomplished or not, right?
So if I could just remind the board that we're in April, and this instrument is being finalized really near the tail end of the cycle. And so what we tried to do together is find things that are in place already that the board has already seen in operation that are as measurable as possible. And I think we've got a lot of work to do as we go into next cycle to set these goals early in the process and in the cycle and establish this ahead of time so that I know what it is that I'm really focused on. We wanted to be very careful because of the way this particular tool is played out that we didn't paint ourselves in a corner.
we will be asking the superintendent to present the full evaluation, right around there somewhere in where we talk about in timeframe, September, October is when we're planning to have a full report back. And then from there, we can say, okay, this is what's working. Here's kind of some measurable goals, and totally we can keep improving moving forward. Board members, if there's something specific you need as a deliverable in here, I don't think you're prohibited from adding something as far as, well, can we have this extra piece of evidence or can we have this extra data point? But this language is just based on what we talked about in our last meeting.
I appreciate some of these. I know that sometimes we like data points that are easily quantifiable, and we are going to have a lot of those in here. I think some of the things that we're talking about in terms of our visioning and our mission, we've established by, through the work that we've done, that they don't have very clean, measurable tick marks for them. And so I think we are going to have to be very creative in the tools that we use. And so I'm really excited to kind of see how these play out. And then in September or October, when we look at that, we can decide at that point, I think this is really beneficial. I like this one, let's keep this one. Or we might say, I don't know about this one. So I'm excited to move forward with something that is some benchmarks in there, some evaluation tools that are a little bit different than what we've seen before.
Aaron, is there an extra piece of evidence in here that would help you feel like we're getting closer? Is there evidence that you think is missing?
I'm not trying to dictate what goes in the instrument here. The work that we did collectively was to identify the 3 items, the 3 headers for these district goals, right? We didn't do anything to add the bullets or the details that go under them. Dr. Gearing and the administration provided all of that detail. My questions tonight are simply to establish understanding of what those things are that they've inserted under those goals. I'm not sure if the materials that have been added here necessarily resolve the things that we talked about as a group when we identified those 3. They're germane, they're related, but I'm not sure if they necessarily hit the heart of what we talked about in those conversations. My comments tonight are not to try and change that, not to try and force that connection. My questions tonight are simply to understand what's being offered in this instrument, because in a few months, we'll use the instrument, and if I don't know what the instrument means tonight, I'm probably not going to know very well what it means then, and it's going to be very hard to say whether or not we did a good job accomplishing what's in the evaluation instrument. So just thinking ahead, trying to prepare us to be successful using the instrument, and I have some struggles on this particular goal. I haven't talked about any of the others because I don't think they're as problematic. I think this particular one has some challenges.
I think it's certainly possible for me to provide some more color on these in writing to you in a Friday memo, if that's helpful.
Yeah, let's continue to noodle. I also wonder if, as we have discussions, again, the evaluation at the end shouldn't be a surprise. So I think in the general course of our discussions, some of this information is already going to come out in the presentations that we have. So I guess let's also look for an opportunity administration when you see one of the products that are coming up. It might be a good idea to point out, oh, here's that instrument we used, or here's that, so that I think at the point is that when we get to the evaluation, it shouldn't be like, oh, wow, I didn't even know this data, right? At some point, maybe even more than a Friday memo, we had it in our discussions or conversations as we went along. Do y'all agree with that we wouldn't be surprised by the information at the end, that we're going to see this as we go along?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I have a motion from Gloria and a second from, was it Anna? I lost track. Okay. Is that right? Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, our CNS team, we need to get them up here. I was trying to move us to that item, but I just hope it's not going to happen. Consider approval of food service management contract renewal. Brandon Evans and John Graham is here. I really appreciate the attachment too, to give us some great insight into all the good work the team's been doing.
Yes, ma'am. As Ms. Bodie said, we did provide additional information and an attachment to help shed some light on the information we use to determine the success of our contract with Southwest Food Excellence. As you can see, there are different indicators that we use. We know that this has been a difficult year with COVID and our food service, but they have done an outstanding job. They have had to adjust and move throughout the year to meet the different needs of our students and our community. And at every point where we needed something to be done differently, they were always ahead of us, looking forward and trying to find the best way to meet the needs of the students. And so we know that there are areas that we always want to continue to work on. That is what we believe in the district, but they have done an outstanding job, and I would recommend them for renewal for next year.
So one of the metrics that we didn't include to track was how they're going to take care of our students during a pandemic, and they did a phenomenal job. And that alone is enough for me to joyfully want to extend their contract. They stepped up and fed our kids when our kids needed it most. So nothing but praise for them.
Motion, all right, ready? I move that the board authorize the superintendent or designee to sign the renewal of the food service management contract with the Southwest Food Service Excellence for the 2021 year to 2022 school year.
Second. I have a motion from Anna, second from Alexis. Any other discussion? All those in favor? 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right. Thank y'all very, very much. Excellent job. We so appreciate y'all. Thank you. All right, we're going to go back up. I tell you what, our minutes are going to be fun, right? We'll go back up to consider approval of a resolution regarding ESSER funds allocated to Leander ISD.
She's back. Okay, I had intended on providing the board with an update on the federal stimulus money, and then this resolution appeared, and so this was perfect timing. There are a lot of acronyms associated with these federal funds. I've highlighted the 4 various pots of money that we're going to be talking about tonight, and so you have that for your reference. So let's look at the timeline. Last March, the first package, the CARES Act, was passed, and that generated ESSER 1 funds. Then in December of 2020, the second package, the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, they couldn't come up with a shorter name, and that was ESSER 2. And then March, this past March, the American Rescue Plan, ESSER 3. So there's 3 different ESSERs under 3 different federal acts. So ESSER is the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. And again, here you can see under these 3 different acts. So ESSER 1, I have to look at my notes because I can't see, provided $13.5 billion. TEA used that to hold us harmless for our decline in attendance for 1920, And so the money that the district received under ESSER 1 replaced state aid, so we really didn't get any new money under that. TEA also used some of that money to provide PPE to every school district in the state. And I really wish I'd have brought a jar of the hand sanitizer and the masks. I'm sure we still have a bunch of masks in the warehouse because nobody wanted to wear them. And all of these ESSER funds come under no supplement supplant rules. They all follow the ESEA guidance. And so we are to spend these like we do Title I with the exception of supplanting. We were allocated $762,000. About $15,000 of that had to go to private nonprofit schools. And we have used some of it for PPE, hotspots, laptop chargers, surge protectors. We have $579,000 remaining because we were holding on to funds until we knew what other funds were coming so that we could maximize our use of all potential funding. The important one to note from ESSER 1 is you can use these to cover lost revenues in child nutrition funds. We are expecting to see a loss in the fund this year, and so reserving that to potentially help offset that loss. Okay, under ESSER 2, $54 billion. The time frame for this extends through September of 2023. The allowable uses are the same as ESSER 1, and it specifically states you can use these funds to upgrade projects to improve air quality in school buildings. So as we navigate through the budget process, we have about 1.2 million additional costs for the MERV filters that we could easily use these funds if we receive them. So this is the first pot of money that we're still awaiting allocation and rules from TEA. ESSER 3, $122.7 billion. It extends as well into September of 23. The law says specifically the state must subgrant not less than 90% of its total ESSER allocations to the local education agencies. So even though the federal law says that, it appears Texas is trying to skirt that. The state does have to allocate funds in an expedited and timely manner, not later than 60 days. We'll see if that happens. They are required to use a portion of theirs to address learning loss, after-school activities, and summer learning programs. And LEAs must use 20% to address learning loss. Another interesting provision in this act is that a local education agency that receives these funds must, within 30 days of receiving them, make publicly available on its website a plan for the safe return to in-person instruction. Well, we've been in person for almost a year now, and so not sure what that means for us other than having to post something on the website. Again, the allowable uses here, same as ESSER 1 and 2, but this bill specifically says including hiring new staff and avoiding layoffs. So knowing that we're looking at potential staff reductions, it would be very beneficial to have these funds so that we would not have to do that. And again, we're still awaiting. So let's look at some of the other funds that have flowed through the CARES Act. So this was the first CARES Act, March of 2020. There was a CRF, Coronavirus Relief Fund, $150 billion appropriated to states. This was administered by Texas through the Texas Division of Emergency Management. It allowed for funding up to 75% of eligible costs that were not in your approved budget as of March 27, 2020. The federal guidelines said this would cover costs through December of 2020. Important to note that. And then also important to note that these are subject to Office of Inspector General audits. So they could easily come back in 2 to 5 years, do an audit, and claim a cost that was reimbursed as ineligible. The information we got from TDM during this process changed on a weekly basis. And some districts are still fighting with TDM on what they submitted. So I said the federal law ran this through December 30th. The state set our cutoff at May 20th. So we were only eligible for costs that occurred from the beginning of the pandemic through May 20. Well, if you think back about what we were doing in April and May of last year, we weren't spending a lot of money. We had no idea what school was going to look like. We were trying to set up remote learning. And so we were able to submit some receipts. We submitted software costs for $579,000. They denied $141,000 of those receipts, but we did receive a check in December for $328,000. Our real money came by us partnering with Williamson County under the CRF. And even though the federal, because most of our costs were after May, this was very beneficial because Wilco allowed us to submit costs through November, so that covered everything that would happen through December. So again, most of our costs were after May. Wilco provided $100 per student, and so we were eligible for a little over the 2.3 million, but we were only able to find expenses for the 2.3, and we did receive that check at the end of December. These are some of the things we use that money for. You know, some of the things you don't really think about. We had to revamp our nursing clinics so that they could quarantine positive cases. We bought some electrostatic sprayers. We had a significant increase in our unemployment insurance. That was eligible for reimbursement. The Zoom license, some additional Chromebooks, and more importantly, firewall upgrades, switches. We really had to beef up technology, and without these funds, we would have had to do that with our own budget. And then in November, TEA rolled out this prior purchase reimbursement program, and it was geared towards technology. We were waiting for this, and they released it right before the Thanksgiving break. They first told us that we could submit for hotspot plans through the end of the school year. And so we did, and we received word this week that it could only be cost through January 31st. So we submitted an application for nearly $45,000 in hotspot plans, but TEA has allowed $24,000 of those costs, and so we won't get that full amount. We weren't able to submit much under this program because we had already submitted under Wilco. So it became very challenging to navigate the different pots of money and which would give us the best bang for our buck because we weren't getting information very quickly. So if you look at all of the funding sources, the federal stimulus packages under CARES 1, we got $762,000 that replaced state aid, so that was a wash. Everyone indicates that we are slated for $3.2 million under ESSER 2 and $7.3 million under ESSER 3. But as you heard Colby tonight, it's sounding highly unlikely that we're going to be able to use these funds as we deem necessary. So what we have received that has helped under the CRF through TDM, the $328,000, this $2 million under Wilco is by far the most substantial money we've received. We're now looking at maybe $20,000 under the PPRP. And then another program, we got some reimbursement for lost SHARS revenues. That was another weird one. It just came out, hey, you can do this. And there wasn't a lot of guidance, like what are we supposed to submit? And so we submitted some information and received $98,000. So that is all of the federal stimulus money that we know about at this point, and still waiting to see what will happen with those last two packages. And so for that reason, we're asking the board to approve this resolution to state that we ask the state to give us our money. And this is an action item, Madam President.
Board members, questions? Okay, motion?
I move that the board approve the board resolution regarding ESSER funds allocated to Leander ISD.
I'll second.
Have a motion from Christine, second from Jim. Any other questions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ayes. All those opposed? Oh, 1 opposed. And motion carries. All right, thank you. The next item is board members. I've been told that we can move our discussion on policy to our next agenda item. Head nods, are we okay with doing that? Okay, no major heartbreak. All right, we're going to go ahead and move our item on FFAC policy update to our next agenda item, okay? Next meeting. All right, we'll move on to consider approval of a resolution authorizing participation in a Texas Fixed Income Trust and designating authorized representatives.
We did discuss this at the last meeting. This is a new investment pool option that we're asking the board to approve participation in.
Board members, if there's no questions, I need a motion.
I move the Board of Trustees approve the resolution authorizing the participation agreement between Leander ISD and Texas Fit, right? TX Fit, and designating the authorized representatives.
Second.
Motion from Anna, second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, the next item is to consider approval of an appointment of an investment officer and amend investment pool resolutions.
Yes, board members, as part of the reorg of the finance department, we added a treasury specialist. That position has been filled, and so we're asking to add Jalen Petrie as an investment officer and authorize the resolution and attachments so that he can have access to information on those pools that require board approval.
If there are no questions, I need a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees appoint Jalen Petrie as an investment officer and further recommend amending the authorized representative with text pool and Lone Star to include Jalen Petrie.
Second.
Motion from Alexis, second from Jim. All those in favor? 6 ayes. Any opposed? No opposed. Motion carries. All right, we'll move on to the 2021-2022 budget development update.
So I know we'll be having some additional budget discussions next week and probably a lengthy discussion on the 22nd. So I'll make this brief. What you have is a look at what the budget would look like if we were using the demographer's enrollment projection. And so you know we agreed to use a lower enrollment of 3% growth versus the projected 8.6% growth. And so I've provided for you what the budget under the 43,951 student looks like with the approved parameters. And then I've shown you a couple of other options if you lowered the parameter under that moderate growth number, what the deficit would look like in those scenarios. We are not at this time recommending that we change to the demographer's number, but if the students did materialize, this is what the budget would look like. Enrollment is still up in the air at this point. We feel like we'll be somewhere between where we are today and the 43.9. And so we just wanted to give you a look at what the budget looks like under that scenario. Again, we'll be having budget discussions next week and then on the 22nd.
Board members, any questions? Okay. We'll move on to consider approval of the 2021-2022 hazardous routes.
This morning, trustees, we are looking at the approval of our hazardous routes for next year. I know we had a presentation 2 weeks ago. Last year, we had a large look at all of our routes within the district using our new scoring tool. And so this year was doing the same work, but knowing that we would not have major changes throughout the district. And so through the work that the transportation team did this year, with our presentation 2 weeks ago, you can see that we are not asking for any additional routes to be deemed hazardous, and that one area of the district close to Rouse High School that we will be recommending that those students receive transportation to Wiley and Rouse. And so our district is a large district. We have a lot of students that live within the 2-mile net zone, and we always try to find the best solution to transport the students if that area is hazardous. And if that area is not hazardous, we always report back to the community a safe walking route so our students can get to school safely. And so we are asking for approval of our hazardous routes for next year.
Well, John, I may have had a longer conversation with you, but seeing the time and the hour, board members, if there aren't any questions, I need a motion.
I move that the board approve and provide to the Commissioner of Education pursuant to policy CNA, legal and local, the defined hazardous routes as presented in the discontinuance of the bus service for the non-hazardous areas in the not eligible for transportation zone applicable to the Leander Independent School District for the 2021 and 2022 school year.
Second.
Motion from Anna, second from Jim. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, we already did the food service item, so we'll move on next to the review of guaranteed maximum price number 1 for elementary 29.
Madam President, board members, Elementary 29 has been under design since October, and at that time we were, trying to understand the impact of COVID. In the last meeting in March, we did present some data showing even if the students didn't show up, that Larkspur and Plain would still be over 700 students at each campus, and then the opening enrollment at number 29 would be just over 500. And so with this information, we are still recommending to move forward with elementary 29 for the 22-23 school year to open.
Jimmy, I'm sorry, remind me, have we definitely settled on where this school will be built?
In the Bryson subdivision.
And that is where it's going? Okay.
Yeah.
So board members, if there are any other questions, I need a motion.
No, action will be at the next meeting.
Oh, never mind. I don't need a motion. Sorry. All right. No other questions then. Thank you, Jimmy. Since you're up there, you can go ahead and give us a general construction update.
Yes. I don't know if I could probably talk through it. It's very straightforward still. The Tarvin Elementary continues to make very good progress. We're happy to, give any tours. If anyone else wants to go out at another time, just let us know. We are still anticipating moving furniture in mid-June, and staff taking occupancy the week after we get back from the 4th of July break. Cedar Park Middle School, we're preparing for this summer to finish that project, and it'll be the third phase, final phase. Steiner Ranch we're preparing to finish that second phase and finish the project this summer also. And then Vista Ridge, we're doing the same thing. We'll finish that first 10 days of after school's out. We'll be in there finishing that up. And then we did include, I think it was off last month, but we did start including just the overall 2017 bond with all the projects and the overall just status of where GMPs are approved and the status of each project. So just a quick summary of everything to help you out.
Just a quick clarifying question on the Vista Ridge project. It does describe a disaster recovery site component. I believe that's no longer part of that project.
It was
correct?
paused until we get our True North consultant make sure, but our anticipation is it will be pulled, definitely. We've paused it and pulled the money, but we will clarify that on the sheet just to make sure anyone looks at it. It's paused right now, waiting for confirmation from the IT assessment.
Yeah, is there a particular allocation against that $2.6 million for that component, or is it already removed from that figure?
Yeah, we did remove $200,000 to pay for the IT assessment. We used part of that money to help offset the IT assessment. And so we'll be, I think all total is $465,000 that was set up. Part of that was some of the other work that we've got to finish up now because they had started some of it, and so then we'll get the full 465 back, but majority of it will be coming back.
Jimmy, can you just get us an update in the Friday memo? Because I don't see it actually listed here as on the status, right? We talked about earlier that road project. Where's it at?
The Manograph.
And then if we have community who wants to write letters. So let us know if there's somebody we need to do, and we'll tell our community. But whatever it is, just give us an update in the Friday memo. Not tonight, Friday memo.
I know we do need to bring the attorneys in to do some discussion.
Sure.
Close, so.
Okay. All right, board members, if there's nothing else, we will go ahead and move into closed session. Board members, before you leave your desk, Donna's bringing stuff around for you to sign, and I'm not sure who all, but she might be at each and every desk, so just make sure you touch base with her before you move into closed. We're going to closed session for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter, Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding internal security audit and discussion with the internal auditor. There will be no action taken in closed. We will return to open for any action items. All right. All right. Carrie, ready? Okay. Board members, it is 1:46 a.m. and we are returning to open session. Are there any motions from closed? Okay. There are no motions from closed. No motions? We're good, Sean? No motions? Okay. Do we have a motion from closed? Sean, you need to get us language and we can read the motion. Oh, it's in board book. Oh, sorry, everybody put up their laptops.
I got it. I move to approve the settlement agreement of disputed claims pursuant to attorney-client privilege discussions of the board in closed session.
I have a motion from Anna, a second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Without objection, board, we will adjourn.